requirement of the planet to preserve our environment, make it more sustainable in the activities that we do. There is a native saying in American proverb which says, we do not inherit earth from our ancestors. We are actually borrowing it from our children. Every day the resource we are using is basically we are borrowing from the future generations. Right? So with that, I, Asmani Surve, on behalf of Sigma University, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Vadodara, UN Global Compact Network India, Petroleum and Explosive Safety Organization, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, and Indian Society of Training and Development welcome you all to this event of National Summit ESG 2023. Thank you. This National Summit will be guiding event facilitating policymakers to collaborate with industry for effective practices, providing large and medium scale enterprises with insights, guidance, and resources to adopt ESG practices, along with benefits of networking, connecting with each other, the intellectuals to the practitioners. With that, I request the students of Sigma University to please come ahead and perform on the welcome dance.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
Dala
It was lovely, students, and indeed, Ayore Shubdin Ayore. Today is the auspicious day for all of us to start with the new moment in itself, Baroda. I will like to take this pleasure to invite our patrons, chief guest and guest for lighting of the lamp. I'll first request His Excellency Mr. Reddy Wardoyo, the Consul General, Indonesian Consulate General in Mumbai. So please. We have also with him Mr. Rico Santoso Jr., Minister Council, Council of Socio-Cultural Office of Indonesia. Dr. G.D. Yadav, Padma Shri ex-Councillor, Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India, New Delhi. Dr. R. Venugopal, IPES, Joint Controller of Explosives, PESO, Vadodara. Shri Shailesh Bhai Shah, Patron Sigma University, Srimati Jyotsna Ben Shah, Mentor and Principal Advisor, Sigma University. Dr. Jigar Patel, Managing Director, Sigma University. Dr. Priyesh Gandhi, Provost Vice Chancellor, Sigma University. Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, Chairman, ICCHE BRC. Shri Saurabh Shah, CEO, CBCSC, Mumbai. Thank you, everyone. Hope this light brings more enlightenment in our actions, which will tell us how we should preserve the environment. I will now like to invite our guest and chief guest on the dais. I'll repeat, we are also live on our link live.sigma.ac.in/ESG. So people who want to participate on live can also log into this link, live.sigma.ac.in/ESG. I request His Excellency Mr. Reddy Wardoyo, the Consul General, Indonesian Consulate General in Mumbai. Dr. Jay Shah will welcome him with the sapling. Mr. Rico. Okay. Dr. G.D. Yadav, Padma Shri ex-Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India, New Delhi. Dr. R. Venugopalan, IPESS, Joint Controller of Explosives, PESO, Vadodara. Shri Shailesh Bhai Shah, Patron, Sigma University. Srimati Jyotsna Ben Shah, Mentor and Principal Advisor, Sigma University. Dr. Jigar Patel, Managing Director, Sigma University. Dr. Priyesh Gandhi, Provost Vice Chancellor, Sigma University. Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, Chairman, IICHE BRC. Mr. Dilip Desai, ISTD Vadodara, Shri Saurabh Shah, CEO CBCSC Mumbai, Mr. Harshang Patel, CFAO Sigma University. We have all our dignitaries on dais. I'll request all the organizing secretaries to be on the stage. They would be felicitating our dignitaries with the sapling. I would request Dr. Jay Shah to please welcome His Excellency Mr. I.D. Vardoyo. Mr. Nikhil Tonapi. He will be welcoming Dr. G.D. Yadav. Mr. Bhavin Shah. Dr. Ranjita Banerjee. Please welcome Mr. Ratnesh Shah, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India, New Delhi. Mr. Jaimin Patel. He will be welcoming Dr. R. Venugopalan, IPESS Joint Controller of Explosives, PESO Vadodara. Mr. Kisale Kumar. He will be welcoming Shri Shailesh Bhai Shah, the patron of Sigma University. Dr. Ranjita Banerjee. To Srimati Jyotsna Ben Shah, Mentor and Principal Advisor, Sigma University. Mr. Nikhil Tonapi. He'll be welcoming Dr. Jigar Shah, Managing Director, Sigma University. Dr. Jayesh Shah will be welcoming Dr. Priyesh Gandhi, Provost, Vice Chancellor, Sigma University. I would request Dr. Jayesh Patel to please be on stage and welcome Dr. Sanjay Gandhi. Please also welcome Sir Dilip Desai from ISTD. And I myself will take the pleasure of inviting Shri Saurabh Shah. I'll request Dr. Ranjita Banerjee to please welcome Mr. Priyank Patel. I'll request Ifitnaz Sheikh to please welcome Mr. Harshang Patel. He is the CFOA, Sigma University. Thank you to all the dignitaries and the organizing secretaries here. I now request Dr. Ranjita Banerjee to please deliver the welcome address.
Thank you very much, ma'am. A very, very good morning and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on and off the dais to the National Summit on Environmental, Social and Governance 2023. Let's first have a big round of applause for the event. This is jointly organized by Sigma University and Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, IICHE BRC, and in technical collaboration with UN Global Compact Network India, Petroleum and Explosives Safety Organization, PESO, Gujarat Petroleum Control Board, that is GPCB, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, GPCB, and Indian Society for Training and Development, ISTD, Vadodara chapter. I take this privilege to extend my heartfelt welcome to all the dignitaries who have come here in this morning, to our chief guest, sir, G.D. Yadav, Padma Shri G.D. Yadav, sir, ex-VC, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, Mr. Our chief guest, His Excellency, Mr. Eddie Wardoyo, Consulate General, Republic of Indonesia, our special invitee, Padma Shri, Dr. G.D. Yadav, sir, ex-VC, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, Mr. Iko Santaso, Junor, the Minister Councillor for Social Cultural Affairs, Office of Indonesian Consulate in Mumbai, Dr. R. Venugopalan, sir, IPES, Joint Chief Controller of Explosives from PESO, Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network India, Mr. D.M. Thakir, the Member Secretary from GPCB who could not attend because of some preoccupancy, but we have Ms. Rekha Sheikh from the DEE from the office. Welcome to you all. A very warm welcome to our Harsh sir. He also, because of some preoccupancy, and he could not attend. He is our President, Sigma University, and Shreya ma'am, Vice President, Sigma University. They have conveyed their heartfelt wishes for the program. Shailesh Bhai Shah sir, Patron, Sigma University. Srimati Jyotsna Ben Madam, Advisor, Principal Advisor to Sigma University. Dr. Jigar Patel sir, Managing Director, Sigma University. Dr. Priyesh Gandhi sir, Provost, Sigma University. Dr. Priyank Patel sir, our Registrar, Sigma University. And Dr. Harshang Patel sir, our CFAO, Sigma University. Dr. Sheetal Nair, he also couldn't be here because of some exigency. The Chairman, ISTD. Shri Dilip Desai sir, from ISTD, Patron ISTD, and NC member. And I warmly welcome to all the dignitaries from the industry, the press members of the press who have actually been very, very good to us and who have released our good event. I'm sure you have seen the press releases. I also warmly welcome our chairpersons of panels, Dr. Ajay Ranka sir, CMD, Zydex, Dr. KP Sharma sir, IPS, Deputy Chief Controller of Explosives. Dr. Sengupta sir, former Member Secretary, CPCB, that is Central Pollution Control Board. Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, who has been very instrumental in so that this program has taken the shape in the way it has taken, AVP GCL. I also have the opportunity to welcome our supporters and sponsors, without which this event couldn't have taken the shape that it has taken. Mr. Jay Shah from GFL, Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited. Roserve, who have been also very instrumental as us for our, given the power, in fact, so that we could do this event. Deepak Nitrite, the Deepak Group. Our other supporters who have been here. SRF, I would like to take the names because without them, the event couldn't have taken the shape it is. SRF, Luthra Group, Samkiti Group, Kusa Chemicals, Makin Energy, Aura, GPES, that is Gujarat Environment Pollution Services, and Square Petrophils. A very big heartfelt thank you to all of you, and I heartfelt welcome you all who have come from these organizations, and also all the industry partners who have come up from the various industries as awardees, as participants who have made this event a great success. I heartily welcome all our Deans Directors of Sigma University and their great support in all the functions, and the students who have been great supporters that the event has taken the shape it is now. I would also like to add up that in this event we have 330 participants, so a big round of applause for the great, yes, 330 participants, which includes 57 awardees. So kudos to the awardees. We have the grand function award ceremony in the evening, so a big round of applause for all the awardees. We have about 120 participants from industry, 50 participants from various government bodies, 60 from academia, and 50 students in this event who have helped to give it the shape you currently are able to see it. I hope you have a great time, you have a great day ahead, and the learnings which you take, the best practices which we will have, which you will be seeing and experiencing in the upcoming panels and the award ceremonies, I'm sure you will have lovely memories of this event. Thanks, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjita Banerjee. I would now invite Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, Chairman IICHE BRC and AVP and Head EHSF, Gujarat Fluorochemical Limited, to say a few words.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all, one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to important National Summit on Environment, Social Governance, ESG, first edition 2023. I welcome you all. IICHE Baroda, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, is a professional body working in the field of making a bridge between engineers, institute, and industry. Every year we are doing some few programs like process safety management, connecting green hydrogen, and this is today ESG 2023. Next year we are also coming with the connecting green hydrogen 2024. As we all know that ESG has become a crucial consideration for business as well as investor, as it encompasses a broad range of the topics that touch the sustainability, ethics, and the corporate responsibility. In recent years, the focus on ESG criteria is known to everyone.
Recording in progress.
Whether it is addressing climate change. Climate change is not a word, not a subject for the student, but it is a real threat to all of us. Starting from Paris Agreement 2015, from COP28 at Dubai, we all are constantly talking on the climate change, the effect of climate change, and now the global collaboration is required with some declaration. And I am sure that today also we are coming with the white paper declaration, affect all of us, which gives some kind of the positive aspect, what we can do, I can do, you can do, and we can do to save our atmosphere from controlling that temperature less than 1.5 degrees centigrade, which is expected. COP28 UAE is talking about the global stock trade statement where the fossil fuel, non-fossil fuel and going for the renewable energy. So every time this platform gives the policymakers are there, industry, institute, scientific society, regulators and upcoming engineers all are here. And now it's our responsibility as well as accountability. I am repeating the word accountability to do the things which gives some kind of the good effect to the atmosphere for our future generation, to make a sustainable development, to make a sustainable world for all of us. I'm very much honored to witness this historic moment today. This conference room is going to give a immense idea after the event complete. Definitely each individual will bring some idea from here and implement at their particular area. I hope ESG 203 explore not only the challenges and the complexity of ESG, but also the inspiring the stories of the progress and innovation that are emerging in this space by shining a light or as a exemplary good practices, as some awards are also there, those who have implemented good practices in their area or their domain. We can learn from each other and inspire positive action in our sphere of the influence. In closing remark, I want to express my gratitude for your presence, sir. Without your presence and your blessings, this is not possible. Second, participants, yes, definitely, almost from last 15 days, 10 to 12 programs are going almost done, and next few days, few more programs are coming there. But your presence, definitely, it gives some kind of the confident that still, ESG is not a topic, ESG is come for the action. Thank you, all sponsors. They are not like a fossil fuel, one-time use. They are the renewable type of sponsors. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, and let's start on this journey of exploration and discovery together for sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Gandhi. Indeed, it's a call for the nation that we all have to pay attention to the practices that we do. With that, I now request Dr. Priyesh Gandhi, Vice Chancellor, Sigma University, to please august the gathering.
Very good morning, dignitaries on the dais. Specifically, today's chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Eddie Wadio, the Consulate General of Republic of Indonesia, for accepting the invitation and blessing this occasion. Dr. G. D. Yadav sir, Padma Shri, and ex-Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, Dr. Venugopal sir, and D.M. Thakur sir, for sparing their valuable time with us and blessing us. On this occasion, I would like to start with the leaders from the various industries, special invitees, delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. It is my honor to welcome each one of you to the inauguration of the National Summit on Environment, Social and Governance, ESG 2023. This gathering marks not just an event, but a confluence of visionaries, leaders, and innovators committed to shaping the future anchored in a sustainability, social responsibility, and ethical governance. As a Vice Chancellor of the Sigma University, I would like to highlight few notable achievements that the university has achieved within the short span of 6 months since the establishment. At Sigma University, our journey has been defined by relentless pursuit of academic excellence and meaningful partnership. Today, as we stand at this juncture, I am proud to share with you the strides we have taken in forging the impactful collaborations and driving the initiatives that transcend the boundaries. Over 40 MOUs with the esteemed industries, universities, and skill council across India have been pivotal in fostering an ecosystem of learning and innovation. Partnership with the Zydex Industries Private Limited, Rishabh Software, Makarpura GIDC Association, the Electronic Skill Council of India, these are the few which I have mentioned, reflects our commitment to the holistic education aligns with the industry need. Furthermore, the forthcoming MOUs with the AIT Bangkok, Thailand, which is one of the highly QS ranked university, and Tribhuvan University, Latvia, underscore our dedication to an global engagement, offering the avenue for students and faculty exchange as well as the pursuit of the dual degree. The collaboration with the Helix Institute for Public Health stands and testimonial to our dedication to joint capacity building program for research and PhD students. HELIS is the one of the R&D laboratory situated in Mumbai, specifically for the research in the science. This alliance extends to collaborative research, funding application, and establishment of an incubation center for fostering and innovation. Recently, our partnership with the Zydec Industry Private Limited marks an exciting chapter, launching the BTech and MTech program in civil engineering with specialization in waterproofing and paint technology. And notably, the students are offered the stipend and the internship from the first day itself. So that is going to be the new chapter that we are embarking in the history of the academia in collaboration with the industry, amplifying our commitment to practical learning and industry relevance. The Rejuvenate SELI Sigma Incubation Center, made possible through the CSR funding from the SELI Engineering Plastic Limited, exemplifies our dedication in nurturing the entrepreneurship. This center provides a financial aid, mentorship, and support for prototype development and patent filing and fostering the environment and the ripe for the startups. The accord bestowed upon the Sigma University, the award recently we have received a few awards. So few of them are Best University in Gujarat for Industry Interface 2023 by CEGR at New Delhi, and Leading University of Central Gujarat for the year 2023, recognized by the leading newspaper Divya Bhaskar. Stands as a testimony to our collective effort in pursuit of all excellence. Now, there are many industry leaders, policy makers are here. So, to all industry and government leaders present here, I extend an earnest invitation to join hands with the Sigma University. Together, we can create a facilities that mold a skilled workforce directly aligns with the industry needs. This collaboration promises a triplicate win. Win for the students, win for the university, and more specifically, it is going to be the win for the industry, as they are going to have the skilled manpower, as we have done the MOU with the Zydex Industries. For our students, university, more significantly for industry partners. Let us join force to shape the future where education coverages seamlessly with the industry demand, where innovation thrives, and where every endeavor is testimonial to our commitment to a sustainable and prosperous world, and more better for the next future generation. With this, I would like to pose my word, and once again, I welcome you all, and thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Vigyan.
Thank you, Dr. Priyesh Gandhi. Indeed, university is soaring to the heights. I now request Dr. Jigar Patel, Managing Director, Sigma University, to share his insights.
Good morning, all of you. So now it's like it's morning. So today, I would like to first thank you from bottom of my heart to our chief guest, Mr. Eddie, the Consul General, Indonesian Consul General of Mumbai, Dr. G.D. Yadav, Padma Shri, ex-Vice Chancellor, Indian Chemical Technology, Mumbai, Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Connect Network, India, New Delhi, Dr. Venugopal, IPSS, Joint Chief Controller of Exclusive, PESO, Vadodara, Gujarat, and Mr. D.M. Thakur, Member Secretary, Gujarat Pollution Control Board. Today, we are very glad to join hand with such a great agencies, and very happy that now government and private partnerships are looking in the issues which really affect to the day-to-day life impact. And I'm sure today here, all dignitaries of the dais are equally important, which are on the dais. So I welcoming all of dais integrity to this event, ESG, and we, Sigma, is committed to bring any noble and good cause towards society. We open to execute any sort of this summits. I must congratulate Team Sigma for selecting such a great topic, and I am really very glad to have you all here in this platform. Thank you. Thank you, and all.
Thank you, Dr. Jigar Patel. I now request Shailesh Bhai Shah, patron Sigma University, to share his words of wisdom.
Good morning to one and all. The guests are sitting on the dais and off the dais. I'm surprised just I had refused to spend the time to say something and to continue the session, but they have introduced me, so I'll have to say something. All about the subject, there are many experts, doctorate and this government nominees too. And I'm only the person who is just back to everything. I don't know anything about much, but I say that sustainable goal, that is, while we take the breathing, it is our self-sustaining. And likewise, we will have to carry forward and project the ideas about this self-sustaining. Everywhere, around us, around our society, around our city, around the country, and those who are not learned about the environment has to be given a lesson or to taught them that what to do exactly, and then it comes to the subject rather, and we will be happy. So what we are doing is not a facilitate to us very recently, but I'm sure that this will be facilitated for upcoming 5 years or 10 years. All the children or the children of the nations will be much more good health keepings and everything on that chapters. Not speaking much about it and not speaking wasting the time of, I'll just complete my speech. Thank you very much for calling me on stage. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shailesh sir. I now request our guest of honor, Mr. Ratnesh Jha, the Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network India, to say a few words for us.
Thank you, Asman. Namaskar to all the dignitaries present on the dais, and a very warm welcome to all of you who have spared your time to come and listen to us. This is a unique opportunity to co-create, and as the speaker just before me, Shailesh Bhai, admitted honestly that I am not an expert. Similarly, none of us are experts. We are all learners, because I mean Industry 5.0 I just read in the booklet that was given to us. So every time we are thinking that we will become smarter than the nature, and we will try to overcome and establish mastery. Unfortunately, we are reminded very painfully that no, you have to learn to coexist with me. You cannot dominate. So that is the theme of today's session, ESG. I will come in greater detail in each of these alphabets, because that's what I do for my living. This university, and as Priyesh Bhai was just mentioning, is creating a landmark event in the history of this city, the state and the country, because it has the raw power of the youth. Youth come here to learn skills that will help them get good jobs, and he mentioned a lot of companies who are offering placements, but side by side or stealthily, it is also introducing these values of sustainability, of ESG, which is, I'm telling you, a unique thing, because that is the way forward. The youth that are present here in this hall are the leaders of tomorrow. And if they get these sustainability lessons, sustainability values, and the kind of exposure that we have today, various leaders in their own professions, they have all come here. So if this interaction, even 10% of that the students could retain, it would help them in the future career, in the future life, because every day we take decisions. Right from waking up till we go to sleep, we have choices. And the choices are sustainable, but slightly expensive, slightly difficult, and unsustainable. which is very easy, and in our scriptures, this choice is called prayers and shreyas. I'm sure many of you are aware. So prayers is what is desirable, one likes to do. Fast food is a very easy example of that. And shreyas is what we need to do. So if we believe in this value system, that we must not go run after the prayers and try to achieve the shreyas, that's the way the whole global environment will be saved. And a very potent example which our Honorable Prime Minister Modi has given, lifestyle for environment. So many of you are representing very big industries, chemical industries, manufacturing industries. So you have a mandate to report to SEBI, etc. And you are doing your bit. But what as individuals we are doing, that also has impact on the climate. So all of us will have to together work for it. And I represent the UN Global Compact, which is a global organization and initiative of the Secretary General, Mr. Kofi Annan, which 23 years ago had said that every industry is, they invited the industries that please come and join this global movement, which is called the UN Global Compact, in which you will give a declaration that you adhere to the 10 universal principles. And the 10 universal principles are the same as what we now know as ESG and same as what we know as 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So from 2000 to 2015, UN Global Compact worked on the 10 universal principle exclusively. Now also we are continuing with it. So anyone, GFL, he is represented here, he is one of our early members. So, and every year he celebrates that UN Day in his plant, and we work with him very closely. And similarly, many other industries may be present here. So basically, every industry has to declare that I adhere to the 10 universal principles which are woven around the ESG. And every year you have to report that yes, this year my plant did so many things, this year my company did so many things which help further. So it's a global, and we aggregate it across 123 countries where we are present, and we present it to the UN General Assembly that this is what private sector has done. So there are UN agencies, more than 40, which work on very specific ideas and very specific themes, like UNICEF works for children, WHO works for World Health maintenance, but we as UN Global Compact work on all the SDGs, the ESG, but with private sector. So we are the exclusively mandated. And I would request if any of you have any questions, I would be happy to interact with you. I would not take more time here, but just last point, ESG. So environment, everyone is aware. You open your TV, you open your newspaper, everywhere, every day we get news of some natural calamity happening. Now, that is also very ironic that we are talking about it as a natural calamity. Actually, it's not natural, it's man-made. We created the condition on which this event happened, which is coming to us as a calamity. We encroached on riverbeds, we did so many things for our immediate gains. And maybe we gained for some years, but ultimately, Chennai is underwater, and I should not be smiling while saying this. A lot of our fellow citizens are suffering because of the short-sighted nature of thinking that we can ignore E and achieve more profits. Then the second aspect is S. S is the social. And often we think that, okay, minimum wage act is there, labor inspector, this, that. No. S is much more than that. S reflects something in CSR efforts also, that the society in which your industry is placed, is that society more equitable, or are we creating more inequality? Because ultimately the stability of the society depends when everyone has work to do, food to eat, and a dignity. So S part looks at that. So the industry, what is it doing on the social aspects? And someone mentioned accountability. So this is also the accountability, that are we creating a more unequal world? And unfortunately, the data says yes. And the epidemic which we just survived the last 2-3 years, I mean, unfortunately, that created more inequality. So the organized becoming more stronger, the unorganized or the informal sector becoming more vulnerable. Is it acceptable that 94% of the population, we are not caring about it? I mean, government is doing it a lot of things to make them survive. But then is it not our responsibility to look at education, health, and other social sectors and contribute in a meaningful way? So that is the S part. And then governance, I think I don't need to tell you here because the audience is very, very select, and governance is what we do within our company. So our own HR practices, our own whole system of procedures, is it positive towards people who come and work with us? So are we being fair to our co-workers? Are we reporting correctly? Are we interacting with the outside world the way we should? So this whole gamut of ESG was first, I mean, I'm happy to share that in a UN Global Compact study in 2004, we proposed it, and then UNEP took it up, and now it's the global buzzword. So we are very happy to have fathered a concept which is now creating ease of reporting. Thank you. Thank you so much, and I really compliment Sigma University of having put together such a wonderful constellation of leaders, thought leaders, academic practitioners, diplomats. I really look forward to listening to all of you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ratnesh sir. I request all the participants, you can use social media and use tags like ESG 2023, hashtag Sigma University, hashtag ICCHE. We are in a moment to activate ESG in more wider space. So with that, I request Dr. R. Venugopal, IPESS, Joint Chief Controller of Explosive PESO Vadodara, to share his insights.
The chief guest of the summit on environmental, social and governance, Sri Eddie Wardoyo, the Council General of Indonesia. Padma Shri G.D. Yadav, the eminent chemical engineers we adore. Dr. Piyush Gandhi, the Vice Chancellor of the Sigma University. Sigma itself, the name, shows a commitment. Thank you for your commitment. Mr. Ramesh, the ED of the UN Global Compact Network. Mr. Thakur is not there, I think, Member Secretary. Right. Mr. Jigar Patel, the Managing Director of the Sigma University. Mr. Shailesh, the Chairman. Thank you for inviting me to this august audience. It's a distinct honor to address the Sigma University on ESG. This is being held, do you know, at the right time, when the COP28 is going on. All of you know that. It's COP28 is the United Nations Climate Change Conference taking place in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, from 30th September till today. Today is the last day. More than 1 lakh people are attending the conference. So we are at the right time. Maybe Sigma may not be remembered that date, but we remember because we are the regulator who control the entire petroleum and compressed gas, pressure vessels and other things. So we were so keen on this to attend this program. UN Climate Conference takes place every year and are the world's multilateral decision-making forum on climate change with almost complete membership of every country in the world. To put it simply,
The COP is where the world comes together to agree on ways to address the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that we have a limited global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, helping vulnerable communities adapt to the effect of climate change and achieving net zero emission by 2050. Discussions of COP28 need to make progress in several work streams. If the students of here who are keen on ESG, please go to the United Nations website and see the progress of these meetings. It's wonderful to listen to that. And how the progress in social welfare work streams, hammering out the loss of and damage finance facility to help vulnerable communities deal with immediate climate impacts, driving towards a global goal on finance that would help fund developing countries' efforts in addressing climate change, accelerating both energy and just transition, closing the massive emissions gaps, just to name a few. So this is the right time Sigma is coming with this conference. That is petroleum. We are a PESO. We are the regulator for explosives, petroleum, inflammable substances, etc. We are a 125-year organization of the Government of India. So to support such an initiative is great. We PESO send our warmest greetings to all the participants here and the delegates. We commend the wise leadership of Mr. Sanjay Gandhi for holding such a forward-looking and innovative conference, and which is critical juncture for the energy industry, not only in Vadodara, but as a country as a whole. I would like to thank the VC Sigma Vice Chancellor for gracious invitation to address this distinguished gathering and such a illustrious line of speakers like Yadav Saab. It is my suggestion to invite Yadav Saab. It's great, you listen to him. I am telling all of you, don't miss this class. It is a very beautiful session wherein you will enjoy his words, a commitment to the environment, the sustainability, and whatnot. Listen to him in the coming time. My congratulations to Dr. Renchida, who has been the heart of this conference. She was innovative, and she didn't forget not to ask any questions to me with regard to the organization. When they came and met me, I have said this is the way to do it. Especially the core theme was being guided by PESO. We need to cognizance of how oil and gas industries are being impacted by environmental, social governance requirements and the climate disclosure drive from the financial community. We are concerned about the ESG footprint and standard access to risk of the industry. Here I wanted to tell you some changes in Gujarat to bolster India's aspirational journey to realize net zero ambitions by 2016. Do you know the major industries, which is oil industries? What has the oil industry done to protect the environment? I would like to discuss with you, because we are the regulator for the petrol pumps, the oil installation, refinery, cross-country pipelines. I will just take an example for the students who are keen to listen to it. Indian Oil has set up an achieving net zero operational emissions, stage 1 and 2 by 2046. So what IOC has done, I would like to tell you. For IOCL, this year, 2023, is year of strengthening the green resolve. They have, in Gujarat, they have put up 285 CNG stations. Okay? And they have put up EV of 1021 EV stations. Okay? And solarization, they have done in 1,100 numbers of solarization, retail outlets, and refineries. So this is the commitment IOC has done to have ambitious plan to cover 100% network. That is 1,800 retail outlets is in Gujarat. So their plan is that. So let me have a look at HPC and BPC. BPC has done solarization in 270 retail outlets, 270 retail outlets. They have 236 CNG stations. So CNG means it's a good fuel. So that is it. So they have put up 60 electrical charging stations across Gujarat. So that is what they were doing. So similarly, HPC is having 176 CNG stations across Gujarat, and they have 217 electric charging stations, and they have solarization has done in 600 outlets. So this is a very good development in Gujarat, which I wanted to give you an example how we are going to the energy transition, how we are going to achieve by 2050 what will be India's green energy future. I am in the committee for several of the hydrogen committees. Several of the hydrogen committees, I am a member. I am chairing one of the committee also on green hydrogen. Do you know Gujarat is the first state having first hydrogen dispensing station in the country. We are reviewing the performance of the hydrogen dispensing station, and the second one is at Reliance at Jamnagar. Reliance is coming with a lot of projects. I congratulate L&T to be the first green energy industry. They have an electrolyzer at Surat. They have put up an electrolyzer plant, and they are producing hydrogen there, green hydrogen. So Gujarat is a vibrant state wherein we are going to get, I am from Kerala, but I am supporting this for the last 4 years to see that this environmental, social, and governance is done by this country, especially in Gujarat. Gujarat is having the largest number of major accident hazard industries in the country. 2,200 major accident hazard industries in Gujarat. And we have to protect the environment, we have to protect the state. So this commitment from the Sigma and Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Nikhil Tonapi and the team, they are working hard on this. We congratulate each one of you for this wonderful conference wherein we can discuss the promise of a better world for all can bloom in the soil of dialogue and mutual respect. To this end, we cannot be satisfied with a future of promise. We must work for a fulfilled promise. This future requires us to lay down our arms, to stand in stronger solidarity, to protect our environment, to cultivate our shared values, to accept and respect our differences. In this way, we will bring forth the world of our dreams, a world of our peaceful coexistence, a better world for all. What we always have to keep at the top of our consciousness is that we are today is not for today alone, but for the inheritors of our planet future. I wish everyone a successful National Summit on ESG. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Venugopalan. Indeed, Gujarat has been leading and placing itself as a role model, and we hope it does in ESG sector too. Okay. Now I request our keynote speaker, Dr. G.D. Yadav, to please enlighten us. He has come all the way from Mumbai. He is the ex-Vice Chancellor of Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Dr. Yadav, sir, please. Now, sir. Okay, sir. So you will say a few words.
Yeah. Thank you very much. His Excellency the Council General of Indonesia, Mr. Yadi, the Shahas, the Patels, and Gandhis. Mr. Jha, dignitaries of the dais, thank you very much for inviting me. Actually, I have made a very nice presentation, and as Dr. Venugopal said that you should listen to me, so I will do it little later. But I must, at the very outset, compliment the Sigma University, IICHE Baroda Regional Center, PESO and ISTD, and also Gujarat Pollution Control Board. You know, my desire is that, you may laugh at it, in future we should not have Gujarat Pollution Control Board and we should not have Central Pollution Control Board. What I mean by that, that means we should be so responsible towards our environment, requirement of energy and sustainability, that the number of officers in these offices should diminish and become zero. That means we have achieved the goal. We are talking about net zero by 2050. Remember, China says 2060, India says 2070. So why this ESG? Because there is no ecological balance. There are 5 important cycles in our life. To start with, carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, phosphorus cycle, sulfur cycle, and water cycle. So in that water, hydrogen comes and oxygen is there. And why sulfur? Without sulfur, there will not be any life. Perhaps you don't know this. That is a very important cycle. So in Latin, you know, it is called theos, which is devas in Sanskrit, that is deity, God. Sulfur is God. So you have thiochemistry. Those who are chemistry will understand it. So since there is an imbalance in all these cycles, natural cycles, we have all these disasters. Climate change, you know, everyday temperature is rising. There are disasters like, you know, quite interestingly, I was supposed to be in Chennai tonight. I had a meeting there with the governor tomorrow. I said, I'm not coming. Because, you know, you cannot land in Chennai. It's flooded, very bad. So who has done this? As, you know, Mr. Jha was saying, it is a man-made disaster, not, you know, natural disaster. That is correct, absolutely correct. So ladies and gentlemen, you know, since I'm going to talk formally, I will stop here, and at the same time, I compliment these organizers of thinking of such a ESG series. It's a good concept. Maybe it will give you some mileage. There will be a picture in the newspaper tomorrow, okay? At least in Baroda, that ESG they have started, ESG. So this is ESG 1.0 or ESG 2023? What are you calling it? Good, good. You have multiple editions. Like you educate the people, get, you know, delegates from all over the country, and let it be an international ESG. Why national? Okay, that's my desire. I stop here, and I will talk little later, if you permit me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. G.D. Yadav. It's my utter privilege to invite His Excellency, Mr. Edi Wardoyo, the Consul General Republic of Indonesia, to say a few words.
Good morning. Namaste. Your Honor, Professor Dr. Yadav Padmasri, the Honor Dr. R. Venugopal, IPSS, PISO Baroda, Joint Secretary, Control of Explosive, and also Sri Sailesh Shah, founding chairman of Sigma University and Madam, distinguished guests, faculty members, industrialists, and students of Sigma University. First of all, I would like to say that it is an honor for me to speak in front of such a distinguished audience this morning. And I'm very delighted to be here in Vadodara, a clean and comfortable city. This is my first visit to Vadodara since I assumed the position of Consul General of Indonesia in August 2023. And allow me, this morning, I would like to share Indonesia's efforts in the areas of environment, social, and governance. As maybe you already know that Indonesia is a country with rich natural heritage like India. Indonesia is a home to a diverse range of ecosystems, including rainforests, oceans, and mountains. And also, Indonesia is a country with a growing population. As a result, of course, Indonesia is committed to protecting the environment and also ensuring a sustainable future for our people. And in recent years, Indonesia has made significant progress in the area of environmental protections. And I believe that environment, social, and governance are all interconnected. Ladies and gentlemen, investors are increasingly applying these non-financial factors as part of their analysis process to identify material risks and growth opportunities. ESG metrics are not commonly part of mandatory financial reporting, so companies are increasingly making disclosures in their annual report or in a standalone sustainability report. Numerous institutions, such as the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, the Global Reporting Initiative, and the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, are working to form standards and define materiality to facilitate incorporate of these factors into the investment process. As I mentioned earlier, Indonesia is a land that is rich in natural resources, abundant waters, fertile land, routine wet and dry seasons. It also has strategic locations. And if you look at the map, Indonesia is a sandwich between the Asia and Australia continent and between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Oceans. Because of that, it makes that anywhere you live in Indonesia, the environment is a dominant part of life, and people instinctively know that they need to protect nature. Indonesia is a big archipelago country, unlike any other, because as I said, that Indonesia is a bridge across Asia and Australia, and if you look at the Pacific Ocean, drains westward, it is a constant current, and Indonesia consists of more than 17,000 islands, and only third of those islands have been named, and some seas between the islands are shallow, but some are deep enough that nuclear submarines pass undetected. Within the marine biodiversity, coral reefs are needing of the most attention. It is not surprising that the marine receive the most assistance from corporations and European countries. And also, Indonesia's dense wildlife means that people accepted its influence on human life. Children grow up learning to protect and to love their environment. And corporations know their role in nurturing micro businesses who are at the very forefront where nature lives. This top-down approach also gives investors the confidence in knowing that the needs of the environment are never forgotten and always in the front of mind of every Indonesian. As a country that rich in natural beauty as it is in earth resources, Indonesia's Moluccas are the original spicy islands. And until today, Indonesia is the string of emeralds along the equator. Investors are spoiled for choice in how they want to be involved in the Indonesian economy, as the Indonesian economy is the largest in Southeast Asia right now. Indonesia is also the fourth largest country and the third largest democracy after India and USA. In other words, Indonesia is the partner unit in this corner of the world where setting up your business is easy and operating in this environment is beneficial for all your stakeholders. I would like to say that when you love the Mother Earth, and in Indonesia we call it Ibu Pertiwi or Prativi, as much as Indonesians do, your contribution to the planet have a direct correlations to your own happiness. The flora and fauna of each island is guarded with a passion for conservation in Indonesia. Each island is usually governed by the same group of people who grew up there and know its challenges intimately. In this picture, for example, trees bend towards the ground, and it is a sign of coastal degradations due to rising sea levels and global warming. While investors may weigh material risks and growth opportunities, Indonesia continued on their steady growth since 2008. The democratic reforms started even earlier. We have in 1998, with scholars now calling Indonesia the most democratic country in Southeast Asia. Next year, for your information, in February, Indonesia will have general elections to choose directly its president as well as members of parliament in central, in provinces, and also in regencies and cities. So this is at the same time. And in the same year, in November, there will be local elections to choose directly 37 governors. The governors in India is the chief ministers, 415 regents, and 93 mayors. So this is the massive elections in Indonesia at one time. In the last 20 years, the fight against corruption has brought down judges, business persons, governors, and even cabinet ministers. And you can read in the newspaper. The benefit of all this is enjoyed by the innocent people and the investors who have decided to do business in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to tell another part of Indonesia, that is tourism. As I'm sure that you already know that Bali is one example of where the freedom of expressions and religion is done responsibly. Society is seen as the family that we belong to, and the responsible governance of oneself is akin to having your parents watching out for you. The Balinese custom of families donating fruits for the gods is also ruled by customary tradition designed to make sure that traditional fruits used for prayers are not depleted. And the fun fact is, hotels in Bali are not allowed to be built taller than the tallest coconut tree in that vicinity. And this is that you can check this fact the next time you visit Bali. I hope so. While Indonesia is not as modern as developed Asian countries, what you can find is campsite instead of hotels, bamboo instead of metal pipes, and wood instead of cement walls. Many travelers that you find in quiet beaches and islands say that most of them, they enjoy the lack of tourists in Indonesia's destinations outside of Bali. What they lack in technology and connectivity, they make up for in hospitality and the feeling of being at home. Tourism destination in Indonesia, including Bali, nowadays has already implemented what we call CHSE. CHSE stands for Clean, Health, Safety and Environment Sustainability. And it is a certification program initiated by the Indonesian Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And this program is to guarantee tourists that tourism business and destinations adhere to specific protocols in these 4 areas. And if you look at the CHSE, as I mentioned, there's a benefits of these certifications. First is it is increased tourist confidence. When tourists see CHSE certification, when they arrive in the hotel, for example, it gives them peace of mind knowing that the business or destination has taken steps to ensure their safety and well-being. The second benefit is improved competitiveness. CHSE certification can help businesses attract more tourists by demonstrating their commitment to high standards of cleanliness, health, safety, and environment sustainability. And next benefit is enhanced brand image. CHSE certification can help businesses improve their brand image and reputations, especially in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. And also, for the business, they can have government support. The Indonesian government is providing financial and technical assistance to businesses to help them obtain CHSE certification. And the best investment may be the ones that give benefit to humans, but keep the environment exactly the way it originally is. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, corporations seeking to partner with community-based businesses can find many options in Indonesia, from family-run handicraft shops to large-scale stores that recycle used items. And in a country like Indonesia, where even villagers are conscious of sustainable production cycles, it is easy to find cities or villages that can channel an injection of funds into responsible projects that benefit the land, its people. Embedded into Indonesian values is gotong royong. Gotong royong is the spirit of togetherness that dictates that my neighbor's burden is also mine. Missed harvests are a time for helping each other, while family celebrations become a village affair. Being mindful of others, I'm sure, is also an Asian value. Whilst most Indonesians believe that your happiness cannot be separated from your neighbor being fulfilled. And this cycle of awareness fits well with concept of accountability and honesty, where the welfare of the group is the welfare of the self. Organization putting high value on environment, society, and governance will find Indonesia a place to call home, where the metrics of success can be measured in smiles beside just miles, where financial disclosures automatically include your corporate contribution to the places where you operate, and where your business blueprint simultaneously calculates your carbon footprint. And in Indonesia, it is easy to be ESG oriented. And let's hope that ESG awareness is not merely a business trend, but another template for conscientious living. Indonesians live the energy of environmental awareness, social responsibility, and self-governance. And in this forum, I would like to say that Indonesia is your partner for a better future for our next generation. So this has been a closer look at the Indonesian natural endowment, the Indonesian nations, and the Indonesian spirit of honesty and accountability. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that my brief explanation of environment, social, and governance in Indonesia has given you a clearer picture of what has been done in Indonesia so far. And I do believe that Indonesia and India have a strong foundation for cooperations in these areas, and we share a commitment to sustainable development, and we have both made significant progress in recent years. In next year, in 2024, the two countries, Indonesia and India, will celebrate the 75th anniversary of bilateral relationship. I'm sure that this is a great opportunity to reaffirm our commitments to cooperation and to work together to achieve even greater things. I once again call on all of you to join me in collaborating to advance the interests of the people of India and Indonesia in the near future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request the team to please offer the technical proceedings. We would be releasing the technical proceedings. All the participants shall have these proceedings as part of the kit, so you may refer after the release. I request all the dignitaries to please release the technical proceedings. And we'll have a lovely picture with each one with them. Thank you, everyone. We'll now do some felicitation for our guest and chief guest. I request Shri Saurabh Shah, CEO UBCSC, and Dr. Priyesh Gandhi, Vice Chancellor, to please felicitate His Excellency Mr. I.D. Wardoyo, the Consul General, Republic of Indonesia. I would request Dr. Jigar Patel and Shri Saurabh Shah to please felicitate His Excellency Mr. I.D. Wardoyo, the Consul General, Republic of Indonesia. I request Sri Shailesh Shah to please felicitate Mr. Yoko Santoso Jr., Minister Counselor, Council for Social Cultural Affairs, Office of Indonesian Consulate General. Ladies and gentlemen, clapping does not affect the environment. I request Dr. Jigar Patel, Managing Director, Sigma University, to felicitate Dr. G.D. Yadav, Padma Shri, ex-Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. I request Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, Chairman, ICCHEBRC, to felicitate Dr. R. Venugopalan, IPESS Joint Chief Controller for Explosives, PES Vadodara. I request Mr. Harshang Patel, CFAO, Sigma University, Mr. Priyank Patel, Sigma University Registrar, to felicitate Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Executive UN Global Compact Network, India. I request Dr. Priyesh Gandhi, Provost, Sigma University, to offer felicitation token from us to the Member Secretary, GPCB, Mr. D.M. Thakur. Since he has his absence, we request Ms. Rekha Sheikh to please accept on his behalf. Our Deputy Environment Engineer, Ms. Rekha Sheikh. Thank you, everyone. As we come to the culmination of the inauguration ceremony, I request Mr. Dilip Desai from ISTD to please give vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and particularly student community. Over a period of time, they are to occupy the dais, maybe as CMD, maybe as controller of explosive, maybe as vice chancellor, dean, but they are the future of this country. So on this occasion, I would like to specially mention that student community is also very equally important. As ISTD is a joint partner for organizing this conference, it is my pleasure and privilege to propose a vote of thanks. ISTD, the full form is Indian Society for Training and Development. Its head office at Delhi, and there are around 45 chapters all over India. Baroda is one of the most vibrant chapters, and I am very happy to announce that Baroda got the Best Chapter Award last year, competing with 45 chapters all over India. On this occasion of proposing a vote of thanks, I would like to thank Mr. A.D. Borboyosar and his colleague diplomat from Indonesia for having come here, and he has given a flavor of international conference-like things. Another important personality, Professor G.D. Yadav. We have to admire his energy level. Yesterday, whole day he was traveling right from Bhubaneswar to Hyderabad, to Ahmedabad, and to Baroda. He reached here almost in the morning. He came here at around 2 o'clock in midnight. After having slept for a couple of hours, he is right here, and we have to admire his energy. We are very much thankful to you, sir, for having come here. I thank Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India, and Dr. R. Venugopal, sir, Joint Chief Controller of Explosive, for having given us very informative, small but educative talk during this session. So I will not take much time, but I am really thankful to Sigma University as such, who has provided all the necessary infrastructure, financial support and everything to make this program a success. I thank all the volunteers who have directly or indirectly supported and worked very hard day and night to make this program a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dilip sir. I request all the dignitaries to please take a seat in the audience so that we can ask Dr. G.D. Yadav to give us a keynote. Yes, sir, they are just proceeding. I request I request all of you can take a quick 5-minute break, a bio break. You can take the tea is very much available till the time we load the presentation. So you can take a quick 5 minutes bio break and tea. So, hashtag GPCB. Please use the social media to spread the awareness about ESG 2023 National Summit happening at Baroda. The link is mentioned on the screen. You may use the link to post it on social media. Our keynote is ready. Request all of you to quickly, people outside the hall. Sigma students, can you please volunteer to get people inside? Thank you. Request all of you to please take your seats, people outside the hall, inside the hall. We'll keep having more connecting sessions at lunch. Request all of you to please take your seats. Quickly, please. We are ready for the keynote speech. I request all of you to please come. You all can please bring your tea and have it here. We do not want to delay the event. Request you all to I'll hand over the stage to Dr. G.D. Yadav. Sir, please.
Hello? Yeah, it works. Thank you very much. Are you comfortable? You had your nice cup of tea or coffee? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to entertain you for some time. I'm going to provoke you also. So, as was said in the inaugural function, the importance of ESG. So, as a scientist and engineer, what I think of, and I will give you some ideas and what is required to be done. Okay? So, how do you integrate ESG priorities with your organization? No matter which organization you represent, whether it is academic institute, industry, government, okay, whatever. So, one part of the story, that is the environmental part that I will cover in great detail. So, the carbon footprint is a very big issue which is talked about by everybody, including, politicians and whatnot. And the pollution boards for that matter. So they talk about low carbon footprint. So what is the meaning of that low carbon footprint? Carbon is required for us to survival. Carbon is required in the soil for the plants to grow. But carbon is not required in the atmosphere beyond a certain limit. That is, so what are those things which the government is intending to do? Okay, the GHG is known to everybody, carbon dioxide emissions, which are the industries which are polluting. Then how do you make processes energy efficient, so-called process intensification? You reduce waste and all that. That is another part of this ESG. And of course, how to manage environment. And the biodiversity efforts which the government is putting on and what we should do. Then the climate change is another issue which is talked about. I was telling somebody in the morning that I was supposed to be there in Chennai tomorrow, but I cancelled it because the last couple of days the Chennai airport was closed. It was flooded. Nobody had imagined that, but it is happening. Then what are those recycling processes? Because the so-called net zero goal, what we do, that I'm going to talk about. And of course the emergency preparedness. Should there be something which goes against our wish? So yes, one important thing is that we talk about fuel mix because energy is very important for our survival. So should that energy be containing carbon? And my answer is no, but I will tell you why we should not have petrol, diesel and all those things. Then carbon negative fuels, because we are concerned with the environment. You have to increase the combustion efficiency. Nothing is 100% efficient. So how do you do that? Renewable feedstock, renewable energy, green energy, and recycle engineering. So UNEP has given certain decarbonization sectors. Most of the time we concentrate on the transportation sector, or the cars and trucks and aviation and whatnot. But there are other sectors which are also responsible for greenhouse gas. The buildings emit a lot of carbon dioxide. Okay, that is not many people talk about it. Then the agriculture sector and food, and forests, and of course energy and industry. And most of the time people blame chemical and allied industry. Chemical industry is the most blamed industry. But actually chemical industry does not emit that carbon dioxide what people will think about. Okay. And of course there are social aspect to this where the public awareness, when you bring any new technology into the market, you have to take the public with you. And there are many, many examples, including X-rays and which is used in all hospitals, or the so-called MRI, which is nuclear magnetic. The N word was dropped so that people are not afraid of it as an atom bomb. Okay, then we have to look at the community welfare, and this is where corporate social responsibility has come into picture. So the companies are required to spend money on health, education, local communities, and cleaning the environment. That is the part of this CSR. And you know that most of the companies have to do it. They have to report it. The sustainability report is a part of the annual report of all these companies, public limited companies for that. And you have to look at the workers' health and working conditions. And of course, the governance, you know, the board of management or diversity of the board of directors. So I sit on 6 boards, so I know what sort of expert is there. You want people, you want diverse, you have to have a woman, you know, director these days. You cannot have, you have to have at least one woman director. And also whether the board is independent or they, you know, are hanji to the management. The independence, the board. So it is very important, because sometimes people will say whatever the management say, and so the board is not independent. So this sustainable business is another issue. So I will cover some of these things in there. So this is a very important slide of my presentation. Before the pandemic, January 2020, the atmospheric concentration of carbon dioxide was 410 ppm. During the year, you know that there was practically no activity, but still we added 2 ppm. That means somewhere carbon dioxide was being emitted. Today it is 424 ppm. And they say that this carbon dioxide emissions will rise by, you know, 2 to 2.5 ppm every year. However, if your fuel contains carbon and there is no technological intervention, by the year 20 to 50, the temperature of the globe will rise by at least 6 to 8 degrees C, and that will be disastrous. No species will survive. And that time the concentration will be 2000 ppm. So this is very, very alarming. And remember how much carbon dioxide we emitted last year? Almost 40 gigatons. This number can vary, but we emitted that much. So you have oil refineries, and as against that, they're talking about biorefineries. That is, you use biomass as a source of chemicals, materials, and energy. So in the case of biorefinery, you have these processes: kerosene, naphtha, gasoline, diesel, kerosene, you know, the aviation fuel and whatever you call. All of these lead to greenhouse gas emissions, carbon dioxide emissions. So that is a part of our program's environment, right? And another is when you use biomass, that also goes in the form of carbon dioxide. So you say, okay, the trees are taking care of it, therefore I need not worry. So the so-called net zero goal means that whatever carbon dioxide you generate, that must be consumed by some means, whether it is technology or some carbon dioxide based, you know, processes, or by trees. So how many trees you can plant, because our population is rising day by day. So that is another issue. So really speaking, although everybody is talking about net zero, and Dr. Venugopal mentioned about this COP28 in Dubai, net zero is not the solution. Take it from me, and I will prove why it is not the solution. Net negative is the solution. And for that, because this happened, this World Meteorological Organization on 17th May, they said that we are going to breach this 1.5 degrees C goal by 2027, and we have set a goal of 2100 this entire century. So we are in a real danger. So we have to develop technology yesterday, not even tomorrow. That is the real problem. So what are we going to do? So this slide will tell you this, that in 2020, just before the pandemic, the world as a whole used to emit 35 gigatons, billion tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by all processes. Unless that is brought down to 10 gigaton and there is a stability, that 1.5 degrees C will not be achieved. That means every year in future, you should not have more than 10 gigatons, 10 billion tons going into the atmosphere. And now you see that our carbon dioxide emissions are growing. The previous slide where I showed that by the year 2200, we may breach 6 to 8 degrees C. So that is a real danger. So all companies in the European Union and elsewhere, all companies, whether chemical or otherwise, they have set their goal and they say that they want to be net zero. Is it really net zero? It should be net negative. Otherwise, we are in real danger, okay? So I will provoke you. So yes, we have to take carbon out of our fuel mix. We have to take carbon out of our fuel mix. So how do you do that? So there are hydrogen technologies. Carbon dioxide should be viewed as a new oil. So it's the so-called decarbonization. From everywhere, wherever carbon dioxide is going, we have to take it out. Then biomass valorization, because by 2050 we will not have any crude oil. Coal will last for another 200 years. But then clean coal technologies, things like that. But then if you make hydrogen out of it, you have to take carbon dioxide somewhere, decarbonization. Then plastic is a commodity which helps us tremendously. And during this COVID time, you know that how plastic saved the world. But it is the most blamed commodity. That is because of the government policy, I'm telling you that. And I will suggest a policy. What should be the policy of the government as regards plastic? So how do we recycle waste plastic? And that is another. So circular economy and recycle engineering. So these are some of the things I will cover in my lecture. Let us look at this slide very carefully. You know, our renewable energy will be 73% of the mix in 2050. And in that we will have solar energy, wind energy, nuclear energy, gas, natural gas will be there. Coal will be still used. But if we use coal, that CO2 has to be taken care of. Otherwise, we'll be polluting the world. And that time, we will have something like 49,000 terawatt hours of energy required. My suggestion to the government is 20% of this should be produced by India, because we are the most populous country. 1.42 plus billion people. We have taken over China, right? So unless India and China decide to do something, the world is not going to be peaceful. And the Western world is not going to give us technology, as you know that. Okay? So for me, then there is a new trinity. We always talk about Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, the trinity, right? We talk. For me, the new trinity in today's world is solar energy, wind energy, and hydrogen energy. And I call hydrogen is the prime devas. Devas is Dev, deity, means God. Why do I say hydrogen will be the prime devas? Because solar energy and wind energy will give me energy only, but I need materials. And the materials will be provided through hydrogen. Hydrogenolysis of biomass and waste plastic and other things with whatever is containing carbon, that is going to save me. So hydrogen will be my savior in the future. So I look at this slide very carefully. You know, global hydrogen production, you know, it is about 100 million tons now, for instance. Of that, almost 95% comes from steam reforming of methane, natural gas. And natural gas steam reforming means carbon dioxide. 1 ton of hydrogen produces 11 tons of carbon dioxide. So that means I'm polluting the world. The refineries are the most polluting in that sense. So what are you going to do? Can you capture this carbon dioxide? Can you sequester that? So because we are talking about environment and sustainability. So you see that why hydrogen? Because hydrogen specific energy is the highest among all fuels. You take the wood, which the villagers use, and go across, have, you know, petrol, diesel, LPG, anything. Hydrogen has very high caloric value, almost 3 times more than petrol. Ethanol is little higher than methanol, but it doesn't compete with that, right? But hydrogen does a very good job. So hydrogen can be used for green energy generation. two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers. I can use it for synthetic fuels from using carbon dioxide and hydrogen as feedstock. Okay, I can upgrade the bio-oil. Bio-oil is typically produced by pyrolysis of biomass, and that cannot be used directly as a fuel. You have to hydrogenate it because you have to take the oxygen content out of that to make it hydrocarbons. That is another issue. Then today we talk a lot about green ammonia. So if you have nitrogen, which normal process, ammonia process is well established. The only thing is the source of hydrogen will be green hydrogen. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. Okay. Then we can have green metal industry. Steel industry is also another polluting industry. China is number 1, India is number 2. So what we do, I will tell you a little later about that. So look at this hydrogen demand. These are projections. Like projections, all projections have gone haywire so far. Technological projections always go haywire. Although they give us a ray of hope, they never really catch the point. Like, you know, in the year 1895, the Patent General of America, he was asked, how many patents will be there in the world? He said there may not be more than 4 or 5. We should reduce the stock. That was his, you know, projection. In 1984, Bill Gates was asked, what should be the RAM of PC? He said 64 KB is good enough. Now a young born toddler doesn't accept a toy with less than 1 MB, right? So you can imagine, even the pundits have failed in predicting technological advances. Nobody can predict technological advances because it is a accumulation of efforts in all different sectors. And human beings always live on hope. So we need not be despair. I think tomorrow's world will be much better than today's world. That is my belief. So here you see that hydrogen demand. There are 3 important agencies: International Energy Agency, Hydrogen Council, and Energy Transition. Okay, we also have energy transition here in India. What happens? Look at them. They predict anywhere between 540 to 830 million metric tons by 2050. And there are 2 types of hydrogen, blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. There is a variation. Somebody says 25-75, somebody else says 75-25, somebody says 50-50. But the important point is hydrogen will be there, and hydrogen is going to rule all industries. So I was talking to Dr. Menu Gopal. We have to develop a lot of hydrogen infrastructure. I have a meeting at 2 o'clock today. The government has appointed a committee. They want to know what can be done, safety about hydrogen, things like that, what infrastructure we can do in India. So that another important thing, this statistics is from the World Economic Forum. Only 73% of the global emissions are covered, and in that 12% is USA, 25% in China, 7% is the EU, and others are 29%. In that, India is also included. 27% countries do not have net zero goal. Why? Because either they are poor or they are not industrialized. They are poor and they are not industrialized, maybe African countries. So that means the other part of the world, the other advanced nations, they must take care of the carbon dioxide emissions. Okay, that is what it means. So what is the meaning of green hydrogen? Some of you may already know. It is not the color of the gas, because the color is given to show that related to the hydrogen is colorless. Green hydrogen means there is no carbon source in that production of hydrogen. Typically it is water. You can use something else. You can use H2S also, okay, or HCl also. But so that is the gold standard is that. And typically that gold standard is electrolysis of water. The whole world is sold to electrolysis of water. I'm talking exactly about it. I'm saying we can use it thermochemically. So we have been working in that area since 2007, and ONGC Energy Center is my partner in all my patents and processes. So we have been doing that, okay. Then what is blue hydrogen? You may have any source of carbon. It may be coal, naphtha, or anything else, carbon. But the carbon dioxide which is produced has to be captured. and sequester. Okay, that is at least 90%. Then it becomes blue hydrogen. And the third is gray hydrogen, which refineries are doing right now. Steam reforming of methane. But they don't capture the carbon dioxide. It goes into the atmosphere. So that is another issue related to. And the world's capacity of refineries is almost 100 million barrels per day today. Okay, 100 million barrels. So you can imagine how much carbon dioxide is being produced. There is also another process is called turquoise hydrogen. That is, you do pyrolysis of natural gas, CH4, that carbon becomes carbon, and the hydrogen, you get 2 moles of hydrogen. That is another way of doing. But very recently, on 30th October, CNN reported that somebody found this so-called white hydrogen. That means naturally occurring hydrogen. You know that hydrogen is highly reactive. So why it is existing there somewhere underneath? What is the mechanism? Are these coal mines where, because there has to be inert atmosphere, then only hydrogen will stay in that. But that hydrogen, they say it is only about 6 million to 250 million metric tons. So that is what they say. But we require more hydrogen than that. But very funnily, our Ministry of New and Renewable Energy redefined green hydrogen. They said 2 kilo of carbon dioxide per kilo. There is a notification. I said, this is stupidity. You can give incentive to industry if they are reducing the carbon emissions, but don't change the definition, like changing definition of Avogadro number, okay? Because you don't like it. That is not the way to do it. Ministry also, I don't know which bureaucrat thought about it. I'm sorry they have not understood. You cannot change scientific definition. Economic incentive is totally different from scientific definitions. And now the government, in one of the meetings, I said, why did you change the definition? Now they say they are re-looking at it. But they have notification also. So before bringing out they made a locking stop of themselves in the world. Ajib, we don't have any scientists in India. See, listen, this is what happens. So yes, give incentive, you reduce carbon dioxide footprint, but don't say 2 kilo carbon dioxide is also good. that is not correct. So, you know, there are many ways by which you can make carbon dioxide, okay? And some of you might be already doing it. Okay, in this slide, I have said natural gas, ethanol, making all other things, syngas from coal or any other sources. We also did many things in our lab based on bioalcohols. But the most talked about is the electrolysis of water, that everybody is talking about that. You know, I will not name the industrialists because some of them are my friends, okay? And I have to generate money from them. So, you know, somebody says,
recording in progress.
Hydrogen in at this cost. Another company says 100, but they don't have any technology, believe me. Announcements are made. Stock exchange, it is good, make announcement. So what happens in this electrolyzers, we did, you know, thermodynamic analysis of electrolyzers. Even if you assume 100% efficiency of electrolyzer, the cost is $2.61. 100%, it is not. So in USA, what they are doing, Joe Biden took a decision. He said, I will give you $3 incentive per kg of hydrogen, produce it. That means the hydrogen cost is about $6 to $7. Okay? So they have given a challenge of 1 decade that you bring it down. We will give you incentive. So it is government policy for green hydrogen to be effective. Government has to intervene. Government has to support the industry and not blame the industry. In our country, we blame the industrialists as if we can live without industries. So that is the problem. So we can make hydrogen from biomass. So there are many ways, like lignocellulosic biomass. And I will give you some, and so you can see how can you have gasifier and you make hydrogen, you capture the carbon dioxide. So whenever there is carbon, you will have carbon dioxide. So you have to take care of the carbon dioxide, maybe carbon dioxide, and this is known to the refineries, amine processes, or hot caustic KOH. Everybody knows. So you are not reinventing the wheel. Only thing, you are purifying the hydrogen, which contains, you know, hydrogen and carbon dioxide. So Also at the same time, biotechnology can be used to make hydrogen, the so-called dark fermentation process. Okay, we can do that. So no matter which source of hydrogen biomass is there, you can create hydrogen. However, in that cases, you have a co-product, that is carbon dioxide or acetic acid. So these processes are well known to biotechnologists, but ultimately remember, nobody is going to put industry unless they make money, right? Why should they pay money? So I jokingly tell my students, engineering by definition is making money. You cannot be an engineer if you don't make money, right? Otherwise you will remain chemist and put it in the, burettes and pipettes. Engineering means you have to make money, and you should not pollute the environment. That is what the new definition of engineering. So at the same time, we have thermochemical routes of hydrogen. We can make thermochemically gasification and pyrolysis, another way by which we can make hydrogen. So, and there also we have to use many technologies. So the cost of this hydrogen increases because we want pure hydrogen, and it is not coming free, right? So look at this. For example, we can make hydrogen from food waste. We generate, all this MSW, municipal solid waste, contains at least 50% biomass, which is food. 10 to 12% plastic. Then others is the, the debris, construction and debris and whatnot, metal, everything is there. So that is also a rich source, which can be converted into chemicals, materials, hydrogen, whatnot. We can do that. That is another way of achieving sustainability. So you see, food waste, we can have many things in that. So I have shown some. You see, I'm not going into the details of describing slides. I'm just making you aware of the world, what is happening, because your conference is ESG. So you will have some take-home message from me. So, for example, bioalcohols, ethanol, butanol, ethylene glycol, glycerol. Glycerol is a co-product of, biodiesel, which is 10% by weight. And biodiesel cannot compete with petrodiesel because the cost of biodiesel is very high. So you have to valorize, this glycerol which comes out. And from glycerol, you can make almost 30 different products. One of them is hydrogen. We can make all those things. We studied this. We have got few patents. We have published also in international journals. But what we did something which is very exciting as a scientist and engineer, that this is so-called thermochemical processes of making hydrogen. So that means it is based on heat. So you require a source of heat. So there are 216 cycles of this thermochemical processes. So one of them is copper chlorine cycle. Another is sulfur iodine cycle. So we did work on both, but because ONGC was supporting me, they said, sir, you concentrate on copper chlorine because it was less energy intensive in comparison with sulfur iodine. So we became so highly successful in that. We modified, although it is well known in the literature, we modified. We got several patents, international patents, for this particular copper chlorine cycle. Now, what happens? At the same time, our Ministry of Power, last year, they announced they notified it. They said 50% of energy needs of India by 2030 will be met by renewable. Okay, so all companies are given this challenge. You have to reduce your carbon footprint. So what is the meaning of that? That means water and air will be our feedstock. So you take water, produce hydrogen and oxygen, and during COVID what happened? We are literally gasping for oxygen. So we get hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen from air. Then if you coax nitrogen and hydrogen, it become both are green in that phase, then it was green ammonia. So that means the energy source should not be coal or carbon. And we have another policy, very interesting policy, EV by 2030. Unfortunately, yeah, you may have EV car, even I have a EV car, okay? But if I'm using that, electricity from coal, it is CV, it is not EV. the pollution is shifted to some other sector. It may not be within the city, but since we are looking at the globe as a whole, pollution has not stopped. In the city, it is not there, but it's somewhere else where electricity generated is made. So you look at ammonia. Why ammonia? Because hydrogen storage and transport is very big. Our great PESO expert is here, right? So they said that requires 300 to 700 atmospheric temperature. We have standard, BIS standard up to 200. So what should be the material of storage, transportation? So that is a hydrogen infrastructure is a very big challenge. I'm a member of that committee. I'm telling you that very big challenge. But what they said, a simpler way will be using ammonia as a source of hydrogen. So you produce hydrogen by using any green energy which I have given here, listed here, that is solar, wind, hydro, and you make water electrolysis, or another which we followed in our lab and did many experiments and proved it, that is thermochemical. So that is green hydrogen. And then you have air, you coax nitrogen out of it, maybe by PSA, pressure swing adsorption, or cryogenics. Use that nitrogen, react them. So ammonia synthesis is very well known, Haber-Pras process. Ammonia can directly substitute hydrogen in all those applications, whether it is IC engine, boilers, fuel cells and whatnot, we can use it. Or the other way is to decompose it on site, produce nitrogen and hydrogen, so it do the same job. That is why ammonia infrastructure is, so the majority of these European countries and Nordic countries, they are using ammonia as a fuel. So, this is happening. So if our government says, okay, we'll have that policy, nothing wrong. In fact, that this PLI scheme is given to them and many people are now going for ammonia. Our government missed the opportunity. We should have produced more ammonia, more urea and all those things instead of importing. But that sometimes government goes wrong. So here government went wrong. Okay. So you can see, so by 2050, what we'll have? Only we'll have blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. Because that is the target for the net zero target. So net zero target, China 2060, India 2070, rest of the world 2050. So my simple question, can we not do it before 2050? And as an optimist, I believe it will be done much before that, because the world has taken cognizance of it. So India will also do it before this. So this, our process we call ICT, OEC, hydrogen production technology. We have developed it, we have patented it, and I've been saying that I can produce hydrogen at 95 cents per kilo if my production capacity is 100 tons per day. If it is 1 ton per day, it is $11. Okay, it is $11. So economy of scale, as you chemical engineers will know that, these matters are very greatly in this case. So this is our modified process. I used to run this plant in my institute, 25 liters per hour to 100 liters per hour, and now we have shifted this to Goa. ONGC is a property called Ipsum. It is like a peso only. Yes, we are doing it, and in February, the Energy Week, Prime Minister is going to visit and see our, Mr. Nitin Gadkari has seen my facility. So I will tell you something. So the cost of hydrogen, the electrolyzer cost has to decrease day by day. Like 1100 during the pandemic time, by 2040 it has to be reduced by 1/5 to 20. They say it should come down to 150. So all the research and innovation is going in that area. Okay, then also the cost of electricity. What is the cost of electricity? So making hydrogen $1 per kg is a real challenge, and it is an engineering challenge, not the concept wise. Everybody has proved the concept. So this is what it is, 111. They call it is, so-called earth shot. That is DOE, Department of Energy of USA. So in cricket, 111 means you get out, right? Nelson's eye. Since India is a cricket-loving country, this 111 is also a challenge for scientists. Don't get out. Can you produce it? Otherwise, hydrogen cost in refineries about $2 to $2.5 per kg. And we have to bring it down to 1. And there in refineries, we pollute. We don't, so this is what I did. You know, I compared my processes with others, including coal, natural gas. So the so-called brown hydrogen, green hydrogen, turquoise hydrogen, blue hydrogen, all those, the last column is my process. See, coal will give 19 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of hydrogen. Okay, gray hydrogen 11 tons, blue hydrogen 0.2. So if our government meant that, they could have said blue hydrogen, but not, you know, green, calling that as green hydrogen. So the cost varies depending, and this is minimum 100 tons per day, okay? So we calculated, we did many simulations. We have published also, apart from our patents. So we showed that it is possible to produce, and that is what we are doing right now. So very interestingly, on December 6th, Honorable Nitin Gadkari mentioned me by name in Rajya Sabha, Dr. Yadav's process. You know, so because he had seen what we are doing, so he's become a fan actually. He says you should commercialize it sooner. So that's an encouragement, right, to scientists. Normally people criticize scientists, but here somebody is praising, so it is very good. So this is what we do in our case. We have solar energy, we have water, everything else it is a closed loop. We have copper chlorine cycle. So somebody asked me this question, how many tons of copper you require? I said it is inventory once. It's like using platinum catalyst, right? So I use that. I produce hydrogen, and they can convert carbon dioxide into methane, methanol, dimethyl ether, formic acid, you name it. Many things I can do. So not only that, methane, I can make LPG. I can make higher hydrocarbons. So we have got several patents, and actually we, you know, asked for expression of interest. 26 companies showed interest in our process. So some of them said they would like to be a partner in developing bigger pilot plant. But since ONGC is my partners, everything is 50-50, right? So we are weighing. So we have identified 4 of these, including some foreign companies. But we have to see that in the so-called Atmanirbhar Bharat, we produce hydrogen at that rate. And so we are doing these experiments, you know, in Goa. Many of my PhD students are working on that in that area. So you see, we can make even ethanol. We can make isopropanol. We can make butanol. Many things can be done. So what we did, we integrated this. Okay, we integrated hydrogen production. And so supposing you have a fossil fuel, there is no fossil fuel by 2050. How are we going to get our chemicals, materials, etc.? It is the waste biomass or purposely grown grasses. That is what is going to give me. And carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide will be a source. Okay, C1 chemistry. So see how many chemicals I can make from this, and there are several ways: chemical catalysis, biocatalysis, plasma, electrochemical, photochemical, name it. So these are matters of research and innovation. A lot of people are publishing it, but what is important here is to scale it up. Scaling up economically is the most important challenge in all these processes. You may have hundreds of papers, but scale up is the one which makes a difference. So we can make many other chemicals from carbon dioxide. Okay, you know, sometimes you know, chemists funnily say we will make salicylic acid. Say how much salicylic acid? And I used to say jokingly, how many people you want to have headache, you know? So this is so another important part is making methanol out of carbon dioxide. It is not from syngas. Normally these processes are based on syngas, methanol. I can make it directly from carbon dioxide, and we have patents. We have also done dimethyl ether. See how many chemicals we can make from methanol, and methanol can directly be used, although its calorific value is little less than ethanol and almost 1/5 of hydrogen. It can be used as a fuel, and the race cars use methanol. The fuel, the flame is not seen there, but That is one way of doing it. Similarly, dimethyl ether can be used. So our success story that we have converted carbon dioxide to methane and higher hydrocarbons. We can also deal with biogas, so-called CNG, that carbon dioxide content in that I can convert it into total hydrocarbons. So we have done many experiments and we have publications on that, and this can be commercialized. So many people have shown interest in that. Okay. So but now I want to be a businessman. I say we will have equity. I'm not going to sell technology for peanut and you make money, right? We should also make money. So that is another thing. So so we have converted carbon dioxide to dimethyl ether, and Godavari biorefinery. My good friend Samir Somaya said yes, he will partner with me. So we are going to sell this technology across the world. And dimethyl ether is a very good substitute for LPG and diesel. You can mix dimethyl ether in the same natural, gas pipeline. You don't have to generate or make another pipeline. That is the beauty of dimethyl ether, okay? Then, and I'll tell you something interesting story. Sometimes bureaucrats go horribly wrong. 1995, it was proposed that we should have dimethyl policy, okay? You can make it from methanol also. Some wise bureaucrats say it has no future. Till today, we have no policy. And the whole world is talking dimethyl ether. But sometimes bureaucrats should be given scientific lectures. Right? In that ESG, governance, the company should always have innovation director, not just director. Independent, but innovation director, who will think much beyond the, current scenario. So another interesting thing is, so you compare petroleum refinery. We know petroleum refinery means benzene, toluene, xylene, and butanes, maybe other things. But that is what it is. And you go on derivatizing it. On the contrary, biomass, when you convert, it is defunctionalizing because it is highly oxygenated. There are so many chiral centers, so many things are there. So defunctionalization means more money. So the cost of chemicals produced, I can produce benzene, toluene, xylene from biomass. I can produce it from lignocellulosic biomass, okay? I can do that. So you see that, so integrated biorefinery, you can have multiple products. You can produce a lot of things here. You see biohydrogen, biomethane, biohethane, syngas, bioalcohols, biodiesel, name it, everything can be converted. And we can value add to this. So the next theory is that, so in other words, what it means, it is hydrogen and oxygen. That is water splitting. To valorize biomass, I require water. That was the theme I told you some time back. Water and air will be our feedstock. So you see, in this, we have cellulose, hemicellulose. Don't go into the structures of this. It is just showing you how many chemicals I can make from this. Okay? And I also jokingly say that I don't need sugar cane to make sugar. I can make it from, hemicellulose. All these sugars can be made through it. So we also did some. So lignin, see how many products I can make. And everywhere hydrogen comes into picture. Now you remember what I said, Trinity, hydrogen is prime. This is the reason I said that, because we can make this. So there is a rich catalog of chemicals which can be made rather than burning that carbon as a fuel. And there you may go for net zero, but that is not going to solve our problem. So we analyze this. We have published this. This article has more than 10,000 downloads. So we said, yes, it is hydrogenation, hydrogenolysis or oxidation, develop catalysts, develop nice reactors, separation processes. These are technologically challenging, but they can be done. So that is what we said in that article. So hydrogen and oxygen are important precursors in the new future industry, chemical industry also. And there are 14 platform molecules. Look at the structures. Don't have to remember names. They all contain oxygen. Okay, but they are very important, valuable chemicals, like furan chemistry, for instance. So we can also make bioalkanes from biomass and carbon dioxide. This is a very common scene. These days you cannot go to Delhi.
it is highly polluted. The particulate matter PM content is very high. Their AQI is some 350 to 400. So you have to go previous day. Morning you cannot go there. Why? Now one of the reasons is the burning of this biomass, agri-waste by farmers. We burn 350 million metric tons. My suggestion to the government, don't burn it. Ask the people to densify it, collect it, make briquettes, and those briquettes can be taken somewhere else and we can make chemicals and materials. Okay, that is the solution. So that means government needs to have a policy on that, right? So see how many chemicals I can make from that biomass which the farmers are burning. All sorts of xylose, glucose, lignin, furfural, and furfural is going to be very important. So is going to be HMF, hydroxymethyl furfural. See how many things I can make. So in other words, farmers can benefit by hydrogenation or hydrogenolysis of biomass, waste biomass. That has to be a policy. Instead of giving freebies, tell them, I will buy your waste, give it to me, I will pay you per kg something, and I can take it, compact it. That is required as a policy. So government intervention, otherwise farmer will always burn because he thinks it is useless. He thinks that carbon which is burning, it is improving the fertility of the soil. It is true, we require carbon in the soil, but not this way, polluting the atmosphere. Okay. So the other question, bioethanol, mixing, fuel mix with bioethanol. Is it a good idea? How many of you? Raise your hand. I'm taking a class here. How many people think that mixing bioethanol in petrol or diesel is a good idea? It is a bad idea. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because so we did this analysis. In the refineries, petroleum refineries, they require hydrogen in 8 different processes. And I also told you in the biomass conversion also we require hydrogen and oxygen. So these are the processes in that place. So if I have hydrogen, so we analyze. This is, this article was written in August 2020 during the pandemic period. So we did this analysis. 1 kg of crude, a standard refinery, will give me 32 megajoules of fuels plus 0.2 kg of chemicals. Based on that, okay. However, 1 kg of biogas gives me only biomass, rather gives me only 6 megajoules, almost 1/5, or 0.8 kg of chemicals, which I showed you before. So we did this analysis for 97.4 million barrels per day capacity of refineries. You see there, that is 215 barrels per second, but 100% conversion to fuel is only 10 barrels per second. But if I convert into chemicals, it is 320 barrels of very valuable chemicals. In other words, make chemicals from biomass rather than burning it as a fuel. And I told you in the beginning, we have to bring down the content. So it is not net zero, net negative, okay? So biomass valorization, see, you do once dehydration of ethanol, 12 different chemicals can be made. Ethylene you produce, so you have your refinery, all other things can be made, okay? So biomass, bioethanol as a feedstock for chemicals, and you remember, this is a very important policy. So carbon should not be burnt as a fuel, but it should be used for making chemicals and materials and polymers. Another important topic, plastic waste, which I told you about. There are 7 different types of plastics which are used commonly by people. So plastic ban, government sees, because everywhere you see plastic is littering. We have Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and whatnot. So like GPCB maybe say, hey, ban the guy, okay? Banning is not the solution. Solution is why? Because plastic is available free, you throw it. See, there are these PET bottles here. You will throw the bottle, but supposing you had put a deposit on that, say 10 rupees per bottle, irrespective of the size, even on the straw or the milk pouch, you will return it. So recycle policy should be there rather than banning it. Banning means police become rich. Police like ban actually. Wherever there is alcohol ban, I need not name the state, there is more money in that ban. And we lose revenue also. Some 3,500 crore revenue is lost. So you see, ban is not the solution for anything. If one technology creates a problem, another technology must solve it. That is the history of technology, right? So I'm saying, like a newspaper boy comes to your home, drops the newspaper, your housewife collects it, and then sells it. The raddi is more valuable than the content in that sometimes, right? Baroda Times, for example. What is it? It is all stupidity there. But you make more money by selling raddi, the West paper bound. Similarly, can we not have a policy to recycle plastic? So when I said that everywhere you should have 10 rupee, you do it in GPCB, giving you advice, free advice. That you, at the home, the housewife cleans because she wants the last drop of the milk. She doesn't leave it. So it is a clean plastic bag. Somebody else comes and he says, madam, give me the bag. You have put 10 rupees. 5% is my commission. Digital economy. Right? For everything, we can make money. Waste is not valued, therefore it is creating problem. You go to any marriage or party, for example, here also, right? Because it is free, you go on taking Malaysian food, Thai food, Punjabi food, Gujarati food, Marathi food, and you don't like it, so you throw it. But suppose we put there a bowl. You go to any marriage, and you have to give gift to the boys and girls, right? So you say, sir, put 100 rupees for this dish. Everywhere it is written, 100 rupees. Your wife will not allow you to touch it. Because she knows you are not eating that damn thing at home. Why are you eating it here? So money is saved. And if somebody still wants to eat, that 100 rupee like this can be given as a gift to the bride and groom. They will be happy. Our problem of waste and environment is because we are getting everything free. Free is the reason for this environmental pollution. Okay, so that should not be. That is what I am saying. So what should we do? Again, hydrogen comes to our rescue. Hydrogen comes to our rescue. So we can have chemolysis, pyrolysis, gasification, and I can depolymerize things and go back to the monomers. So we can do that. Or the best, so that is hydrolysis, glycolysis, ammonolysis, name it. We can depolymerize. Again, technology. Challenges are there. However, I can do hydrogenation and hydrogenolysis of mixed plastic. In other case, municipal solid waste, 80% of the money is going on segregation. By the technique I told you, the matter is segregated at your home only. So you get segregated plastic, which is polyethylene bag. You get segregated PET. The rack pickers only pick up the PET bottle because India has a recycle rate of 90%, which is not the case in the Western world. So what I am trying to tell you, so even if we have mixed plastic, hydrogenation helps me. See, this is what is happening. And all these technologies, where it is generating HCl or ammonia or H2S, these technologies are known. So I am not reinventing the wheel. The other part what I get is I get cracked part. So I get hydrocarbons, which can be a source of chemicals and materials. So pollution which we did before and pollution which is likely to happen in the future, I'm taking care of that. And then the other thing, Swachh Bharat says, right? You take it and see, this is what is required. This is what is required. See, sometimes you cannot have knee-jerk reaction. You have to have a policy which is consistent. You can ban, like overnight they will ban something. No, that is not. You have to understand why that is prevalent. Why plastic pollution? Because it is free. It is becoming thinner and thinner and lighter and tougher and tougher. Therefore, we are throwing it. So, and I have given here all sorts of technology, all sorts of polymers are covered in this. I can do that. So we are not reinventing the wheel. We are reprocessing, recycling. So recycle engineering is the important story here. That is, we have to do material recycle, energy recycle. If we do not do that, we will require 3 more Earths. The so-called, linear economy vis-a-vis circular economy. This is where the point is very clear. So sometimes chemical engineering students are frustrated. Surana Saw is laughing, but that's the fact, right? They say, "Arey, that guy, neighbor's kid has gone for computer science. This kid has gone some electrical engineering." But do you think anything can be made without chemicals? You show 3 objects, man-made objects, without use of chemicals, I will give you 100 crore rupees. I don't have a single penny in my pocket, but I promise you I will give you 100 crores because I know it is not possible. Your mobile phone is the best example of contribution of chemical industry. What you are wearing on your body is everything is a produce of chemical industry. Only thing you don't know it. Yeah, only WhatsApp message you think it is a chemical. That is the electron has to go through some medium, right? So we require chemicals. So for example, in the year we introduce solar energy, wind energy, they have a life of 20 to 25 years. These are available now. But in some cases, the wind blade is 240 meters long. 240 meters, imagine. Look at the solar panel. So recycle engineering, I'm going to stop, madam, I know that. I know, but I'm giving you important message. Look at the battery recycling. EV, when the battery capacity goes down to 80%, we think battery is useless, right? But that can be used for storage. So China is number 1 in this, okay? They have a $45 billion business by 2050. Shipping industry, another polluting industry. So we can use methanol, we can use hydrogen, we can use dimethyl ether, we can use many, many things there. So shipping industry. So since that girl came to warn me, I must, go by my point. So shipping emissions. So you see that so many alternate fuels have been suggested. We can use whatever I told you in my lecture. So shipping industry is highly polluting industry. So that is another area. Okay, so we can have the greenhouse in shipping industry. So we can decarbonize the shipping industry by the methods which I told you. So zero carbon fuels for shipping industry. That is another area. Then your hydrogen fuel feeder vessel. Okay. And so right now the cars which are available on hydrogen, like Honorable Nitin Gadkari is using hydrogen car, but that is fuel cell car. It is not IC engine, okay. So we can do, so there is another issue related to scope 3. You produce scope 1, but scope 3 emissions are also equally important. And now companies are looking at it. It's good to know that. So you require better road, better infrastructure, and all those things to reduce that emission. So net zero, I told you about net zero. So there is a methodology. Sometimes people ask, what is the method by which you calculate this, scope 3 emissions. So this is the ISO 14064 standard, which can be used, okay. So many things are there. So this is related to the emissions. So conclusion, it is possible to decarbonize any industry if the targets are set and technologies are developed. So hydrogen plays a very, very important role here, okay. And so green ammonia, green hydrogen, they will help us here. And as I told you, nothing is waste. We have to use the so-called system engineering approach. So then green economy, bioeconomy, circular economy, all these things fall in place. Okay, so way forward is green hydrogen will be the savior of the world. Carbon dioxide will be a very valuable resource for making chemicals, fuels, and materials. Okay, we can achieve sustainability, we can reduce waste minimization, and recycle engineering. So that is what I wanted to tell you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for inviting me. I also know I overstepped on my time, but it is like a preacher. It is like a preacher. He wants to awaken the God within the man and says, okay, now you are enlightened. I hope you are enlightened. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And you did definitely wake up a few. So we will, yeah.
They would have slept otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed an enlightening session and lot of insightful information, particularly for the future that ESG holds, and especially hydrogen that has in significance for.
So I stop here, right? I can go down?
Yes, sir. Please,
Okay.
please take your seat. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. There is a hard truth said by Robert Swan. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. So it's time that we all save it. This calls for an end of the inaugural ceremony. We would be immediately starting with the first panel. So I first request you all to please stand up for the national anthem so that we can end the inaugural ceremony.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. I will now hand over the stage to Irfat Naz for the further panel discussions. Irfat Naz, over to you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Irfat Naz Sheikh from Sigma University. So ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been eagerly anticipating has arrived. We are about to embark on our first panel discussion, a forum where ideas will converge, perspectives will unfold, and insights will blossom. Our esteemed panelists, each a beacon of knowledge and experience in the realm of climate change and environmental sustainability, are set to initiate a discourse that promises to be both enlightening and transformative. I request Mr. K.P. Sharma, chairperson of this panel, Deputy Chief Controller of Explosive, PESO, Vadodara, Gujarat region, to felicitate the esteemed panelist. Yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. I'll call. Mr. Shankar Karale. Mr. Shankar Karale has 29 years of experience. Mr. Shankar Karale. Mr. Shankar Karale has 29 years of experience in chemical industries, CETPs, and common TSDF facilities covering safety, health, environment, sustainability, and manufacturing. Next speaker is Mr.
Recording
Jigar
in progress.
Dewala. Mr. Jigar has professional career spanning over 19 years in the domain of sustainability, EHS, and climate change. He has worked across diverse industry sectors such as transportation and port operations, logistics, pharma chemicals, etc. Our next speaker is Mr. Nayan Shah. Mr. Nayan Shah currently serves as the Director Sales of IDE Technologies in India. With a 24-year tenure in the industry, Nayan Shah has been instrumental in driving sales initiatives, forging strategic partnerships, and championing sustainability practices within the organization. Mr. Subodh Kumar. Mr. Subodh Kumar is a science graduate, PGDEM, MBA, and DIS. He is heading EHS function of Naveen Fluorine International Limited, Surat Division, and is associated for more than 5 years. His last assignment was with Wockhardt Pharmaceuticals Limited, Ankleshwar.
Hello.
Ms. Neetu Jain. Rotarian Ms. Neetu Jain, acclaimed as the Cool Roof Lady, stands as the visionary founder of Panache Green Solutions, a trailblazing enterprise in the realm of high SRI cool surfaces. Her extensive expertise encompasses a spectrum of innovations, including cool roofs, walls, and road coatings, coupled with advanced thermal insulation and waterproofing solutions. Mr. Turbashu Bhattacharya. He is an experienced professional in sustainability management and wastewater infra equipment leasing segment. Dedicated professional on sustainability with special focus on water management for industries and communities. Presented white paper on water conservation as part of the CII Committee on Energy and Water of the Western Region. The chairperson for this panel is Mr. K.P. Sharma. Mr. K.P. Sharma had joined PESO organization since 13/11/1998 and served at various places like Agra, Chennai, Lalitpur, Chandigarh, Kolkata, Guwahati, and Faridabad in various capacities. So, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to engage wholeheartedly, pose questions, and absorb the wealth of expertise that will be shared during this panel. Panelists will be happy to take 4 to 5 questions from audience at the end of the panel discussion. Together, let's explore the path forward towards a sustainable and environmentally conclusion future. Without further ado, I hand over the mic to Mr. KP Sharma and let the panel discussion commence.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to be here. It is my privilege to be here to chair this session. This program is a wonderful program organized by the Sigma University with the technical collaboration of the PESO and IICHE and other sponsored fellows. I first welcome all the dignitaries and panelists with us and all the industry people who have come from their industries and given their precious time for this wonderful program. I hope that they will surely get something and take away from this program and will add to the climatic change and environmental sustainability this panel as well as the entire program also. So climate change is any change in the temperature or the water levels that affects the earth for a long period of time. Humans today are experiencing rapid and unexpected changes in the temperature where we witness hotter weather and the sudden severe storms. However, the impacts of the climate change do not stop at hotter temperatures. The rising temperatures that results from the burning of the fossil fuel cause the melting of the ice glaciers and the increase of water levels. On the other hand, droughts in other regions causes the changes in the subterranean layers of the earth. Due to the absorption of the water from these layers, according to an article by NASA, the changes in the water levels are one possible reason behind sudden earthquakes due to the changes in the tectonic movements of the earth layers. Rising oceans threaten the flooding of coastal cities like Alexandria, Miami, Tokyo, which will result in the sudden and unplanned displacement of people. This affects the physical and the mental health of human beings, causes the loss of the crops and shortage of the food supply, and disturbs the ecological systems in one way or the other way due to the loss of the certain animals or the plant species. As in the earlier inaugural session also, Dr. Padam Shri G.D. Yadav has given the wonderful presentation and all the important aspects he has covered in the slides towards the zero as well as negative carbon emission. So our panelists will also add through their ideas in order to decrease the temperature of the universe, which is expected by 1.5 degree. So I invite my panelist members to enlighten on this aspect so that the climate change and the environmental sustainability to be maintained or adhered. So first I invite my panelists. Shri Shankar Karale for panel discussion, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sigma University, all sponsor and all supported to this function. Really, this is a requirement, and after Professor G.D. Yadav, we are doing very less. But this is individually due to from industry. Lot of initiatives we are taking in chemical industry. I will present from Aarti Industry Limited. Can you 17 number of slides? But Yadav told one good thing, only industry is not emitting CO2 emission. There is a lot of activities the CO2 emission doing, but individual industry also, you have to contribute for greenhouse gases emission reduction. So Aarti Industries is a manufacturing specialty chemical started in 1984. All benzene-based chlorination, hydrogenation and nitrogenation. So benzene is a one major raw material. Second, chlorination, nitration, HNO3. We are located at Jagadia, mostly in Gujarat and Maharashtra. Jagadia, Dahej, and Vapi area, Tarapur in Maharashtra. So we'll see what initiative we are initiated for ESG and climate change. Yeah, next slide. So environment related carbon emission, morning you have seen GD Yadav's presentation. Almost we are matching our initiatives with GD Yadav initiatives. Carbon emission, waste management, water management, renewable energy, green belt development, social, health and safety, community relations, human rights and labor laws, people management, supply chain sustainability, governance, compliances, board composition independence, business ethics and disclosures, and many policies we are in. Yeah, next. Next slide. If you see environmental related, approach related, water management, we have total 16 units and 10 units are ZLD consisting ETP, RO, MEs and STP plant. We have avoided water withdrawal about 44% and about 85% water effluent we are recycling back into the processes. So last year if you see about 11 lakh KL water we are recycling back into the processes. So we have started water audit also. Again we want to recycling. If you see this ZLD is not really environment friendly because if you see about carbon 7 times required. If you are discharging to marine norms, so 7 times carbon is required to maintain ZLD. So we are thinking how to renewable energy utilize for particularly hybrid energy utilize for this ZLD maintaining. Like this. Yes. So this is a ZLD. All these ZLDs photograph. Our approach related emissions. We have coal-fired boilers. We want to replace that coal by biomass. We have taken trials and we have started biomass because this is an old technology and about 20% we are biomass utilization particularly. But whenever there is a new boilers, we are taking a dual-fired boiler. So 100% biomass. Because biomass availability also issue in this area. So if you see this carbon emission, so we have about scope 2 emission is a 6,85,000 and scope 1 is about 1,34,000. So we have signed SBTi also and we want to achieve about 25% in 2027 by replacing this coal by biomass. So approach towards waste management. So we want to source reduction at a place because lot of process engineer is working on that for yield improvement, recycling, recovery improvements, route change also. And whenever there is a waste generation, we want to recycle or we want to convert into the valuable products. We'll see that next. And whenever there is a not possible, because right now some chloride contained in our waste, so that is not going into cement industries. So we are thinking of chloride bypassing system, yeah, chloride reduction system, so that 100% that can recycle into the cement industries. So our approach is like this. If you see this slide, so incineration is a lot of CO2 emission and energy requirement, ME second. And lastly, if you see the ETP plant given by natural phenomena, only biomass, that's require less energy and less carbon footprint. So we want to convert this incinerable waste at ETP stage. And lot of experiment we have done, a lot of improvement also done in this area. If you see this approach towards waste management, our waste generation is about 5 lakh metric ton per annum. About 92% waste we are recycling like this, that hazardous waste converted into the valuable product. I will give one example. HCl we are converted into the calcium chloride. Spent sulfuric acid we are converted into SSP, converted into dicalcium phosphate, used as a raw materials. NOx we are converted into NSA. Like this, all circular economy we can take as an example. 92% we are recycling hazardous waste, converted into valuable product. Only 8% that have higher chlorides, landfilling waste and incineration waste. Definitely in 2 to 3 years time, we will achieve 100% recycling back. So if you see this trend also, we are increasing percentage also. Definitely we will achieve 100% in 3-4 years. So this is a kitchen waste we are converting into manure and fertilizer. This is related to energy management. We want to utilize more renewable energy. So this year we have signed about 13.2 megawatt renewable energy. We are taking outsource. We are doing lot of energy efficiency equipment installation also. So this is a social performance. So social also, if you see, about 14.2 crore last year we have utilized for particularly social contribution. This is about governance performance. Lot of policies we have introduction, new policies introduction, so that governance will be properly for ESG. So this is a summary of last year. So if you see this CO2 emission, 1 lakh metric ton we are reduced due to the higher efficiency, coal replaced by biomass. About 8 million lakhs energy save, 44% we have water recycling. So like this, there is a initiative we have taken with. So this is a sustainability report we have started this year, 6 year we have completed for sustainability. This is available on Aarti's website. This type of initiative we have started. We want to, because our raw material is a benzene, we want to purchase green benzene from SABIC. This process is going on. So that from raw material to waste, you want to green. Thank you so much.
Now, on behalf of the audience, I ask you some questions from our panelists. How much economically viable versus environmental sustainability regarding the renewable energy development in your organization?
If you see this coal-based power plant, right now maybe 8 rupees, 9 rupees cost of power. If you purchase renewable energy, like solar, that may be 4 to 5 rupees, yeah, 4 rupees. Only availability of renewable energy infrastructure, that may be the issue. Otherwise, renewable energy many times better than the coal-based power plants. Yeah.
Thank you. Now our second panelist, Mr. Jigar Deliwala. Mr. Jigar Deliwala has the 29-year experience in the chemical industries, CETPs and common TSDF facility, covering safety, health, environment, sustainability and manufacturing. His previous organization was Messrs UPL Limited and group companies. He is working with the Messrs Aarti Industry as head corporate environment and sustainability since April 2019. He is supporting to 16 manufacturing units and 4 greenfield projects. Over to Mr. Jigar Deliwala, please.
Sir, sorry to actually just I'm correcting. Sir has explained about sir, but myself Jigar Deliwala, I am heading corporate function of the Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited. I have 19 years of experience in the field of the environment and sustainability. Apart from that, 10 years I work with one of the Center of Excellence, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, which is Center for Environment Education, where we work for the policy advocacy between the industry as well as the government agencies. So we develop some projects towards the cleaner production, eco-industrial networking. I'm just talking, it is around 2000 to 2010 period. Closely work with, yes, GPCB also during that tenure. And after that, I worked with one of the biggest port of the country, Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited. And now I'm representing GFL, Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited. Having around 19 to 20 years of experience in the particular domain of the environment and sustainability. So I just want to start with this sustainability because this world introduced in last 5 to 10 years. And prior to that, we only understand about the environment, right? Or environment management. But I'm just going to back around 70s, 1970. India has started the industrialization after that only, after independence, and many chemical industry come into the picture. And the pollution related issues, once India has faced, and our Honorable Prime Minister like Indira Gandhi once attended that UN conference, at that time she realized that India has to also come up with their own regulations. Otherwise this environment will pollute and the impact would be very negative on the community and that country also. So you must aware that in 1972, that after that conference, 1974, we have first Water Act, right? Because water is one of the natural resource, easily available. We do not pay for the water, even today in this our country. But after in another country, they pay for water also. So it is one of the precious resource which we are still using at free of cost in industry also. Not industry, but yes, in some of the area. So 1974, the Water Act come, 1977, then water sales introduced. But after that, what happened? Air is also one of the important area where we start thinking. And then country come up with the another act which is called Air Act in 1981. After that, the realization is there, and then the Umbrella Act come into the picture in 1986. So, like gradually, we also understand the environment-related issues, the impacts, and the pollution which is being done because of the industrialization and other activities also. I'm not blaming on the industries because there are so many other activities where water is being polluted, air is being polluted. But yes, in 1987, that Birdland Commission came into the picture and they have give some definition for the sustainability. I'm just trying to correlate the journey of the environment and the sustainability, where they are come, and then why we are today discussing in this particular conference, ESG 2023, that why ESG is important now. But it is started since long, In 1992, then there is Rio Summit happened, and in that sustainable development, that guiding principle, 21 principles come into the picture. And then continuously so many conferences, Earth Summits, and many things happens. In 2000, there is Millennium Development Goal was introduced, right? which is right now SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. But yes, Millennium Development Goal was not that much of successful. It was not taken very seriously because at that time the impact and that assessment was not available. So in 2015, we all know that Sustainable Development Goal come into the picture, which is for another 15 years. So in that particular Sustainable Development 17 goals, so many initiatives from the each and every countries, around 195 or 97 countries, they have become part of that development of the Sustainable Development Goals. But here, I think we all need to understand, like, we all are a part of that implementation of the goal and to achieve the target which is decided by global level. Now I'm coming to JFL side. In Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited, we also means following this, all these practices. There are many frameworks in terms of this sustainability available into the global or national or international level. And basically, we all know the listed entity has to also mandatorily submit the BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, which is based on the NVG, National Voluntary Guidelines. Now, what is this? This is also a framework. But when we talk about the ESG, right? ESG is a performance. How the organization in terms of the environment, in terms of the social, and in terms of the governance, following all the KPIs that they have decided, do the assessment, and then measure their performance from previous year or that create the trend analysis from the base year. That will be the ESG, and that is why I'm just trying to define the ESG and trying to tell to the audience that ESG is a kind of performance matrix. It is not the framework. Framework already available in terms of the sustainability framework, which is like GRI, Global Reporting Initiative Framework. The another is the IIRC's integrated framework. So these are the framework, but the ESG is the kind of assessment that we also following up. Now, in GFL, we also following these two frameworks. I'll just explain one more thing about the IR framework, which is integrated framework, reporting framework. That integrated reporting framework is having a different around capital approach. You know, like, so any of this business, once they start the business, the one most important the capital is the financial capital. Once we have finance, then business can be think of. Once we have that finance, then we must have some process, right? And that is why come into the picture the intellectual property framework, right? So this another framework. If I have the technology, some innovation, then I will must have the manufacturing facility, and that is why it is the manufacturing capital come into the picture. The fourth is once I have manufacturing facility, I must have the human resource, so human capital framework. So that capital is also important because once we have that skill set, once we have that human power, then I can do the manufacturing activity. Now, after that, what is required? So that is why the natural capital comes into the picture, because we must have the permission from the regulatory authorities. We must have the baseline of our manufacturing requirement. So what is the parameters I need to consider for my manufacturing facilities? And then come the another factor, which is called social and relationship capital, which is like I have manufacturing facility, I have technology, I have manpower, I produce the product, for the production I require raw material, and for product I have to sell my product, I require the customer. So that is called entire value chain and the supply chain come into the picture. So all this capital. Now this framework talk about the input and the output. So my input is our resources plus my raw materials. What would be the output? So output in terms of many things. Output in terms of the product, which is a major chunk, because it gives us the economic capital, like generation of the economy or revenue or the turnover of the business. Apart from that, I am generating lots of other things, which is called in terms of the waste in terms of air, water, and gaseous, that kind of waste. So these all are the kind of things which are correlating with the sustainability, because I am doing the business to generate the revenue, to facilitate the community and the people who are working with us. I am also facilitating to the value chain, who are the suppliers, who are the customers. But simultaneously, I am also impacting to the environment. I'm impacting to the other flora fauna also. So that is why I'm just trying to correlate these things to understand the overall sustainability requirement. Why sustainability is important? Whatever we are doing, our main concentration is only on the economic pillar. Major concentration was in economic. But do we also think about what all are the impacts being created? Because we are, as an industry, do lot of monitoring, lot of kind of assessment and all these things. But seriously, did we do the assessment on the impact on the environment? And that is why the climate change come into the picture. Because whatever we are releasing, whatever we are disposing, it ultimately impact to the nature, right? And that is why our impact assessment is very, very important, because it directly impact to the climate change. In terms of the air, lots of emission is happening, lots of air pollutants which are reacting into the atmosphere. Like in past, there was an ozone hole. Why that happened? Because of the unknowingly release of the chemicals of the gases. So these are what I'm trying to tell is this is the output, but again, what I'm talking about climate change impacts is outcome. So ultimately, my business outcome is impacting somewhere, which is called the climate change. So this is, I'm talking environment part. In terms of the climate change impact reduction, lot many things is going on, like conference of parties recently gone, and then net zero, and now net negative is also one of the important word which is introduced. But do we agree on this, like net zero or net negative? Because net zero, we are talking only about the emissions. But do we think of net zero in terms of the water? Or net positive about the water? Whatever the water being used by my manufacturing facility, I am disposing certain amount of water, right? Around 50% or 30%, whatever, depending on the process. Do we think on the net zero on the water side? Do we think on the net zero on the waste side? Whatever the raw material or the resources I am consuming, do we also convert into the some raw material for other industry? Some of the initiatives definitely been taken care in terms of the waste become a wealth. Lot many, I think in the energy previous session of the Yadav sir, Dr. Yadav sir, one important energy sector is missing, which is waste to energy, which is being introduced in our country also. So that is also one of the area where waste is become a raw material for that particular energy sector and be generating some energy. So these are the part of that circular economy which we are already practicing. In GFL, already we have mapped all these things. Our waste, the entire waste being generated, around less than 10% of waste we are disposing to the TSDF and the incineration facility. But we are now trying to also eliminate that part also, slowly, gradually. The another thing, we also use renewable energy for our operations requirements. So 11% we are using renewable energy out of overall our energy requirement. In terms of the water conservation, yes, ZLD, it was introduced, so one of the facilities ZLD, but we are now trying to also go beyond that also and try to use the recycling facility more, or recycle water more into the processes, and try to eliminate or reduce the withdrawal from the fresh resources, right? So these are some of the initiatives which we have already implemented, started working on. The one such initiative I'm just sharing with you is the solvent recovery. So in one of the process, we use that solvent as a fresh solvent first, prior, and then we do some work on that, our R&D team and other operation team also involved. And then we recover that solvent through other outsourced facility, and 90% of the solvent we are using. So only 10% only we are adding the fresh solvent. So this kind of initiatives already we have planned and we are practicing. So my point is here, for the climate change, everyone has to think on individual level, because when we talk about the sustainability, if no individual will contribute or few individual will contribute, we will not achieve the net positive. Net zero or net positive is without individuals' support cannot be possible. Thank you. If you have any question, please.
Mr. Jigarwala. One question from the audience side from Mr. Jigarwala.
Yeah.
How much waste product is converted into the capital gain?
So there are many products, sir. In terms of the rupee or economy, I'm not able to answer right now, because we are also working on so many things. I give one example of the solvent recovery, but there are so many products which is having the calorific value, because in the chemical industry we use that hydrocarbons related product. So that calorific value product is selling or disposing to the facility who are pre-process it and then use as an energy recovery, right? So it is a kind of having an economic potential. But yes, right now we do not earn out of that waste, but we are disposing to that facility, having that potential of recovery of that energy. The another is so many, because we are talking only hazardous waste, I'm talking about non-hazardous waste. Many of the non-hazardous waste like paper waste, like metal scraps, like e-waste, all this having the value. So it is also creating value. So that is why that assessment we did as part of our ESG performance, in which we identify like less than 10% waste we are disposing for the TSDF and element incineration facility. So 90% of waste is having some or other economical aspects, which is part of the circular economy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I introduce my next panelist, Mrs. Neetu Jain, acclaimed as the cool roof lady, stands as the visionary founder of the Panache Green Solution, a trailblazing enterprise in the realm of the high SRI cool surfaces. Her extensive experience encompasses a spectrum of innovations, including cool roofs.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, since morning exactly, you have been going through many technical things. So, I'm just trying to keep this session a bit light. And I would like this session to be interactive, and would like to know more about your views and your concerns. So, I'll be touching a very different aspect. So, it's not water, it's not energy, but indirectly it's everything. So we exactly from Panache are with a very ambitious vision of creating cool green cities. And in my short journey of 10 years, we have been associated with many organizations, and with this passion that I have to promote sustainability, I'm IGBC chairperson for Baroda chapter, Indian Green Building Council. And my venture is inspiration from the chairperson of IGBC for having all the green products. So we are exactly very passionately taking green sustainability and net zero and decarbonization and everything taking forward. But my experience says that there's a very big gap between a common end user and the technical people. And as you said very rightly, that everyone, each of one has to contribute for this movement. So in my journey, we have participated in many research projects and have been awarded many awards, but this is a recent development that happened. And I'm very proud to say that I have been very instrumental to release this policy of Cool Roof Policy Telangana. And in this Telangana state, it has been made mandatory So I just want to tell that it must be that important, and certainly like government has realized this potential and made it mandatory, and now this policy is going to replicate in other states also. So I'm going to touch this point that presently like heat waves is the most current challenging issue that we all are facing. Not we all, but all over the world people are facing this heat waves. And this excessive heat waves now is causing urban heat island impacts. We'll take further how urban heat island is created. But the rising temperature, I would like to know from you people, what are the issues that are being created because of the heat? I would like you to participate in this. What are the consequences? Like when heat is more into the city temperature is increasing, we have cities wherein like the temperature is going up to 50 degrees centigrade also. So what are the consequences like anyone can feel, any build structure can have for the increasing of temperature? Yeah. 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 That's true. So we are discussing about ESG, so environment, sustainability and governance. So if we want to relate, so what are the issues that are causing because of the environment in the environment area? So it's the increasing GHG emissions, it is the CO2 emissions. And if we see the consequences, like why exactly all these are happening, as you said that increase of AC uses, and increase of like many other fuel, like if we are using AC, obviously the carbon emissions. What we are doing is, in one area we are increasing the emissions, and then like we are working for the ESG. We are having all these conferences to have these ESG and all. So thermal discomfort again is the consequences. Because of the thermal discomfort, health issues are there, as you said, mortality rates are there. Second, like if you know that in industries you must be observing that productivity rate is reducing, workers are not able to work properly, and that is adding to the GDP rates are being increasing. So it is indirectly impacting all our environment and social aspects. The research study says that if 1 degree temperature rises there, the factory output is reduced by almost 2%. Apart from that, the living conditions in every city, almost 25% of people are living under metal sheds, and the living conditions is becoming worse. So again, it has different consequences of health issues. A research study says that by increase in temperature and discomfort, heat distress is created, and that increases the quarrel rates also and the crime rates. So all this aspect, we are exactly working on energy efficiency, energy zero buildings are created, but we are not concentrating on the source from which everything is being originating. So what is the cause for heat and what is this urban heat island impact? So due to the urbanization, like almost 2 lakh million people are transferring from rural area to urban areas. And because of this urbanization, obviously we have to build the structures. And we cannot stop the development. And the development that we are creating is of almost metal structures or the concrete structures. The irony is that these metal structures and concrete structures, the temperature, surface temperature goes up to 80 degrees centigrade when they are exposed to sun. And obviously the build structure will be exposed to sun. So this initially, like this temperature was going up to 60 degrees centigrade. But nowadays, since the urban temperature is increasing, the temperature of the building's surface envelope goes up to 80 degrees centigrade. And this temperature, you all know that heat exactly, hot air emits into the atmosphere and transfers upwards. So this exactly forms a canopy above our city area, urban area, and that is actually causing urban heat island impact. There are many other factors also that causes urban heat island impact, but this is the major area wherein it causes urban heat island impact. And the canopy of the heat that is made above the atmosphere of the city exactly again pushes the heat inside, and that makes a vicious cycle. And again we are using more AC, again heat is being generated. So this is a vicious cycle that we are not able to crack, and this heat is exactly it doesn't allow other gases also to pass, and it is again causing global warming. So I, being educator for CRRC, that is School Roof Rating Council, so we have this objective that how we can educate people to mitigate the UHI impacts, to reduce the impacts that can be created by urban heat island impacts. So what's the way out? So when we are talking about that we have to work on ESG framework, we have to reduce, we have to be decarbonizing, and we have to reduce the electricity saving consumption. So what is the way out when we want any building to be energy efficient? So which is the first factor that we look about? So I would like panelists also to contribute into this. So when you're working for energy efficiency of your buildings, so which are the factors that you work first and you have your attention, this is what we have to do to make it energy efficient? Audience can also contribute.
So we are looking, Miss, any advanced technology available in the market, so that old technology will be replaced by that.
Yeah.
And there is any equipment, there is losses there. So how to avoid that losses by some methodology? Yeah.
Yes. So that means you're looking for energy efficient equipment. Any other thing? Vertical garden, again, like something new that we are added. Yes. Roads. Okay. Okay. Okay, very nice. Yes. Yeah, you want to reduce the lux. Okay. Very nice. So everything what we are doing is like we are generating the heat, we are making our buildings getting heated up, and then we are taking every solution to reduce that heat. To reduce, like if your building, your roof and walls are getting heated up, so after they are getting heated up, you are reducing the ingress. Another one solution that comes is thermal insulation. So people are going for thermal insulation when your building is getting heated up. So whatever we do, what we are doing is like we are letting our buildings get heated up, and then we are reducing the ingress of heat inside the building. Another is we are using energy efficient equipments, landscaping is one of the things that you are telling. So all these things are, and another very big thing that we are coming up and we are using is the solar generation. So what we are doing is like we are doing solar generation, windmill. So we are using ACs and then we are combating with the solar generation. So we are not concentrating on the root cause of heat. So why heat is generated and how we can reduce this heat generation so that we have to use less AC. So just to understand that, this is the solar part description, the radiations that is coming from sun. So you must have observed that when we go under sun, we get dehydrated, or everything, whatever we keep under sun gets heated up. In fact, in summers also, like if you use the water into the tank in mid of the afternoon, you will find that the water is also boiling. So everything that comes under sun gets heated up, because of the IR radiation. You can see the dark green area. So this dark green area of the solar radiation is of IR radiation, and these radiation, when are absorbed by any of the substrate, it falls on any of the substrate and it is being absorbed and converted into heat energy. So this is why everything that comes under suns get heated up, and because of this, the surface temperature of your concrete surface goes up to almost 75, and the metal surface goes up to 80 to 85 these days. And you know, as the warehouses are being created, the lack of square meter of metal surface is being. There is one study done in Rajkot, and they have observed that the city temperature into the urban these things. So another thing is, like, these are IR reflective coatings are there. So these are coatings that reflects the radiation that is coming from sun and doesn't let heat being generated. So it's a very simple solution. The way exactly we cover ourselves to protect from heat. We take an umbrella to protect from water and heat. So similarly, these are the coatings that can be applied on any type of substrate, and it reduces the surface temperature by almost 20 degrees centigrade. So it's like not believable, but this summer we have observed temperature difference of almost 30 degrees centigrade on metal sheets. And this coating can be applied on roof, it can be applied on walls, it can be applied on road and pavements as well. So this is the Asian Paint plant, and the coating has been applied because they have to apply so that they can make an impact on the city temperature. The benefit is that if you apply these coating and then you apply solar panels, you can increase the efficiency of solar panels. You can increase the productivity of your premises, the workers' productivity can be improved, the working conditions can be improved. This is a live case study wherein Spain, in Almeria city in Spain, has been widely covered by these coating, and the temperature of the city has been reduced. This is the Greece, and here also the city temperature has reduced. The benefit is that you can reduce the city temperature by 2 to 3 degrees centigrade if mass application of this coating is done. You can reduce the electricity consumption, AC consumption, by almost 25% if this coating is done on the AC premises. This coating, only 1,000 square feet of roof, if is it done by this coating, you can offset almost 10 metric tons of CO2 emissions.
Excuse me, madam. We are already running.
Yeah, it's
by.
already
So
done.
So please sum up.
Yeah, these are the benefits of this coating, and similarly, like, it can be applied on the walls, roof, and pavements. And another thing is, like, it can combat your SDG goals and ESG compliance as well. So it can achieve goal 3, goal 8, SDG 9, SDG 11, 12, and 13. So the simple solution can provide you all these type of achievements and ESG compliance as well.
Thank you, madam. So very nice presentation given by Mrs. Neetu Jain. Now I invite Mr. Turbashu Bhattacharya ji. Turbashu is an experienced professional in the sustainable management and waste water infra equipment leasing segment, dedicated professional on sustainability with a special focus on water management for industries and communities. Over to Mr. Bhattacharya ji. Please give big applause to him.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for the wonderful introduction. And thank you to the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Baroda chapter, and Sigma University for having us here. Special thanks to Dr. Sanjay Gandhi. And I think when Dr. Gandhi connected with me, we were talking at one of the sustainability conclaves in Delhi. It was organized by the Indian Chemical Council. I thought it is right now a burning issue that we should talk about ESG in a much bigger way and see how, as a service provider or as an operator, we are able to help the industry as well as the utilities meet the ESG goals and see that entirely at the end of the day, how the country and the world benefits out of it. So today, as you know, morning we were discussing, I think Mr. Ratnesh was saying that ESG is a buzzword. So for me, ESG is not anymore a buzzword. It's a corporate responsibility for investors, stakeholders, and customers. It has become a priority, and we need to look at accountability and transparency for industries who are operating, and they need to comply with ESG guidelines at the end of the day. So basically, today, the mantra of ESG investing is put your money where your values are. So that is what it is. So I will just briefly talk about what we do as a service provider, especially for the wastewater segment. I will try and finish at the earliest because I know everybody is waiting eagerly for lunch. Thank you. So we are basically known by the name of ROSERV. So ROSERV is basically an organization which is set up in the year 2017. 2016 you can say. It's an Indian and a Danish joint venture. It's owned partly by the government of Denmark through their Danish Climate Investment Fund, and the Indian partner is Concord Enviro Technologies. We provide solutions under wastewater as a service to industries and utilities under typical OPEX model. So as you can see, we have more than 70 installations across India, and we have generated more than 40% savings over 6 years through our recycling facilities. We provide our equipments on lease, which can be anything starting from a 3-month to a longer tenure also of 10 years. So these are the group companies. Basically, we have ROChem, who are the membrane and wastewater divisions, the Concord Enviro Group, which is solid waste to energy, ROSERV, wastewater against a demand of almost 1,500. So exactly a 50% kind of shortfall. And these are the areas which are so highly water stressed. So as you can see, why the need for recycling is there: increasing water scarcity, expensive nature of conventional treatment, strict governmental regulations, high purity water requirement, improvement in technologies, and increasing focus on ESG and SDG goals. Why ROSERV? So basically, as you can see, we provide a complete end-to-end solution for its customers, which starts right from procuring of the equipment to financing to providing for maintenance and entire life cycle management of the plant. And we finally do the transfer at the end of the contract. So as you can see, these are the steps which we normally take. Because high cost of maintenance of wastewater puts the company in a dilemma, we take the equipment, we provide it on a pay-per-use model, and we provide, as I said, different kinds of services, in the sense a short-term, less than a 1-year-old lease, maybe a 1 to 3-year-old, a medium-term, and a more than 3-year-old, which is a long-term type of contract. Then basically what happens, we purchase the equipment from our OEM, which is Concord Enviro, and we use the existing equipment based on the customer needs. And then we complete the installation, take a small time deposit, and after that we provide the entire operational maintenance of the equipment, and we collect payments on the terms and conditions as mentioned in the contract, and finally at the end of the tenure we hand the equipment or transfer the equipment to the client, or we enter into a release contract. So this I have already told you what are the kind of options available: pay per use, a fixed rental plan, a sale and leaseback model, and the short-term, medium-term, and long-term contracts. So these are our basic solutions. We have both compact ETPs, STPs. Today, as you know, the need of the hour is footprint. Most of the industry is facing a challenge in terms of footprint. So these saves them a lot of energy and time in that. Our systems or our technologies are typically more efficient. They provide more than 97% recycling. And we also have an innovative evaporation technology which operates on vacuum, which is known as waste heat evaporators. Boss, video please. I'd like to just take you through a small video of our operations. Sound दे दो please. Sound. As you can see, boss, out, please. Stop. So as you can see from the video, can I go back to the presentation? So as you can see from the video, basically what was the final output you could have seen through the recycling. So this is typically, again, I'm talking of here is the case study for which the video we have shown. We have recycled water which replaces the fresh water consumption for the industry major, and basically we have also ensured that the rainwater quantity or the discharge is reduced and cost of disposal comes down to a large extent. So this is what I wanted to kind of show, because we are a part of an ESG summit. We want to talk about what we are doing in terms of environmental compliances, environmental savings. We have a patented technology by the name of high pressure RO, where we evaporate through a high pressure RO. The load on the final evaporator is reduced by more than 45%. This is a typical case study where we have seen that the load is reduced by 45% and steam consumption is reduced, and it's also saving in terms of CO2 emissions. And next I will just kind of show you. So it's approximately, we have got entire calculations for it, approximately savings of INR 37.11 million per year for any industry going for this HPRO kind of technology for their reject management. So this is what in terms of CO2 savings we are doing. The cost saved, as I said, it was around 37 million. CO2 saved in tons per year is 5.17, and cooling tonnage in million per year is 4.07. So obviously you can understand this is what makes it so energy efficient and people want to go for it.
Excuse me, Bhattacharya ji, please sum up early.
So I think this is what we are going to talk about. We are almost at the end of the presentation. So this is what the ZLD is, which we are doing for industries. And basically, I think at ROSERV, it has been an honor for us to help the industries to meet their recycling as well as zero liquid discharge goals. These are the kind of solutions which we provide. And I think let us look at achieving long-term sustainability through compliance to ESG norms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhattacharya ji, for this nice, wonderful presentation, how to minimize the cost about the ETP and others waste management. Now I invite my other panelist, Mr. Subodh Kumar. He is a science graduate, postgraduate diploma MBA, DIS. He is heading the EHS function of the Naveen Fluorine Internationals Limited. So please give the big applause to him.
Good afternoon. Thank you of Sigma University as well as ICC Baroda chapter. Thank you for giving me a chance for presentation. Already time is very less. So I'm directly going to our related with the, I'm basically from Naveen Fluorine International Limited, Surat. And Naveen is a basic product of the refrigerant gas as well as specialty chemicals. Some of the product that is going into the pharma as well as agro also. So I'm already, my colleagues and seniors already covers all the presentations. I'm directly going to the what actually Naveen did it on ESG. This is the dashboard. When you have to start the ESG, you have to monitor what is the lagging and leading indicator. That is the one type of summary. Yes, Naveen, that is 100% going to the recycling of the up to 2025, 100%, and 30% of the renewable carbon up to 2030, and 50% of the renewable energy up to 2030, and environment with the 100% compliance. Already compliance, but up to ESG guideline, up to follow up to 2030, and 10% diversity workforce by 2030, and 25% of the biodiversity 2030. So this is our milestone of the Naveen Flooring. So already we have to start it, and up to 23 we have to achieve 20%, and less 10% we have to try to achieve 2030. And this is our ESG sustainability report that is available on our site, www.nfil.in. You have to go through that. That is in details our sustainability report. Recently we have to present it. Thank you very much. Don't take much time because lunch time already delayed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Subodh, for his precise presentation, as the time was not permitting. So, about all the panelists, they have given the wonderful presentations about how to minimize the emissions, how to convert the waste management into the capital, as well as to comply the statutory regulations, and how the temperature is rightly told. So there are alternative methods for decreasing the temperatures which arises due to the either ACs or other mechanism. So at last I also declare that the PESO is also arranging 2.0 connecting green hydrogen around 5 to 6 April 2024. So earlier we have organized this in the month of August last year, and now we are arranging it in the April. So it is requested. So maximum registration should be there from the industry side. It will be a big presentation and big program. So last time also around 600 people attended Connecting Green Hydrogen 2023. So the PESO effort towards the alternative fuel regarding the zero emission or negative emission, since being the regulatory authority also, so through the such types of the program, it is creating the awareness among the public and developing the alternative fuels for the minimum emission. So with this, my suggestion to all the participants is to give the brainstorms regarding the minimum emission or the zero emission for the environmental sustainability. So please give your contribution for this program to make it a grand success. Thank you very much. Now I invite all the participants for the lunch. So kindly join the lunch together.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after an enriching discussion on climate change and environmental sustainability, we have gained valuable insight from our esteemed panelists, and the diverse perspective and expertise have illuminated the path towards a more sustainable future. So as we transition to our next segment, let's carry forward the momentum of awareness and action generated during this insightful panel. So we'll now proceed with the felicitation of our panelists for our first panel. And I request Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, Chairman, Indian Institute of Chemical and Engineering, Vadodara, to felicitate Mr. K.P. Sharma, Chairperson and panelist for the first panel. Next. Next, I request Mr. K.P. Sharma to felicitate Mr. Shankar Karhale, Corporate Environment and Sustainability Head, Aarti Industries Limited. Mr. K.P. Sharma will further felicitate Mr. Jigar Deliwala, Corporate Head Sustainability, Gujarat Fluorus Chemical Limited. Mr. K.P. Sharma will felicitate Mr. Jigar Deliwala. Next, I request Dr. Poongunjan Paranthaman, Controller of Examination, Sigma University, to felicitate Mr. Subodh Kumar. Next, I request Mr. Bhavin Shah, Member, Indian Institute of Chemical and Engineering, to felicitate Ms. Neetu Jain. Now, I request Mr. Neetu Jain, Founder, Panache Green Solutions. Ms. Neetu Jain. Next, I request Mr. Nikhil Tonapi, Member, Indian Institute of Chemical and Engineering, to felicitate Mr. Turbashu Bhattacharya, Business Unit Head, Reserve Envir Private Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. So after this insightful discussion, it's time for networking lunch. Please enjoy your meal and continue your conversation in this conducive environment. And I request everyone to be back by 2:35. Thank you so much. lending and working in progress technology and process engineering areas of design and manufacturing units. Next panelist is Mr. Saurabh Shah, the CEO of Universal Business and Corporate Service Center. Mr. Saurabh Shah is a highly accomplished CEO, known for his exceptional leadership skills and extensive business experience. The last panelist I'll introduce for the third panel is Mr. Somnath Fulari, who is the Director of Makeen Energy India Private Limited. Mr. Somnath is a technical and management professional with over 23 years of extensive experience in the LPG bottling industry, CNC automation, aluminum and ceramic industry. So without further ado, I would hand over the mic to Dr. Ajay Ranka, chairperson and panelist for third panel.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here chairing this session. It's a difficult session. Post-lunch is always the case. But hopefully we'll keep you guys in good humor and hopefully catch your attention. Few remarks before we start the panel discussion. I'll just share my perspective as an entrepreneur and as a technology scientist, how I see ESG evolving as a concept. I always see that we all are visitors to planet Earth. I don't think in this audience there is anybody who is expected to stay here forever, right? And one of the key thing where we think that we are responsible citizens, we need to start thinking how people are going to judge us. People who are going to arrive to visit this planet Earth in year 3000, how are they going to look back at you? And I think we will go in the entire human history as one of the most selfish grandfathers, grandmothers who have ever visited planet Earth. Our sort of attention to preserving biodiversity, our attention to preserve the ecology, and our attention to control the limiting resources and its consumption, I think there is a huge problem which has emerged. And I think that is where exactly where the ESG is coming in. And to me, as a person, in one sentence, if I have to define ESG, how do you make your corporate entity or your, I would say, partnership entity or your proprietary entity a good human being? There is nothing further. All this discussion can be summed up in that. Can you really claim that my company acts like a good human being? And if the answer is no, start listing down the sort of reasons why do you think so, and start correcting them. I think that's the process everybody needs to start doing every day, every morning before you start your business. So that's the message I would like you to take home. Other points? Okay. Just the other point is, I see many people who are from technology and from HR department today present in this room. Today it has actually become strategic to pursue sustainability, because the future markets, future consumer demands are going to be derived from that desire to be good, to be sustainable. And the government regulations are also going to force. So strategy and sustainability are going to merge into one over a period of time. the third point is we are talking about the accountability as well as the governance. Are we really ethical? The issue is, as a group, are we ethical to our customers? Do we ever cheat in our specifications, in our quality? Do we really pay taxes? And do we really give back to the society? That's where the ethics will come in. And the fourth point I would like to sort of make is that are we really compensating our people who work for us? That means really do a good job on sweat equity compensation. Today, most of us end up in rewarding shareholders more, the ownership more, than the people who actually generate the wealth. And this will have to change. So I think this is an area where the ESG will focus on in the future. And then the last would be really as a company, as an organization, are people happy in the organization? You will have to measure happiness index in your company on a regular basis. You will have to ask people on a scale of 10 how happy you are. And if the score is, let's say, 7, you must have a discussion around saying that what are those 3 points you have lost for. Otherwise, you will never come to know where is the corrective action going to happen. So ESG is all about a progression towards becoming a good human being. And I'll stop here my remarks. We have a esteemed panel also. What we are going to do is we will sort of request each panelist to speak for 5 minutes, and then we will open up straight to the question answers, because what we feel is it is the interactive question and answers which will add more value. Thank you. He's already, okay. Okay, I think Mr. Haribhakti has joined from Mumbai online.
Namaste.
So we can give him the first chance to give his opening remarks. Sailesh bhai, you are
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, you are muted.
It's an absolute. No, I have unmuted myself, but
can't hear you.
You'll have to unmute me from
Sorry,
there.
We can't hear you yet.
They will have to unmute me.
Chalu.
I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and permitting me to participate from here. It's an absolute delight to listen to your initial remarks. What a wonderful way to create the right atmosphere for discussing ESG. To my mind, I would like to take the audience from those extraordinary thoughts about humanity to what humanity is committing itself to. And let me talk about what was the biggest achievement of the COP28, which is in the process of completing its deliberations. The biggest thing that emerged is the establishment of a loss and compensation fund, a discussion that was initiated in Paris by one of the smallest nations on earth, Vanuatu. Today, for the first time in COP28, they have been able to actually set aside a fund which will compensate the small countries which are going to be devastated by climate related outcomes, which they had no real hand in actually creating. So that's the first big outcome that the world has agreed upon after so many years. The second big outcome is to talk about the reduced usage of fossil fuels, including coal and oil. The phase out expression, which was what was being pushed by Western nations, was resisted. India was amongst the countries which resisted the notion about having a game plan to actually fully do away with coal. And let me give this audience a little bit of perspective about the per capita uh, um, carbon footprint that India is actually creating. Against a world average of 5 tons, India's per capita is 2. And the worst polluter in the world has 27. I won't name them because we don't want to shame them. We just want to show the range of per capita emissions that are happening to completely put us away from the track of getting or remaining within the 1.5 degrees Celsius enhancement in terms of average temperatures. So that is a big idea that we need to keep in mind. The justification for India staying on the coal path, because we cannot create energy transition without a base load of coal. The third point I would like to make is that for the first time, the world has begun to start committing to net zero. And this is an extremely important aspect of this COP. If I were to pull out one thing that has struck me most out of the deliberations over the last 3 weeks, it is that a path has been discovered to net zero for the entire planet by 2050. Around 2050. Nobody gives an accurate estimate, but this is the kind of target that the world is beginning to set for itself. And this is very critical because if we want to get serious about making climate related contributions, it is important that all countries converge to the net zero idea as rapidly as we can. As you are aware, we committed to net zero by 2070 as a country. It is going to become very important for India, which is today the third largest emitter of carbon footprint, to hasten its speed for conversion to renewables. We, of course, can't do away with coal, but we'll have to start talking about sequestration and carbon conversion and all of the ideas that will mitigate the damage that the use of coal actually does. And hopefully by the time that we come about to 2030, 2035, we will have these technologies very much in place and deployable. And so my firm belief is that if we are able to take energy transition seriously, we are way ahead in terms of EV mobility. We are also very serious about recycling. We are measuring today through our BRSR report what is the quantum that we send to a landfill, what is our water footprint, what is our carbon footprint. So the consciousness is being built up. The next challenge that industry is going to face is to actually start reporting on scope 3 emissions. So almost everybody sitting in this audience will have to get onto the path of actually reporting on what is their climate action. Because only if the scope 3 is tackled is there any possibility of the entire planet actually achieving its 2050 goals. So this is a serious challenge. It's a very exciting challenge. We have the technology to get there. And what we need to do through discussions like this and through wonderful statements like our chairman made at the beginning, to get onto this path, make sure that we get committed to it, and actually make the difference through all prioritized actions that we can take. In summary, we need to get to net zero by 2050. We need to adopt scope 3. We need to make sure that all the actions on climate simultaneously work in our country, and we need to deliver the commitment that the world is making to itself. I'll stop there and thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailesh bhai. What we will do is we'll go left to right. So let me start with Dr. Neerav Mandir and let him have his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anka and Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti, to set this stage on the very candid note. I would take it from there, because when they were talking about the corporate governance and the ESG and the accountability, which is the G part of the ESG, it's not something new. When the term ESG coined down in way back 2003 by the United Nations and their sustainable development goals being come out later on. So in the context of India, it's not a new concept, because if you go to the mythological aspect of the kingdom size, even they were having the kind of a board of governance to run the kingdom. They were having the advisors, they were having the independent director. The name might be different, but they were having that mechanism. So there is nothing new about the Indian context to talk about ESG and corporate governance and accountability. Both also touch about the COP, because I was also there at the COP, and Mr. Haribhakti also talked about how they created a fund for the developing economies, where they could subset the loss which they could be have to bear, or the reduce the margins with regards to spending something extra to make their organizations and the practices more greener and cleaner. At the same time, I hope you might have seen in the news that when the entire COP is talking about how the world could get rid of the fossil fuels over a period of time, yesterday Saudi made the very controversial statement that they are really firm that at least sooner the fossil fuels are not going anywhere, because their economy runs on there. And also Mr. Haribhakti talked about the per capita, the carbon emission, and India is far more behind than the so-called developed economies. So if we have to contextualize the entire dilemma, so there is a huge paradox between the global economies and the developed economies and the developing economies. So damage what they already made over a period of time could not be subsetted by putting the compliances and the mechanisms to the developing economies. And I think we are doing good as far as ESG and the corporate governance are concerned. Very interesting study got jotted down by McKinsey way back, and they studied the entire Fortune 500 companies. So the first list got published in 1955, and if you consider the 2023 list, they assessed that there are more than 10,000 companies which went into the Fortune 500 list and came out from that list. What interestingly they studied, and it was quite insightful, only 76 companies were there in the list of Fortune 500 companies, which was published in 1955, and they are still managed to be there in the 2023 list. What they found, the companies who are more prominent and proactive towards their corporate governance and accountability and their concern towards the environment and the social part, they were quite pertinent to sustain themselves into that list. And that's a good news. And there is no wrong if the companies are more concerned about their ESG aspect in whatsoever manner. They are more sustained in comparison of those companies who are literally not giving much attention to the corporate governance and the accountability part. When they also talk about the net zero, and I think the entire world is thriving towards the net zero journey, and I can proudly share that my company, where I represent Sri Ramakrishna Export, which is world's one of the largest diamond manufacturing company, both our manufacturing facilities are not only green buildings. There are more than 500,000 green building projects certified by respective Green Building Council or the national, which is US Green Building Council. But out of those more than 500,000 projects in 185 countries, our 2 manufacturing facilities have been managed and consistently managed to secure the top 6 rank of the world, and only Indian entities from India within the top 6 of the world certified by US Green Building Council. So when we really need to set the benchmark, we don't need to look at the Western world that they are doing best and we are not doing anything. Rather, we have to literally embrace and appreciate the things which is happening around in our own Indian context. And as far as the net zero journey is concerned, though the target for India as a net zero is 2070, but some of the companies are doing really great with regards to their journey, especially in the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. And again, we are setting a benchmark for not only the gems and jewelry industry, but for the manufacturing sector, that SRK is turning net zero in both scope 1 and 2 before December 2024. Not only in the field of the carbon emission, but all 4 verticals, whether it's water, energy, carbon, or waste. So that's some of the best practices which we need to ponder upon, and I think there is a long way to go because it's not an overnight journey. And in the words of Franklin Roosevelt, it's very wisely mentioned that the test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, but it is rather we provide enough for those who have too little. So I'll just share my conclusive remark on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirav. I think it was a good point that proactively at their company, they actually started a journey, whether it was required or not. And I think though only the first 1,000 companies are required to report ESG this year, but I think all of us has an obligation to start benchmarking ourselves against the standards which have been sort of created. And I think it's a good idea to at least go through an audit process. I think that would be a good takeaway from this introductory remarks. Let me introduce and ask Jay Shah to present his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay. Dr. Nirav, I think the ball was already set rolling. Since morning, we have heard a lot about what we should be doing. My only take out here is that the people sitting out here, we are the decision makers, we are the policy makers, we are the ones who actually can frame up some policies for our own companies. Dr. Nirav actually very rightly pointed out that at his place, it's not only a green building, but there are thousands, but something has been done which is more sustainable in the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Doesn't that ring a bell to all of us? It's a good afternoon to all of you. So please wake up after a nice meal that we need to take decisions. Someone in morning, and Dr. Ajay, I'll repeat your sentence that what are we going to leave for this particular world? What are our children going to look at it? Do we want them to blame us? Probably no. Whatever mistakes we have made, whatever we have done, right or wrong, Mahabharata, Ramayana, everything has been done. But at the end of the day, what is right is being done, should be done, and we should be doing it. In a small presentation, in a few slides, I would like to actually cover up what we at GFL are also doing, as well as a little concept about, it's not always about the net profits that I get into my company, but some policies as a decision maker, I am actually taking those decisions, so why not? Let's walk the talk. Next slide, please. Thanks. It's okay. Thank you very much. Can you move it for me? Yeah, thank you so much. These slides are quite familiar, and we see the SDG goals that are there. SDG goals, what do they stand for? All 17 blocks, everyone is familiar about it. Why SDG? We need to be sustainable. Not yesterday, but today basis. Yesterday has already gone, future is there. SDG. There is a little bit block that I have drawn, that is corporate governance. today we as panelists are actually standing out here as a governance body. We ourselves represent our companies, we represent the decisions that we take. So that governance part is very, very important. Some conscious decisions that we make can impact the future generations to come down. And that's where we would like to stress upon. This panel would actually be trying to stress upon that in governance, every decision is not always the right decision, but sometimes we make decisions which is good for the future. This is a perspective that I wanted to give, that how does it impact? Yes, one of the slides that is being shown, we in chemical industry are a small chunk which is giving to the environmental issues. Could be air, water, solid waste disposal. A lot, the orange part that is seen on the leftmost thing is the energy part. So we ourselves, in fact, God has made us in such a way that we are the best efficient machine in this world. Can we not learn from ourselves? Our waste is almost zero and that is actually used out there for something else. So we should learn from ourselves. Energy part that we are using as industries, it's a work culture. Dr. Ajay pointed out it's a work culture we need to build in all our companies, every place that we work, in our lives, also in our companies. Why? Climate change? No, it's not going to be there. We heard in the morning about Chennai. We heard about lot many things that is done. It's not nature which is against us, it is us who are against nature. So that climate part is very important. COP28, yes, we heard the few speakers saying about it. Why everyone is talking about it? Reason is greenhouse gases. There is a big wheel which is showing all the chemical waste and hazards that can come into picture. Would like to speak up a little bit upon the waste that is generated. Everyone is familiar about it. Could be hazardous waste, it could be air, or it could be noise. Where can we work upon the various things? These pollutants are being created by us. Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. Let me share a few examples that we are doing. We as a policy are taking decisions on that one. Anything that comes to my unit, yes, it's a raw material. It has a cost of transportation. In the Scope 1, Scope 2, can I actually source it from the closest possible source? It may not be the best economical decision, but yes, I am contributing towards a net zero aspect. Right now, net zero, is it achievable? Probably no. But can we go for the reduction? Yes, we should. So as a policy, we have made it a rule that as long as there is an option available to reduce it, let's go for it. Few aspects that is being shown, we talked about circular economy. Would like to stress that on circular economy. What we are doing. We are sending our hazardous waste for incineration. We at a place, Professor Yadav, sorry, he mentioned that there should be a fine or there should be a deposit for the material that we deposit out there in recyclable, the things that can get recycled. Yes, that's a similar concept. In fact, I'm happy to share that that's a similar concept that we do at GFL. Solvent part, I think Mr. Jigar did point out in the morning hours that that is what we are recycling. Residue, or the waste that is generated from your companies, it is not the waste that goes for disposal. But think about it that some material, if it has some value in it, if some molecule can be recovered, it's a recycled technology that we are developing. Spend a little money for it. Spend some time on it. Solvent is one aspect which is very easily doable. In fact, any residue that comes down, we take a target that today we are at X tons, we will reduce it by X by 2 tons. That is generally the KRAs I give it to my people. Let's see how they achieve it. Human mind is the best mind, and once triggered, they think of something different. So this is the philosophies that we are adopting. In the circular economy, the few graphs that I have shown out here, the net incineration part that was going in my company, that is reduced to less than 1/3 right now. And that is where I'm pretty happy about it, that as a net, I'm not giving it to the disposal sites. I'm giving them less business. I'm happy about it. ZLD concepts that we talk about. Yes, we should all be going for ZLD. Water, H and O, that was said in the morning, that is going to be the new molecule for energy. That is there. Molecule is definitely there as an energy part. Not working. The energy part that we were talking about, we generate energy in the Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. Did mention about transportation. The second part is for the can we source it. Little part that I have written, the 22% year on year and 11% year on year. That is the targets that we have taken for ourselves. That yes, we are replacing whatever energy we are using. That's a target that has been set. This is what we will achieve from the fossil fuels to renewable ones. It will contribute towards the net zero concepts. And if this sort of concepts are adopted by all companies, I think we will achieve the goals that we are looking for. This is my site that I would like to show. We actually mean business, and this is the green side that we give. Few aspects, the pollution will kill us all, be it solid, be it liquid, or be it air. Our initiatives with regards to the SDG, these are the primary ones, the 13, 9, 12, 8, 15, 11, and 7. They are the ones which primarily tell us that how we should be working, ethically we should be working. A few aspects that we have done. Yes,
Jay,
I am
think
not.
time is.
1 second. Just 1 second, please. The few aspects that we have done. I am giving CO2 out to the atmosphere, but I am planting already trees. There's 6,500 with a 90% survival rate. So this is something that I am actually trying to make it net zero. Last part that is being done at our place for the social aspects also, we are actually giving back to the community, we are giving back to the society by reserving the water resources, the dams that have been created by us. Pretty happy about it, that these are the small things that we can do to make the community a better living place. Thank you, Dr. Ajay. I did exceed a little time, but thanks very much.
Excellent, I think, awareness he has brought about how much we are actually affecting the climate. Just a few thoughts I would like to share and controversy I would like to present for this audience. We all hear about CO2 as the major greenhouse effect. When I studied this Diwali, what I realized that is only partially true. The biggest human-made change, which is also responsible for the greenhouse effect, is the water required for irrigation for our agriculture. If you really see from 1960 to this, from 0 to 30 latitude, it is the water. And if you see the structure of water, it is shown that also can act like a greenhouse gas, just like CO2. And I think this has been missed out. So something to be kept in mind, that our food chain has a lot to do. And what is the possible solution? I don't know whether the corporates will be able to do that. But biofarming, that means eliminating chemicals, is a great way to reduce the water requirement in agricultural chain. If you look at organic farming, that's the way to go. 50% is the possibility. So I just want to present another view, is that CO2, maybe by mistake or by whatever action, you have increased to 428 ppm. Actually, it is helpful for our food chain. You are reaping the benefit. Higher the ppm of CO2, higher is the growth, better is the food production. So there are both sides of stories which are emerging. I just wanted the point to be presented to all the participants. So let's go to the next speaker, Mr. Saurabh Shah.
Thank you, Chairman. Greetings and namaskar to everyone. Friends, let me start by saying that we are not owners of Mother Earth, but we are only tenants. To me, I come from a consulting background and I'm also part of few chambers. So what my learning has been and the interaction, when I connected some of the components, to me ESG means non-financial factors which form a part of the analysis process, enabling to identify material risks as well as growth opportunities. We have seen that there are some regulatory frameworks from SEBI in terms of BRSR. There are certain norms which have been enacted. Let me share with you one practical case study. At a chamber which I'm a member of, at a bilateral chamber of the country, we organized the roundtable of CEOs of MSME companies in 6 cities of India. The topic was challenges, suggestions, and impact if these suggestions are implemented for ESG, climate change, etc. Friends, let me be very honest. The voice of MSME in 6 to 7 cities where we went and we had interaction was, there are a lot of challenges in maintaining our top line and bottom line. We understand the importance of being compliant with ESG norms, but we need the right ecosystem. We created a white paper, and if I may just place before you 5 to 6 important compartments. The first was influencing the mindsets of people. And I'm very happy that at Sigma University, there's already a course on environment studies, because education is the foundation. We need to internalize this value in every individual's mind. Then comes the enterprise. Second, incentivizing compliances towards ESG. India will have to lay down a very sustainable roadmap of providing incentives to companies in terms of providing loan at subsidized interest rate, providing certain benefits if the companies are compliant. We'll have to incentivize. The third is climate finance. Of course, that is part of an integral part of incentivizing, that is providing funds at subsidized rate. And the fourth is, to me, it's an extremely important, keeping in view that MSME is a backbone of our nation, is to provide innovative green technology to MSME at affordable price. We have seen so many times that we want to import technology, we want to create new technology, innovation, but the cost is something not affordable by a single MSME on a standalone basis. And the thought that evolved during those interactions, and we have created already a policy document which we presented to the Government of India, is to create in India clusters for technology transfer, with MSMEs being the participants, so that the royalty and the technical know-how fees is not borne by one MSME participant on a standalone basis, which may not be affordable, but by all the participating MSMEs, the total cost gets divided. In India, we have seen clusters for different sectors in industry. We have textile sector, we have clusters on various other segments of Indian economy. But I think the time has now come when we need to talk about, concept is already there, but we need to create a roadmap to implement this concept across the nation through partnerships and collaboration, 100% through partnerships and collaboration, to create clusters for technology transfer, which will make Indian MSME avail of green technology at an affordable price, and will enhance our vision and our journey towards making India Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you. I'll pause here.
Thank you, Saurabh. I think let me just share a definition of MSME. It is smart and meritorious enterprises. I think if you were not smart, if you were not meritorious, you would have been dead by now. Okay, let's listen to the next speaker, Mr. Somnath Hulari.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, my co-panelist. It was wonderful listening all of you. And again, like in the morning we heard, I am in a group where Shahaz and the Diamond Man is present. And also I am the last, so maybe I have a few things to say about. By listening in the morning panel and also listening to Dr. Yadav, I'm coming from an industry, slightly different. I'm coming from a LPG industry, which is known as a clean fuel, till the hydrogen comes in real life. Okay. So I will share my views in LPG industry perspective. We are Makin Energy. We are into our core business is design, manufacture, and supply of the LPG filling equipment. We are a technology supplier and service provider to the LPG bottling industry. We are in this field from last 7 decades. We have almost 72% market share worldwide and 78% market share in India. It means the LPG cylinder what you use in your kitchen, they are get filled by our machine. So we supply the technology. Now in the bottling industry, if I have to see the big industries like chemical and steel, what we have discussed, I must admit that we are working as a catalyst. Maybe I don't have the direct role to play in it. So what we have done in the process is that, now about the ESG, the environment, my viewpoint in the industry I'm working from last 20 years is that if you don't do something wrong with the environment, still that is a contribution. And then social and governance. These two factors are very important. So how we're contributing is that we're using our strength, that how I can contribute to at least emit less carbon in the atmosphere. So in the last 70 years, we have always worked in a technology where we can reduce the use of, say, water, electricity, and the piece of land. We have, as the demand of the LPG was going up, the availability was also growing up. So there was a need for a technology to deliver it safely. So we have not only developed the technology to fulfill the demand, at the same time, we have worked on the parameters wherein we can reduce mainly the electricity, the piece of land, and the compressed air. Now about the governance and accountability. I think the second yes is more important than the first E. Because the society or the human factor or the ethics are, if you have that, then automatically you will have the different perspective towards the environment. So in this perspective, for us, for Makin, the manpower or the stakeholders working in and around is very important. So we work in empowerment of all the stakeholders. Maybe he is the last person in a row, but still the inclusiveness is there. Like the challenges and the achievement of our company, they don't know from the social media, or they don't know just after a few months or few weeks. They are part of that process. So while doing this, again there was a barrier. There was a digital inequality, not only in India, in other part of world also. So in last 4 or 5 years, we have removed that. And when we do some changes, when we try to act in the interest of people and planet, then I have the team of 2,500 people working in India. Everyone is involved. Everyone feels that he is part of it. He is a contributor to it. And I think that is more important. Of course, how you pay, how you take care is also equally important. But the motivation and the inclusiveness is very important. Coming to accountability, it's not only just giving the statement, but we have followed some parameters. Like Dr. Ajay was mentioning about the happiness factor. So we have the survey known as the staff satisfaction survey. Again, for this we have ensured that the participation should be more. And in the country like India, the participation is 90%, whereas worldwide in the Europe and other part of the world, it is 86%. So we go through that, and you need not to mention your identity while giving the feedback. We measure the happiness level, we measure the satisfaction level, we measure the stress level, and we don't stop only there. We also take the feedback for the supervisor and manager and the leaders level. And that feedback, it is not used to decide on his KPI or to decide on his performance. Those feedback are used to improve ourselves. We are following the one of the important value, what we follow from last 7 decades, is don't leave anybody behind. So that is applicable on everyone, whether it is our customer or our own employees or our partners or our vendors. So while doing this process, what we have ensured is that like we have some equipment supplied here in India 30 years back. They don't go absolute. Of course, we invest almost 17% of our budget on R&D, but at the same time, we see that our equipment, our technology is sustainable. And parallelly, we work on those things also, that with the minimum changes, how we can update it to the next level. And I think that is also one of the way to sustain the resources, because even if it is a piece of metal, still it requires a lot of process. It requires a lot of electricity and so many parameters which stress on the environment. So in a nutshell, what Makin Energy is doing is that there are around 45 lakh cylinders delivered to each in India. Out of that, 78%, 35 lakh cylinders are directly by our equipment through our supervision. We are making effort that per filled cylinder, there is a less carbon utilization. And we are going forward. As I told you that mine is a slightly different industry. So maybe the plantation may be a Kodak moment for us. Of course, we are encouraging that, but we are focusing more and more on our strength, that how we can be active in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rangan. How much time do we have? What time should we end the session? 10 minutes? Okay. So I think we want to give 5 minutes to Mr. Sailesh Haribhakti to sum up. So maybe 5 minutes we can take questions? Only 5 minutes? Okay. So
Yep. Dr. Ajay, I got your signal. Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
yeah, we can hear you. So
Very
would
good.
you like to conclude the session by giving your concluding remarks?
Well, it's been an absolutely fascinating session where practitioners, people actually executing to scope 1, 2, and 3 gave their thoughts. It is very important that Indian industry in all its facets is putting its shoulder to the task of actually getting to net zero. I was particularly impressed by the diamond industry example. And so you're absolutely right. It's not just that the best practices are international. There are many, many best practices which are emerging from India. To give you an illustration, at the recent Future of Artificial Intelligence seminar of FT in London, the big ideas were coming in almost every session from the Indian participants who were part of that whole process. And it's such a proud feeling that we now can take leadership roles in global fora and in almost every spot in the world. The respect that we command, the way that we are able to articulate and influence, I think it is absolutely exemplary. And what you mentioned about the best practices in diamond industry, which you come from, very, very interesting. I was equally fascinated by the examples from LPG and from GEL, both of which demonstrated to me that the whole practice of converting the buzzwords of SDGs and all of that into actual value on the ground are being practiced. I have no doubt that because of this thrust, we will be able to lead the world in terms of fantastic disclosure. All of you might be very happy to know that India is the first country which has made mandatory disclosures necessary for 1,000 companies, going up to 2,000 next year. We are also the first country which is going to make sure that the assurance for the BRSR report will be provided from next year. Not for all, but for those which are the more carbon emitting part of the entire cohort. And what this has done, and look at the way that we have created our BRSR. All 1,000 BRSR reports that were to be put uh, in the cloud were uploaded, and they are all done using XBRL. So we were in a position to capture all 1,000 BRSR reports and analyze them by domain, by quality of input, by quality of output, and can now create benchmarks which are very practical, industry by industry, to actually give tremendous value to the BRSR report. And so this whole voluntary compliance with BRSR has been a tremendously successful experiment in India. It has won amazing kudos from all over the world. As I travel, I find that India's thrust, I have called this India's NRK. So, in the field of energy transition, the next decade can belong to India because we are the country which is doing such a phenomenal amount in terms of creating renewable capacity. We are ahead in the race to convert waste into syngas and then into ammonia and hydrogen. We are also looking at hydrogen from electrolysis side. We are experimenting and working on so many of these technologies that you mentioned, sir, in the context of LPG. Certainly, hydrogen is coming. The next 5-7 years wait will be well worth the wait. We will perhaps be the first country which can democratize the use of hydrogen in transportation and in industry. So all of these thoughts, and plus the very wonderful 5 points that Saurabh made, which are so critical. As MSMEs get into scope 3, next year is going to be big work on scope 3. And I agree with every point that Saurabh made. We need to incentivize, we need to familiarize, we need to bring them on board and make sure that the scope 3 journey of India actually takes off. So all in all, I thought this was an exceptional session which brought out so much food for thought. And I look forward to the questions and the feedback from the audience to see whether some benefit came to this wonderful audience sitting here in my hometown, Vadodara.
Thank you, Shailesh bhai. So let me thank my panelists to share their thoughts with you. We will conclude this session here. I just want to point out one last thing. Are we aware that we actually climatologically, Indians are the most fortunate people around the world? See, your temperature is so good, you don't need heating in your homes. You get 40 inches of rain free of cost. You get sun abundant, almost 300 days in a year. And you look at basically the Himalaya sitting, preventing the cold from coming in. 4 pairs of clothes, you are happy. 1 bike, you are happy. So our happiness index can actually go up very quickly, and this goal of 2070, which the Prime Minister has sort of committed himself on behalf of us, actually is doable earlier. So with that note, let's govern ourselves, let's account ourselves that 2070 we will deliver on time, before time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much.
I think in the area of felicitation also, I think we need to start bringing in the ESG. We need to start becoming more sustainable. So maybe all the plaques and all that you can eliminate next time. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being such wonderful panelists. And our exploration of corporate governance and accountability has been a journey into the principles that guide responsible business practices. The distinguished panelists have provided us with valuable perspectives on fostering transparency, ethics, and accountability within organizations. As we transition to the next phase of our summit, let's carry these principles forward, reinforcing the importance of governance in our collective pursuit of sustainability. So now let's proceed with the felicitation of our panelists of panel 3. I would request Padma Shri Dr. G.D. Yadav to felicitate Dr. Ajay Ranka, Chairperson and Panelist, Panel 3. Next, I request Ms. Asmani Survey, Member ISTD, to felicitate Dr. Nirav Mandir, our next panelist. Ms. Asmani Survey. Yeah, yes, she's here. I would like to request Mr. Srinath Achar, Dean, Hospitality and Tourism, Sigma University, to felicitate Mr. Jay Shah. Next, I request Dr. Priyesh Gandhi, Provost, Sigma University, to felicitate Mr. Saurabh Shah. Next, we'll have Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, Chairman, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering, Vadodara, to felicitate Mr. Somnath Fulari. Sir, sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'll take care. Mr. Somnath Fulari, felicitated by Dr. Sanjay Gandhi. Thank you. Thank you all the panelists and all the members. I request all the panelists to gather here for group photograph, and please move forward. We'll proceed with the panel discussion 3 with panel 2 on social impact and equality. I request panelists to keep your mementos on the table. Our volunteers will come and they'll pack your mementos in a box and we'll give you back. Engineering. His experience spans over 25 and 23 years in various roles in proposal management, cost estimation, product sales, and business development of technology and EPC for energy and process industries. Our next speaker is joining us online. He is Professor Dr. Jules Louis Steves. Professor Dr. Jules Louis Steves, DBA Global Chair, SDG4 at GSFN MBA Professor and Postdoctoral Researcher in Innovation for Sustainable Organization at PPAD, PUCPR, Pontificia Universidade Católica do Paraná, Brazil. Our next speaker is Ms. Nupur Tandon. Ms. Nupur Tandon is working towards the goal of creating social and environmental change. After spending considerable time as business development professional in Paris and Delhi, she took to her calling and of clearing the earth up in her own ways. So in 2012, Nupur conceptualized and started pro-waste concepts with the vision of creating a future without landfills. Next speaker is Mr. Devang Prajapati. Mr. Prajapati is an environmental engineer with 20 years of experience in the field of water and wastewater engineering. He is a registered professional engineer in the District of Columbia, USA. Next speaker is Mr. Chirayu Patel. Mr. Chirayu Patel holds a bachelor's in environmental science, post-diploma in industrial safety and MBA in safety management. He is having over 17+ years of experience. Presently, he is working as senior manager EHS Best Value Chemical Private Limited. I would hand over the mic to Dr. B. Sen Gupta to start the panel discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everybody. So this is the last session, and the topic of our discussion is the social and equality, social impact and equality. I think this is a very vast subject, and we'll try to justify the various issues concerning with that. I have added one more thing, social impact and health, because when you talk about the social impact, how the development projects are affecting the socially, it is certainly the health will be one of the important thing. So the starting point which I will do, I will try to give my thoughts through some 5 to 7 slides, highlighting the issues, and then I will request all the panelists to give their views on that. and then we'll take some question sessions from the participants here about the things, and then we'll conclude the session. So, if you don't mind, I will just stand here and give what are the social and health impact due to the development projects. I think this is very important, and being in the pollution control board, we always try to see that we are controlling the pollution, what are the impacts, and the impacts means how it is affecting the health of the people, human health of the people, how it is impacting the biodiversity, how it is impacting the vegetation, property, many other things are there where the social impacts become very, very important. So this is the social impact definition. I will not go into things because since morning we have discussed a lot. But let us see what are the projects with important social impacts. So this is very important. And I have given few examples to understand the audience here, what we are talking, what we are going to discuss. For example, the landfill and hazardous waste disposal sites. These are the very, very important sector in our country. You know that we have more than 3,000 municipal landfills are there, which are not the engineering landfill. It are on the dumping yards. So what are the impact of that? It generates the leachate, which pollute the groundwater, and the groundwater is used by the population, and there's certainly very serious impacts are there. Again, in the landfill, due to the methane generation, because we have not taken out all the biodegradable portion, so methane generation is there, and methane catch fire, and whatever the rubbers and plastic which is present in the dump sites start burning, it is creating the air pollution. So we have done a survey that more than 250 dump sites in our country, we have found that the local population in that area where the dump sites are there, up to 2 to 5 kilometer area, people are seriously affected due to the groundwater pollution, because the black water they are getting in the groundwater, in the hand pump water what they are using, and also the air pollution problems. So this is certainly, and the hazardous waste dump sites. We have about 37 common hazardous waste dump sites in our country now. And if you see the piezometer data, which independent bodies they have collected, we have found that in some of the hazardous waste dump site, the groundwater is contaminated. And that the reasons are there, but we have found that the secondary leachate in the hazardous waste dump sites, the COD levels are going as high as 2 lakh milligrams per liter, and the TDS level is about 3 lakhs to 4 lakhs. That means the dump sites, the hazardous waste dump sites are not, TSDS are not functioning, because there are some problems are there which when we enter in those problems, we have found that the waste which are supposed to be incinerated, that has been put in the landfill site because this toxic waste, the incinerable waste are highly toxic. There is when the two waste reacts, there is an endothermic reaction, and then due to this heat, the lining of the landfills are cracked, and all the waste are going to the secondary leachate, increasing the COD level. So this is very serious one. Again, this water, if you see that the groundwater is contaminated, and a very serious problem. Power plants and industrial plants. This community stress from influx of workforce, pressure on infrastructures, and also the power plants, etc., where the emissions can travel up to from say 3 kilometer to up to 25 kilometer, because our power plant chimney height is about 220 meters to 275 meters. And presently in our country, unfortunately, we are not controlling SOx and NOx. Although the standards are there, but due to some reasons, government has given extension to them, and all the uncontrolled SOx and NOx are emitted, and it is traveling hundreds of kilometers and impacting the public, the population in that area. So that is another one. Dams and reservoirs. There is a lifestyle disruption resulting from relocations, land use alterations, long lead time and full impoundment, etc. So you know that problems with the reservoirs and dams in our country, how it is impacting, the social impacts of the dams are well documented now. Roads and linear developments, dislocation of activity networks and the relationships. Now there is I will not go into detail this one, LAR Act 2013, which gives the land, if the government is taking any land, so there is a regulations are there, and they have to follow this one. And what is the implication of that? I will come to the next slide. There are so many regulations are there for the impact, social impact things. One is that your right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition is very important, 2013 Ministry of Labour law. Then the social impact assessment become part of the EIA clearance process. And all the EIA which Ministry of Environment is asking, there is a chapter on the social impact assessment, and there is a regulation, rules is there. The recommendation given in the SIA report should be part of the EC. So there are very important things that when the authorities, regulatory authorities are checking the compliance, they should also check the social impact conditions, social impact assessment conditions, whether that is properly implemented or not. Then there is a public hearing, consultation for all development projects as per the EIA 2006. This is a now requirement of the all development projects. In the Schedule A, they require a public consultation in which all the things public can give their views on that, and any things which the public is not agreed in those meetings, that can be referred, and the NGT, National Green Tribunal, which is found by the government as per the instruction and observation of the Honorable Supreme Court, can hear those, take up those conditions if it is not fulfilled. Then the NGT Acts 2010, this is a very important one. They worked under the provisions of the, on this NGT Act, there is a provisions of environmental compensation. And if you see that in many important cases where the impact of environmental pollution or environmental degradation are affected with the public population, there NGT put a environmental compensation. I will not go into detail, but there are presently more than 150 cases where the honorable NGTs have put the fines or penalty, you can see, to the development projects for impacting their non-compliance of the standards, impacting the pollution and affected population, etc. They put the very heavy environmental compensation, which is moving from say 10 crores to 500 crores or so. SEBI has introduced that BRSR. This year it is, next year it will be 1,000 companies, and after that it will be 2,000 companies. They have to, BRSR report has to be prepared. That is very important, I think. In the previous session we discussed in length about that. That is very, very important, and many things will come. And all the data are informations and things will be available for the whole, for public, because all the information will be available at the cloud. So this is the BRSR is another very important one. And there is a public insurance, Liability Insurance Act 1981 is there. Then ESG guidelines. Then various provisions of the Air Act 1981, Water Act 1974, and then Hazardous Waste Management Rule, etc. Where the important thing is that this act says that the ambient conditions, because when the say industry discharges something, it is impacting the air environment, or they are discharging some effluent on land. So there is the impact on the nearby population. So those things, responsibility is fixed with the respective state pollution control board and other authorities to monitor and see that the impact from those development projects are not affect to the public. So that is very important under this Environmental Protection Act and Air Act and Water Act, that the pollution, air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, etc. should not affect the population, nearby population. Then there is various NGT orders and Honorable Supreme Court orders on social impact. Social impacts are there, which I think I will not list here, but they are some landmark judgments are there in the country where the social impact assessments and social impacts have been very elaborately given. So there is a loss of ecology, prevention and payment of compensation, authority for tanneries. You know, tanneries in Tamil Nadu, once they created heavy pollution. So under the section 3 of the EP Act, Ministry of Environment has constituted this authority, loss of ecology authority. Similar loss of ecology authority have been created by in other parts of the country where the pollution problems is very serious. MOEF under section 3 of the EP Act had constituted this CAQM, and I will take that how the pollution in the NCR, Delhi NCR, are impacting the population, not only in the city of Delhi, but whole Ganga basin are impacted due to this pollution. That is also a social impact issues. It's not moving. Oh, sorry. I will complete my presentation with some examples, because examples are very important in the whole country what is happening. One is that the air and water pollution and soil degradation due to the mining activities, coal mining, iron ore mining. If you see, this is a heavy pollution problem which is impacting the local population due to the movements of these mine materials like the bauxite, iron ore, coal, etc. When from the mines, when it's taken to the user's end, there's thousands of trucks are moving. And this movement of these trucks creating lot of pollution problems. I have seen in Goa, I have seen in Odisha, I have seen in Jharkhand, in Chhattisgarh, where the local populations are tremendously stressed due to the movements of thousands of trucks, which is polluting, and is moving in the villages, small roads, and creating the serious air pollution problem. Then air pollution, discharge of SOx and NOx from the coal-based power plant. As I mentioned, that it is impacting the 3 to 25 kilometer area. And what is happening when the SO2 and NOx uncontrolled are emitted from the 275 meters chimney stack? When it is coming out from the chimney, in the atmospheric reaction is taking place, and this SO2 and NOx are converted to sulfate and nitrate, become particles, and become the part of the PM 2.5. So that is one of the very serious problem, not only in the climate change issues, but also the PM 2.5 and PM 10 pollution problem due to the SOx and NOx uncontrolled SO2. Fugitive emissions, loading and unloading operations, fluoride emission from aluminum industry. It is impacting the forage and the cattle. When they take that forage, there is a fluoride contamination, and their cattle's healths are impacted. Untreated and partially treated wastewater discharged to the river, water bodies by local bodies and industry. You know, in our country, we are only treating 30% of the sewage. Municipality is treating only 30% sewage. Rest 70% are going untreated or partially treated, and they're discharged in the rivers, lakes, or on land, etc. That is creating serious water pollution in many rivers, where the dilution is not there. For example, in Delhi, because the dilution is not there due to the untreated sewage which is flowing in the river become nala. And the people who are using that water, not for drinking purpose, but for other purpose, for irrigation or for bathing, etc., they are huge problem. So that is also a social impact due to the uncontrolled discharge of the effluent. There are 132 non-attainment cities in our country where the air pollution is high. And that means that these 132 cities, the population who are residing, they are impacting with a very high level of pollution. Then there are 44 critically polluted area and 43 severely polluted area identified by CPCB. And many these areas are located in Gujarat, like Ankleshwar, Surat, Vapi, then Korba, Singrauli, Korba in Madhya Pradesh, and Singrauli in Uttar Pradesh. They are heavily polluted, either chemical industry or power plants or steel plants, etc. So one is that this impact of this pollution, our villagers and local populations are seriously impacted. MSW dump sites, I have mentioned, that also causes serious air pollution issues due to the burning of the tires and rubbers and plastic waste due to the methane gas formed. And then illegal dumping of hazardous sites. CPCB has identified 132 sites in our country where the illegal dumping is taking place. And that is contaminated not only the soil but also the groundwater. And we know that the groundwater are used by the population, the villagers, and they have a huge problem because they are not getting the water for drinking purpose because that's the illegal dumping of the hazardous waste. I will take one of the important things CPCB has come out by the air quality index, in which they have clearly mentioned that what is the health impacts. That means if the air quality index is 201 to 300, they are clearly indicating the breathing discomfort to people on prolonged exposure. Very poor if it is 301 to 400, which is in the winter months in Delhi and all NCR towns, the index is about very poor. Then the respiratory, that health impact which is government is announcing, that the respiratory illness to the people on prolonged exposure and a severe condition when it is more than 400 AQI, then that means the respiratory effect even the healthy people. That means government is also telling that when the index is high, that the healthy people also be impacted. So that is the very important one. That is also comes to the part of the social impact. This is the ambient air quality standard which basis the air quality index are calculated. I will not go in the details of that. You can see that in one slide how the pollutants are affected in the lungs, heart, brain, eyes, kidneys, etc. are highlighted here. You can see that all the parts of the body are impacted due to the various pollutants. And you can see that this is the air quality index map. You can see the whole North India, the levels of pollutions are very high. Patna is 587, Delhi is exceeding 500. So this is the winter months. Winter months, the index are very high. That means the population living in those areas are exposed to very high level of pollution. In morning, Dr. Yadav is also telling about the NCR pollution problem. That is the winter months, NCR, Delhi has a very high pollution problem. That is the impacts thing. Compared to this, if you see the Western countries like AQI, the Los Angeles is 25, New York is 50, Bangkok is 133, Beijing is 24, because they have improved their air quality things. So what we are inhaling, the air pollutants, compared to international cities, we are inhaling very bad air, and that is reducing our life of this thing. And there is one estimate by the Lancet journal. They have published a paper in which they have said that the Indians who are residing in the polluted air, polluted city where the air quality is bad, they are reducing their the lifespan 6 to 11 years. So that is very serious observation. I will skip these slides because already we have in the morning we have discussed. And then final things, what suggestion? We want that our panelists should throw some light on that. They are thinking on this, whether social impact, health impact due to the industrial operation are addressed properly in India. So this is very important one. Certainly, if not, what can be done to improve? Because laws are there, reports are being prepared, but still the social impact of pollution and other environmental issues are impacting especially the poor people as well as the tribal people. They are impacting huge pollution problems. Then social impact assessment study, which is a part of the EIA study, recommendation given. This should be part of the EC condition. Unless it comes to the EC condition, it will not be implemented. So whether it is done or not, this I think this is an important one. Whether this BRSR introduced by SEBI by industries are beneficial to nearby population. So that is very important. In the BRSR, if you see that large quantity of data has to be generated. That is one is the climate issues, then the water consumption, if you are reducing the water consumption, then water balance, then the air quality improvement, what are the inventory of the air pollutant, then solid waste, hazardous waste, everything data will come in that BRSR. So whether that will be useful for any helpful to the population to understand and reduce their impact on this. Whether current Water Pollution Control Act and the Air Pollution Control Act, EP Act, Public Liability Insurance Act, NGT Acts are adequately protecting the interest of the affected population. If not, then what we should do? So these are some of my thoughts I am presenting before you and our learned panelists here, and request them to give their thoughts first and then try to give their inputs on those issues. So with this, I think let us come to the panelist, and I think we have to take the, because there is a request. So Dr. Sudhir Joshi, advocacy, ESG, he has been introduced by the organizer already. So may I request Dr. Sudhir Joshi to give his views and thoughts on this in form of a PPT presentation.
Thank you, respected chair, and my all panelists. Actually, I am a nodal officer SDG for Collectorate since last 5 years, and I am working very closely with United Nations High Level Political Forum. I am representing India in United Nations in various projects. Today I am showing you in very nutshell how it is important. My presentation will be focused on the advocacy rather the technical presentation. Can we have presentation? Before start presentation, let me tell you that United Nations declared 2015 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So all SDGs are interconnected and interlinked. You can't address nutrition and health without focus on gender. You can't put focus on gender equality without focus on climate. So these all SDGs are interconnected and interlinked. So if we want to measure sustainability, we have to come forward for collaboration. And we have to come forward now for ESG. Next. So previously we all know that CSR word. So in recent now trend has been changed from CSR to ESG. This shift is not only reshaping corporate strategies but also influencing investment decisions and public policies. As we all know that in CSR, at least 2% of their average net profit of the previous 3 years on CSR activities, and they were used in education, health, poverty, gender equality, and hunger. Now, the landscape of CSR in India is evolving with an emphasis on sustainable and long-term projects. Companies are increasingly integrating their CSR activities with their core business strategies. Innovative approach, such as impact in investing and social entrepreneurship. Let me break with this. In Vadodara, let me tell you with immense pleasure, Chair, Government of India started dashboard, and in CM dashboard, all the stakeholders, all the agencies and all the government department now mapping every activities. If we are delivering every single beneficiaries to single items, that all are now measured. Before 5 years, Niti Aayog not declared index, and after 2018, Niti Aayog declared the index, and now reporting of every collector every day measured. And let me tell you with immense pleasure that recently Vadodara has got #1 in Gujarat state for dashboard of CM dashboard. So efforts not only made by the government agency, it's a collaboration, it's a collective efforts. That's why we are here. Now ESG, rising to prominence. The growing importance of ESG in investment, ESG factors have become increasingly important for investors in India. The rise of ESG investing reflects a growing recognition that ESG factors can materially affect a company's performance and market value. मैंने एक स्लोगन बनाया है, मैं आज आपको शेयर करता हूँ. मैं बहुत सारे स्कूलों में जाके वो बताता हूँ. जो एबल है वो स्टेबल है, जो स्टेबल है वो सस्टेनेबल है, और जो सस्टेनेबल है वो गुड परफॉर्मर है. ये मेरा सेंटेंस. If we are not here for brilliancy, intelligence and smartness. We are here for performance. Company evaluated by their performance, students evaluated by performance, and nowadays cricketer and sports person evaluated by their performance. So we are here for making good performance. Performance effect, no. Performance on impact. We are here for not effect, we are here for impact. Such a type of organizations, when come together, we are here for not solution, we are here for resolution. Let's come forward and make the resolution that the company must come forward for ESG. Environment protection is a common responsibility for all of us. We are responsible citizen. As a responsible citizen, we have to channelize our efforts. And this type of summit, I heartily congratulations. First of all, let's have a big applause to Sigma University, who have taken first initiative in Vadodara for such a type of summit. So now, SEBI, previously talked by my speaker, that SEBI introduced 1,000 listed companies by market capitalization, mandating them to disclose their ESG related activities and impacts. Some challenges we are facing. While there is significant progress, challenges remain. This includes the need for standardization in ESG reporting. I will go through fast in ESG reporting. Addressing greenwashing concerns and ensuring genuine social impact through CSR initiatives. However, these challenges also present opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and leadership in the CSR and ESG domains. What we learned: as India continues on its path of economic growth, the integration of CSR and ESG principles will play a critical role in ensuring that this growth is inclusive, sustainable, and beneficial for all stakeholders. The shift towards a more responsible and sustainable business model is not just a regulatory requirement, but is increasingly as a strategic imperative. These all are my personal achievements, which I gone through these last 3 years. So let me tell you, if we want embracing change in the community and embracing change in the industry or our country, we have to come forward. We must have to come forward. Without our collaborative effort, without our collective effort, will not make the change. Challenge and change. Remember, challenge and change. We have a challenge, but we want change. The challenge is itself inside challenge. We have to bring that change from the challenge, and then we will embracing what we want. See, remember our common mission and common vision for citizen of India. Our common mission is Sustainable India by 2030. And our vision is not Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. Our vision is Sarvashrestha and Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joshi. I think you have highlighted the importance of the ESG and ESG reporting and what are the problems we are facing. Now may I request Dr. Jose Luis from Brazil, who is the Global Chair of SDG 4, to kindly give his views on this. Dr. Jose.
Hello, good morning to everyone. I'm saying a warm greeting from Brazil. We are very proud to be here, and I was listening carefully all these speaker and valuable insights about ESG. So I would like to thank very much for this kind invitation from Sigma University, and I feel honored to be here in this gathering of minds, like I used to say, to discuss further this subject that cannot be any longer outside our agendas worldwide. When we are talking about ESG, we are probably dealing with a step ahead from corporate social responsibility and all the things that corporate social responsibility have meant in the near past. But now, definitely, we are facing a changing world since the impacts of the great impacts that we have to deal globally with COVID-19 pandemic that spread out in the beginning of the year 2020. And this year, 2023, should be the first post-pandemic year, let's say, that unfortunately we, despite of the impacts that we have already with the COVID-19 around the globe, have to face enormous challenges and wars that are pointing out in different parts of the world. So are affecting our capacity to deal with these very important, emerging, and urgent issues that are at the same time that we are discussing this in this morning, are also be discussing in the COP28 in Dubai. So I'm very proud and honored to be here. I have tried to make a very brief and concise and humble presentation, and I would ask your permission to share my screen with you. I don't know if it will be possible to do. I may count with the probably the help of the host in order to share my screen. If it's not possible, we can go only by speech, no problem. It will be possible to make a presentation in the screen. Okay, thank you. I would now share with you. Believe you are all able to see the screen that I'm sharing now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And this subject of this morning here in Brazil, afternoon in India, is to build a sustainable future and address the ESG solutions for a resilient world, or a more resilient world. And I am bringing here, at the same time, I am speaking on a very authentic mood, let's say, because one thing is very similar in Brazil and India, is that we are very spiritual, and we talk always and usually from the heart. So I am bringing here what I have addressed it as a, let's say, key point to the ESG framework discussions worldwide at this very special moment of the time, while in Dubai at COP28, we are at the same time discussing the final thoughts that will be probably released between this 12 and the 13th of December. That it is my birthday, so I am introducing to you like a humble present of these gathering of minds. And thank you very much again for Sigma University. And this presentation is being made first, then the presentation that I will do here in the afternoon in order to address this question in another international gathering that is promoted by a university network of researchers located here in Brazil that has a strong partnership around the globe, because it is related to GSFN, the Global Sustainable Future Network, that is headquartered in the United Kingdom and headed by our beloved Professor Dr. Renuka Thakur, who gave me the responsibility, so increased my responsibility as a professor, an educator, an entrepreneur, to be the global chair of the SDG 4, that is quality education. So we are not more bringing from the agenda into action quality education, but we are bringing the need and the capacity of our countries to uphold the level of education and to bring this quality education at a glance. here, I was really introduced. I will skip this part because I have been doing a lot of things. Of course, just the majority of you that are in this honorable audience of ours here. I got some awards during my life. One of them is the National Award in Education by Foundation Brink that was related to child and social education here in Brazil, as well as the Well Efficient, that is Award in Management and Transparency from Kenneth Institute, among other, distinguished um, uh, presence of my life. So this is our planet art, our mother art, and the future arrived bringing a strong impact on the global society. And we have no doubt about this, but with a slight difference. And for those people that cannot see on an appropriate way, I am showcasing a picture of our drawing of our planet art wearing a face mask, probably just like the majority of us in the hardest time of the COVID pandemic a couple of years ago. That started, as you all know, in a small city, city for the China parameters, called Wuhan, in the February of the year 2020, and from there spread around the globe. Unfortunately, according to UNESCO, bringing almost 1.5 billion students outside the classroom. So if we are talking about the global classroom impact according to UNESCO in global education, we have to address, or we have the opportunity to address what would be or what shall be the higher education institution upcoming complexity that we have to connect. And there is one that I would like to bring to this discussion and to showcase in this morning. That is what I call, or I used to call, all at the same place generations workplace. There is some kind that I have realized that we better call as a plurally profiles, because integrates, merge different skills and abilities from different generations that we have in the world today. And with the COVID-19, along with the traditional experience that we are living around the globe, we have faced the challenge to have all these contemporary administration theories and their sub of letters that began with BB, that is baby boomers, the X generation, Y generation, Z generation, the millennials, the digital natives, they all are gathering together at the same time. And there is a picture also that I like the most that is showcasing for us an old person, a senior person, wondering what to do with a notebook, a laptop, a MacBook, and a kid wondering what to do with an old typewriting machine. So where is the turn on button? Where I can see the game. So this is the inflection that I would like to bring today, because at the same time, we are facing all these impacts that we were left from the COVID-19 pandemic worldwide, and all these digital transformation and all these stuff that are bringing with the TICs, that with the theories that we are facing at this right moment in time, we will have to deal with this. And there are some complexities to connect, especially with these young people that is trying to be inserted in the labor market in the time of a global crisis. And of course, it has a very strong impact and effects on employability. It is something that ILO, International Labor Organization, had pointed to us around the globe right before the pandemic, during the year 2018 and the year 2019, that we have a yellow to becoming a red flag in terms of employability of this young generation that is in this range from 16 to 24 years old. And in Brazil, as a matter of fact, the impact is really even greater. While ILO in 2019 was concerned about the fact that 1/3 of the young generation will have no space in this labor world. In terms of Brazil and after the pandemic, we grow up this number up to a level of 1 among 2. Yes, 50% of our young generation are at risk right now in terms of employability. And there is something that I would like to bring that what I consider something that is really strong. There is a triple impact. They lose the opportunity to gain expertise at a vibrant time in their lives. They face more difficulties with less rewards, and they risk affecting the productive capacities of the next years of their professional lives. I believe every one of us can remember what we were in this range of 16 to 24 years old. It was really a vibrant time of our lives. And if they are disconnected of this world, they will lose a lot of possibilities, and of course, they will downgrade their possible skills and abilities, even with the help that they should have in this digital world that we are living in. So I would not like to go further, but there are some post-secondary private education in pandemic that are facing and taking us and leading us to what I call Brazilian crosswords. We have around 600,000 students interrupting courses in private higher education. Delinquency was higher. There are a drop of around in the year 2021 of 9%, that increased it to a drop of almost 17%, almost double in the year 2000, at the end of the year 2022, and probably increased more in this year of 2023 here in Brazil. And the number of students, what is more astonishing, interested in enrolling in higher education dropped at a very strong and unimaginable rate. So the percentage of students that are interested in enrolling in higher education here in Brazil and around the globe dropped, but in Brazil, we face a very difficult challenge. So the COVID-19 pandemic affected the outputs of the learning inequality in higher education around the globe, and of course, broadened inequality. That is the question that we have brought here. In this context, education for sustainability will emerge as a fundamental pillar in training of professionals aware of their social, especially of their social environmental responsibility. So we're here to move forward and connect the dots between the proven and sustainable frameworks. We have a lot of sustainable frameworks like 5 R's, conscious consumption, zero waste, net zero, to improve our courses curriculum, because most of the higher education institutions are dealing right now with this phenomenon of multi-generationality, but with analogic curriculum actresses in almost all fields of knowledge. So we have to move forward and to bring these, insights of these brand new generations and to change or to requalify a curriculum actress, bringing the sustainability issue to them. And there are a lot of sustainability best practices and frameworks. We have really to incorporate into academic curricula and to foster a critical thinking and fundamental skills. I will now stop sharing, and I will allow myself again to this, special gathering of minds to be here in order to discuss further any subject. I thank you very much for your attention on this, and I will remain at your disposal for any further consideration. It is really lovely to be here, and I feel India in my heart, just like I feel Brazil in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jose, for your very thought-provoking presentation. Now, may I request Mr. Devang Prajapati to kindly give a...
I do not have a presentation, but I have some cue cards that I'm going to use to talk. And with your permission, sir, I would like to use the podium. Namaskar. Once again, my name is Devang Prajapati. Since morning, we have been listening about ESG application at the industry level. Today, now I will bring in some perspective from the infrastructure world of how ESG principles can be applied to the infrastructure planning and designing. This is because in my professional experience has largely been in infrastructure sector, and that too specifically in water sector, of which last 10 years have been in planning, managing program management and capital investment program for DC Water. DC Water is a utility company that supplies water and wastewater services to Washington, DC. With the advent of ESG as a formidable decision-making force in investments, several public utilities in USA have started publishing their ESG reports. As an example, American Water publishes its ESG report. However, it should be noted that American Water is a private company, and it is traded on NYSE, that is New York Stock Exchange, and therefore it makes sense for them to publish a ESG report so that they can attract responsible investors. However, the company that I directly work with is DC Water, as I mentioned. So DC Water is a semi-government organization. However, they have voluntarily chosen to publish their ESG reports since last 2 years. What this does is it enables them to clearly define their priorities of how to serve their customers in their best possible way. These priorities are not just defined, they're documented and they're published. It allows them to communicate and provide transparency with their customers as well as their stakeholders. So DC Water's strategic imperatives, which they have been publishing for some time, were tied with the ESG principles in last 2 years, in last 2 financial years. Their strategic principles includes, safety, which was spoken about earlier, safety and wellness, reliability, resiliency of the infrastructure, sustainability, and equity, which is the topic of the panel today, right now. So what this does is, this imperatives that have been defined, it provides guardrails for decision making as DC Waters goes about its business in planning, designing, executing, and maintaining the infrastructure that supplies waters and wastewater services to the city. Now, this all sounds great, but how does it actually work? We've been talking about how ESG principles can do wonders for us, but I'll try to give a very specific example and in some detail to kind of explain how ESG principles can actually translate into actual, planning principles and actual design principles for infrastructure projects. So as part of my team, I work as water program managers for DC Water. I'm a consultant, and I used to work with Mott MacDonald. Now I'm independent consultant. I'm aligned with Mott MacDonald and continue to work with DC Water. And I'm also associated with a local firm called Safe Consultants to do this work. But as part of our role, or my role as water program managers for DC Water, we publish a 20-year document, which is a forward-looking document into the future of how the system should be maintained, upgraded, And this document is updated at a 5-year frequency. Typically, this is done with a lot of technical parameters. You know, you basically look at the current condition of the assets. You figure out what is the new need of the future. You figure out how to upgrade your systems to continue to meet the service levels that DC Water has set for its customers. And then you also figure out how to, you know, create projects that meets the best practices that are now in the industry, and, you know, also meet the regulatory requirement that is coming down the pike. So one of the key programs that not just DC Water but most East Coast utilities execute is replacing their pipelines. You know, this utilities or these cities on the East Coast are very old, and their average age of their pipelines are, you know, 80 years, 90 years, which means the oldest pipelines could be more than 120 years old. Now, therefore, all these utilities have a program to, you know, replace 2% of the pipelines, 1% of their pipelines every year. Just think about this. If you replace 1% of your pipeline, that is the total length of pipelines installed in your city, every year, by the time you are done replacing all the pipes, the very first set of pipes that you replaced are already 100 years old, and they need replacement again. So depending on the average age of the infrastructure, the cities would define if they want to, you know, speed up this and go to 2% replacement, 3% replacement. Currently, DC Water sits at 2% replacement, trying to achieve the goals to, you know, renew their pipeline infrastructure. So multiple projects are created, which are programmed over multiple years to execute this renewal program. And the pipelines selection is typically based on, you know, technical criteria. What is the age of those pipes? What is the material of the pipes? What material typically fails early? You know, you assign all these parameters, you kind of evaluate them, you provide weightage, and you come up with the projects that need to be done now. There are projects that can wait for some time. And based on that prioritization, you kind of program it out for next 10 years. Now, as I said, DC Water has adopted ESG principles, and one of the key principles which I am choosing to talk about because it is the topic of the panel is the social impact and equality. So in addition to these technical parameters that were selected, that were used to select those projects, the social and the equity parameter came into place. Now, how was this, you know, actually implemented? So there is a environmental justice index that is published by a local body, which maps out different areas of the city and gives a rating of which area has been historically served well, has been well funded, has been provided all the infrastructure in the best possible way, and there are areas which, you know, have been historically deprived. So these areas have been categorized, and a map is presented. Now, the approach that we used was to use that index and superimpose that on our projects. So where the infrastructure has already been, you know, where the areas were already served well, those areas did not get a booster score, versus there were areas which have been, you know, deprived for years, and therefore a booster score is applied to their area. So any projects that lied in those areas were boosted by 2%, or, you know, twice the score. What this does is it, you know, boosts the overall score of those projects, which means they can get funded earlier and they can be executed earlier. And this is one of the methods that was used to translate the sustainability, or rather the social impact and equitable goal, into the reality, which is, you know, you take the social impact, so you take the historically deprived areas and you provide them higher score, and you prioritize their projects, and thereby, you know, DC Water ensures that their resources are equitably spent. Not just the funding, it's also resources, because there is, you know, limitation of amount of work that can be performed within a year. So, you know, this is one of the key examples I use to demonstrate how ESG principle can be actually translated into a CIP project, a capital investment project. So, in conclusion, since last couple of years since I moved to India, what I find is industries are contributing to their to the overall pollution level in these cities, but not just that. It is also the urban local bodies. Our living conditions that we typically observe, whether it's water we drink, air we breathe, or the roads that we commute on, are largely a function of local bodies. And in my mind, I would like to make a case for this panel to discuss further if the ESG principles can be extended to the urban local bodies so that they can set up a clear set of priorities for the customers to know how they intend to spend their money, how they will improve the services that are provided to us as the citizens, and we have a tool to track how our municipality or our urban local body is spending this money for our improvement. Here's a thought that I would leave this panel with. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Devang. You have given a good example of this BC water case, as well as your conclusion was very good. We have suggested that this ESG principle should be also for the urban local body. That is excellent suggestion. Now may I request Mr. Chirau Patel to kindly give his thoughts on this. And
sure, sir.
Time is, I think, organizer has told me that they have to start
I'll
the
not
award
take much
function.
time.
So 5-6 minutes, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. So since this is the last session, I would rush to the presentation and quickly brief you about Best Value Chem Private Limited. We are 25-year-old organization in Baroda. We are a leading manufacturers of flavor and fragrance, now entered into personal care, and soon will be entering into the pharma integrants. We have 3 units. One is at Karakdi, one is at Moxie, and the new land is in Dahej, which is under commissioning stage. In the year 2020, we were acquired by Premji Invest. It is an investing arm by the charitable foundation created by Azim Premji, a Wipro Group Limited. This is Unit 1, Unit 2, and this is the upcoming project in Dahej. These are the few certifications which we have at all the locations. The growth of BVC since last few years. Innovation and sustainability is in the blood of BVC, and you will see few of the examples in the upcoming slides. So as mentioned, since the morning there are 17 SDGs, so these are few, and out of the 17, we contribute to the 14 of them directly or indirectly. So few of the examples I will just run. There are few slides. We'll be sharing the presentation if anyone requires. So we are recycling the wastewater into our processes, and we are also sending our wastewater for co-processing. The graphs you can see that the increasing recycle of water has been increased every year. This is an example of we do one product with the Grignard chemistry, and we use our wastewater generated back to the process, which leads to zero water generation. This is waste to energy data. We send our few of the waste for co-processing. Another sustainable initiative is we believe in the green chemistry principle, and we have started procuring many of our raw materials which are manufactured through a renewable source. We are importing few of the raw materials which are creating a renewable raw materials, because it is also a demand from the customers, as well as it is a need of today's day. Would like to share a case study. Recently we had completed a project of reusing the treated sewage wastewater of Vadodara Municipal Corporation for our in-house utilities, and we have successfully commissioned those plant. The project cost was around 3.5 CR. The operating cost is 1.51 CR per year. The thought of this project came from our CEO. Why not we use the treated sewage wastewater from the municipal VMC, which is being thrown into the Viswamitri. So we started this project in 2019. We had done the treatability studies with various agencies. 2020, we approached the VMC and entered into the MOU of using approximately 150 to 400 KLD. Currently, we are using 150 KLD. And now, since last 2 months, we are successfully using it, and soon we will be launching our inauguration video on LinkedIn, so everyone can share to it. And the Vadodara Municipal Corporation Commissioner has given us words that he will be sending the appreciation letter for this sustainable initiative. And to let you know that we are the first company in Baroda, a private sector company, who has initiated this, and would request all the industry clusters to have hands on this. If you need any information how we have done this and what are the other ways to get this implemented, you can get in touch with us. These are other sustainability measurements where we do participate, like CDP, EcoVadis, Together for Sustainability, and SEDEX. We were awarded platinum for EcoVadis in 2021 and CDP class. So that's all from my end. Just to add on the points of social impact and equality, the presentation covers only the sustainability part, but we also practice a lot of social impacts by doing CSRs to the nearby villages on education part, on health and hygiene. And since last 3 to 4 years, we have targeted the gender equality part also. Currently, we are achieving 8%, and we have targeted to achieve it 20% for the gender equality part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. I think it is very good gesture on the part of your industry to take the sewage and treat it and then use the treated sewage water.
Thanks.
That is very good. I think we appreciate that one. Now, may I request Nupur Tandon ji?
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, everybody. My PPT, please. Should I start without the PPT? Okay, so I'll start till they upload. I founded Pro Waste Concepts back in 2013. It's been 10 years, and we've been working at the ground level with the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid to implement solid waste management systems. So today I'll be talking about SWM processes which we implemented in Basangao in Gandhinagar. So next. I don't have the, what's it? Okay, so our vision is a future without landfills. Dr. Sengupta started his this panel with talking about landfills, and he told us about how it is affecting the water bodies, our pollution levels in our country. We have so many landfills around our cities, and all the waste from our cities, our waste is ending up there. And we clearly work at the bottom of the pyramid to mitigate this critical issue in our country. We are working with communities to change their mindset towards waste, and we are diverting waste from the landfills. We work with campuses, PSUs, institutions, organizations to set up processes to bring a mindset change, a systemic infrastructure change to ensure that the waste does not end up in the landfills and it is converted into resource. So we are nudging the communities to make them rethink what waste is all about. We have to rethink what our waste categories we are generating each day. We have to rethink our consumption patterns, and we have to rethink where our waste is going. The second is redefine. I would like to focus on this. Cleaning is not waste management. We have to redefine what waste management is. Just sweeping away our waste under the carpets or out of a sight is not waste management. We are just doing cleanups. That is deceptive cleaning. And redesign the processes. So that is what we are exactly doing at the ground level for campuses and for this particular project, which we took up in 2018. And this is under IIT Gandhinagar. It is the outreach program of IIT Gandhinagar. I'll be just showing some visuals and explaining how we started doing it. It's very important that we have community engagement. Just one-time awareness session and just talking about solid waste management or giving them some lecture or giving them dustbin is not going to solve the problem. It needs much more beyond that. So that is what we've been focusing on in Basangao. I think you can read what's written in Gujarati. I can't. But I have a team who helps me here, who's based locally. This is in the primary school in Basangao, where we actually started telling the children what exactly waste was. We had to tell them to identify between the categories of waste. There were no bins in the school, and if even they study in the textbooks that, okay, you have to bin your waste, you put your waste in the dustbin, but where are the dustbin in the classes? The school would have just one bin which is kept somewhere and not even used, and there was litter everywhere. So we started with this program that children bring your waste, the plastic, from your homes. One thing I've seen in rural places is that they do not waste a lot of food waste. There's the generation of food waste is very, very low because they're eating fresh food, and they really do not waste as much food as in urban areas or students in engineering colleges would waste. They get their mid-meal in the schools, but I don't see any wastage. So mainly there is plastic. There's a lot of our villages are flooded with a lot of these packet of chips and biscuits now, which children are consuming, which I think is causing a lot of pollution. And you see gutka packets, chips wrappers, biscuit wrappers everywhere strewn all over the streets. So we started this program in the school where children were supposed to bring plastic, and then we would give them some motivation by getting them the benches made out of plastic, and we give them some pencils to motivate them that yes, your waste is being converted into resource. I didn't do that. Okay. So this is me taking classes. Every month I come, and my team, all the time, we connect with the students since continuously, so that they understand that this is important. They have never learned lessons on cleanliness. So this is what this team, we taught them composting, and they went for inter-school science competition to showcase some projects, and they showcase how composting could be done at their own levels, and they won the prize, and I was very proud of them that how they have started adopting waste segregation and protecting their environment, composting and collecting plastic waste every day. There are a lot of small shops in the villages, and none of them were, putting their waste in their bins. It was just thrown everywhere. We started giving them bins, and we started telling them, we gave them these big bags, and we asked them to start storing their waste. And we take every week from IIT Gandhinagar, we send a vehicle, and everything is brought back to the campus, and it is sent for recycling. And we've also put bins like this everywhere. There were no bins at all. So we made these bins out of empty chemical cans, because we can't afford to put 100 bins in the village every day, because every month, because the bins are carried, they just take away the bins. So this is what we came out with. And we have placed these kind of bins everywhere, and we have been, creating awareness with the shopkeepers and with the people who come in the villages to start binning their waste. At least we have this vehicle coming from Gujarat Municipal, Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation. Here, urban local bodies, I would like to talk about what was mentioned, that yes, they do play a very important role, but I think I just wish they had the roles which was not just providing dustbins and not just sending the vehicle. GMC gave everybody in the villages 2 bins, green and a blue bin. I think a lot of people would have got it. And all of them are just storing water or dal or whatever in those bins, and they never ever used it. This vehicle would come once in a while and just go on the main roads, and the waste was hardly given by these villagers. And even if they gave, it was all mixed. So it did not solve any purpose. The vehicle has a blue side and a green side, but if you look at it, it's all mixed. So even if the urban municipal bodies tries to do something, it just fails. Only money is not going to solve the problem. Only tech magic is not going to solve any problem. It's a social problem. We have to engage with the people. So that is what ProWaste is really trying to do. And we are going beyond just giving bins or just giving awareness sessions there. These are some women in a temple, or I don't remember, somewhere. We go to Anganwadis, we go to temples, we go to their schools, and spend a lot of time with them to educate them, to empower them, and to enable them so that they understand what exactly waste management is. So the social impact has been, I don't know how to measure it. We're not doing like live data or something, but the village is much, much cleaner. The children in the school are actually, started having a cleaner environment. The cleaners who come to the villages are now seeing the change. They are able to see that their effort is creating an impact. And also, we are able to impact the community which is handling the waste directly. It is the recyclers or the helpers who clean the waste. They are dealing with clean waste, that is segregated waste. So that is the kind of impact we are able to create in Basangaon. Thank you so much. So it is very important to to understand that there are stakeholders involved. The role of all stakeholders is very, very important. And whatever is, the environmental laws or the emission levels or whatever we talk about, these tech terms, the ground level realities are really, really far away from. There's a huge gap. The way we can, fill in this gap is only by the engagement with the community and making efforts to create a change. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, some of the institutions which we are doing is IIT Gandhinagar, one engineering college in Vijayawada, KLU, IIT Jammu. In Bangalore, we are doing Raman Research Institute. We've done Rail Wheel Factory, and some more institutions and public sector units. Sorry, sir? Okay, I can talk about IIT Gandhinagar if you would. I don't have presentation, but okay. Okay. So IIT Gandhinagar is, I'll take up because it's in Gujarat. So this is a campus which has which has hostels for students. It has residential area for the faculty and the staff, and of course academic blocks. It has a medical center, and also it has labs and messes and canteen where food is cooked for, I think, 4,000 children. So what we created is, we believe that each campus is like a small city. And the processes we set up to implement waste management systems is a stepwise process. It is very important to do the review of any campus or any project before we start. That is the first step. The second step is most important, is preparation mode. That is where we are failing. You know, even to make a small building, we need a foundation. Here in India, we just started, we'll start segregating waste, we'll do Swachh Bharat, and of course we have technology since many, many years. We have recycling, we have biogas, but what's happening? Because we had not set up proper infrastructure to handle segregated waste, we did not have set up to an awareness which was not created, or bin setup was not there, so that we have the people segregate waste. Here we have to understand the people who generate waste have to segregate waste at source. It is not the cleaner or the person who comes with a bin and the sweeper will segregate your waste. We have failed this. We segregate waste and then it is collected. A lot of Indians think it's a cultural issue. We say, we will give our waste, and जो सफाई वाला आया है उसको हम कचरे वाला बोलते, वो कुछ करेगा, या हाउसकीपिंग वाला बंदा कुछ करेगा, या म्युनिसिपैलिटी कुछ करेगी. We don't care, we are paying taxes. That is the mindset, the social problem we are having. So the setup of systems is very important that ensures that waste is segregated at source, and the segregated waste is collected, it is transported. That means all categories of waste. It is organic waste, paper plastic waste, biomedical sanitary waste. We really don't talk about it. Diapers, it is electronic waste, garden waste, and also hazardous waste and chemicals waste, which comes out from the labs. And it is very important to store that waste safely. Waste is resource. We have to understand waste has to be stored safely and not just dumped together or burnt. So for safe disposal, we have to tie in with correct vendors, and we have to have technology for recycling of paper plastic, composting or biogas for organic waste, and handling of biomedical waste. There are certified bio-waste management companies in our country. We really don't, engage, we don't bring in them on board so that our medical waste or sanitary waste can be safely incinerated. And of course, e-waste and garden waste. Everywhere in India, we see that we are burning leaves and biomass. It can be converted into a source of energy. It is very rich in carbon. It is very good to compost that. So identification of waste is very important. Setup of infrastructure is very important. Awareness for the people who are generating waste, and capacity building for the team who are handling waste is very, very important. Only if all these stakeholders are brought together and the processes are in synchronization with each other, then only we can receive, we can achieve solid waste management, implementation processes and projects which are running successfully in our country. Not just talking about Swachh Bharat or talking about some technology, but everything, it has to be a holistic approach where all stakeholders come together and create this change. So that is what we've been able to do in IIT Gandhinagar. And we are able to divert about 90% of waste from the landfills. Everything is composted on the campus. Paper plastic is sent to recyclers, and ITGN is earning about around 2 lakh rupees per year, from handling their paper plastic waste. and we are sending all our sanitary waste, diapers and biomedical waste from the medical center and the labs for safe incineration. So the campus becomes a zero waste green campus, and recently they won the award of cleanest campus by UN. If you go on Google, you will be able to see that ITGN wins the Green Campus UN Award, which is really, really brings me a lot of happiness, and I see the change happening. I see the change in people, the community at ITGN, the students, the staff, the faculty. They have all, it has become into their lifestyle. So that is what we are trying to promote, that even if pro-waste is there or pro-waste is not there, but the green campuses or the green community or the green mindset which we are creating should be there forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nupurji, for your very good presentation. I think we also believe that the municipal solid waste management require a proper awareness program. One Delhi case study, I will just take 2 minutes. At Delhi, it is mandatory that municipal people will not collect the wet waste. Wet waste, all the society, they have to collect it and then compose it at their premises itself. Means that boundary of the premises, they have allocated one place, and they are the wet waste, that is the kitchen waste and other waste, that paper, this paper and as well as the leaves, etc. That has to be composted. If you don't compose it, then send this waste for the biomethanation plant to make the bio-CNG. No wet waste will be taken by the municipal corporation. Only the dry waste is going. So that type of thing should be there so that to handle. And our 40 to 65% waste are the wet waste. You know.
Absolutely agree, sir.
The load on the garbage dump site will be reduced drastically.
I wish what you said was true and it could happen at the ground level. That is the biggest problem. Whatever the rules are made by the pollution control board of municipality, at the ground level realities, implementation is the biggest problem in our country.
Colony it is started.
Yeah.
There is 126 colonies, societies in our area, and it is mandatory. Everybody is doing.
That's amazing, sir. Thank you so much.
Now may I request Mr. Bhavesh Vora, sir, to give his views.
Imagine a village surrounded by beautiful mountains where nature shows its true color. But the moment you enter into that village, you see garbage lying all around. You see contaminated water freely flowing through the streets. You see children playing and roaming all around, and few doing labor work in the landfills. In short, this is a village where residents are living in a very unhygienic environment. And it is because there is no solid waste management, no water management, and certainly no education system in place. Would you like to visit such village? Of course not. Now let's shift our focus to another village where communities are having a harmonious relationship with environment, where residents are aware of the latest environmental techniques available, where children attend school beyond with the dreams beyond labor work and working in the fields. In short, this is a village where residents are living in a very hygienic environment, where there is a solid waste management, water management, and certainly education system in place. Now the question is, would you like to visit such village? Of course, yes. Good evening, all the dignitaries, panelists, and all the stakeholders. This is Bhavesh Vora, your speaker for now, along with my talented partner, Krunal Karkare. We are the proud co-founders of Samkiti Environment and Engineering Solutions Private Limited, an innovative solid waste to energy transformation company. While I am driven by the desire to transform the waste into wonders and create a cleaner and greener environment, my partner, he is a passionate advocate of environmental sustainability, and he is committed to create and turn waste into miracles. I and Krunal lead Samkiti with a very clear vision.
We want to harness the potential benefit and reduce the detrimental consequences of bulk food waste and organic waste. We are on a mission to strengthen the planet ecosystem through our cutting-edge and innovative products and services like fully automatic waste composting machine and biogas plant, which converts food waste and organic waste into biogas, compost, or energy in just 24 hours. So dear audience, coming back to those two villages, can someone tell me why this inequality between these two villages? Or rather, let me rephrase the question. Who is responsible for bringing about that equality? Is it the companies? Is it the individuals? Is it the government bodies? Or is it all the stakeholders? Well, let me put aside this question for now, and let me discuss about a bigger question, how we can create a positive social impact and bring about that equality amongst the villages in the rural areas. So it is very simple that we need to think about, as we have thought leaders, we have policy makers, we have individual consultants and varied dignitaries from very different fields present in this room. I would like to take this opportunity to make you all understand how companies, through their CSR activities in solid waste management, can bring about that positive impact and can create that equality amongst villages in the rural areas. So what is CSR? Well, I'm sure you all are familiar with the word CSR, corporate social responsibility. But let me define CSR in a very layman language. It is a commitment by businesses to contribute positively towards environment, towards society, and towards their employees beyond their primary profit-making objectives. I believe we all must appreciate businesses for recognizing their broader responsibilities and taking intentional steps to create an impact on the communities through their CSR activities. So now, let's zoom in and understand what are the major activities undertaken by companies under their CSR activity. I believe most of the companies invest in child education, rather girl child education, women empowerment, infrastructure development, and few other such causes. But solid waste management takes a backseat in the priorities of many. Yes, unfortunately, solid waste management takes backseat in the priorities of many. This is my belief, but let me ask you all, how many of you have ever considered or witnessed solid waste management as a CSR activity undertaken by the companies? I'm sure very few. But we Samkiti very well believe that solid waste management in rural area is one such field which requires maximum attention now more than ever. And today we are about to explore why. So now I'm going to talk about what is solid waste management system, and the implications that it holds. And this would be purely in context of houses in rural areas. So solid waste is a waste generated on day-to-day basis in homes, such as food waste, plastic, packaging, and day-to-day consumable items. Now, what is solid waste management system? Solid waste management system is a systematic process of collecting, treating, disposing of, and managing all the above solid waste that I mentioned, and thereby it aims to decrease or minimize the impact of waste on environment and public health. As per one data, with the rapid growth in urbanization and population, the annual waste generation is expected to increase by 73% from 2020 levels to 3.88 billion tons by 2050. The data is not only scary, but it clearly indicates it's the time we all come together. It's the time we start investing in solid waste management processes, and thereby we contribute towards maintaining public health, environmental sustainability, and overall well-being of communities. We Samkiti have already started. Have you? Over the past 9 months, we have been relentlessly working towards finding avenues that can effectively reduce the impact, that can effectively reduce the inequalities and drive a positive change in the village and fostering their self-sustainability. And today, I am proud to share with you all that we have been able to design a streamlined process which will help us to turn our vision, our dream, into a tangible reality. In this process, there are about 4 major stakeholders, and there are about 5 steps involved in this process. 4 major stakeholders are, first, we Samkiti as a technology partner, companies as a funding partner, NGOs as an execution and survey partner, Talati, Sarpanch, and government bodies as an accountability partner. And the 5 steps that I'm talking about are village assessment, intent from Sarpanch and Talati, survey by NGOs, funding by company towards capital expenditure, and employment generation. So in nutshell, through these 5 steps and with the help of all the stakeholders, we Samkiti intend to implement solid waste management system in as many villages as possible, and thereby we aim to create that positive social impact and equality amongst villages in the rural areas. So now, let me take you all back to that initial question: who is responsible? As we stand at the crossroads of environmental challenges, the answer is very clear. It's a shared responsibility. Yes, it's you. We, all of us, are responsible for creating that equality, for creating that better and sustainable world. So I always believe, मैं किसी से बेहतर करूं, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? मैं किसी से बेहतर करूं, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? मैं किसी का बेहतर करूं, बहुत फर्क पड़ता है. With the same mission of मैं किसी का बेहतर करूं, I invite you all to join me, Krunal and Samkiti, and help us in our mission of making India cleaner, greener, and more equitable. Join us in this journey towards positive change, where sustainability is not mere goal, where sustainability is not a mere goal, but it's a way of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this is very important point you have raised. Now may I request Mr. Sunil Kaul to kindly give his views.
Yeah, the presentation you can display. Sure, I know that I am the last one and everybody must be in hurry. Sure. I will request everyone to please bear with me for next 5-7 minutes. I will make it quick. So let me jump into the presentation itself. Before setting the contest, I would like you to understand who we are and what we are into. We are a global Linde engineering organization which has almost presence in more than 100 countries. And we have 1,400 patents. We have a beautiful office in Baroda, which is one of second largest office in the world in terms of numbers. We have 1,400 people over here in Baroda, catering to the EPC function of Linde for India and Southeast Asia. Could be this slide I would like to share in terms of what we do.
we have two business units. One is gases unit, and the second is engineering unit. The gases, when we say we are into all form of gases, you name it, we are there. Oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, argon, whatever you say, we are there. And when it comes to engineering, we have almost all the technologies to support the gases business, as well as the customers like you and the third-party customers. In 2022, we had an annual sale of 33.4 billion. Coming to the topic, the social impact and the equality. I would like to just share with you, this slide was made almost a few years back in Linde. It talks about what if happens if the temperature rises 3 to 5%. Today in the morning, GD Yadav sir already said that they were anticipating more than 6 degrees rise in temperature if nothing is being done. So if it is 3 to 5 degrees centigrade rise in temperature, we will see 5 billion, I will repeat, 5 billion people could lack sufficient water for at least a month every year. There will be 25% reduction in the crop. So there will be food shortages. Either we have to decrease the CO2 emission by almost 7.6% so as to maintain 1.5 degree rise in temperature. That is what we have to achieve to maintain the current levels of, I will say, emissions. Coming to looking at the problem, Linde came up with the with 3 milestone, I will say, climate neutrality targets. The first one is of 2028. Here we are talking about 35% reduction in greenhouse gas intensity reduction, and the benchmark which we have set is of 2018. In 2035, we are looking at absolute 35% reduction of absolute greenhouse gas reductions. And the third one is of 2050, which requires a lot of policy support in order to meet the net zero, I will say, become climate neutral. Now coming to, we had a problem that we wanted to address in terms of restricting the temperature rise. We set the targets in terms of what we want to achieve in 2028, 35, and 2050. Now comes, what should we do? When we looked at it, we set aside a target of investing $1 billion USD in decarbonization projects. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are into this and achieving this target year-on-year basis. The second one, which is equally important, to spend almost 1/3 of our annual budget on decarbonization solutions. Drive into operational excellence. Other than that, double our annual purchase of low carbon power. I'm happy to share with you all our installations in UK as well as Brazil are with 100% green power. Continuing to invest in promising technologies and continuing to develop industry-leading technologies. So if you look at, we developed a portfolio of the products and the solutions which we offer to the gases business as well as to the third-party clients. It started with both green and blue. You are aware of IRA Act in USA, which promotes blue hydrogen. So for the production of hydrogen, we have various technologies in-house. SMR, ATR, partial oxidation technologies, which uses, I will say, methane or natural gas as a fuel, but ultimately we capture the carbon by means of carbon capture technologies. We have got also electrolysis. Currently we are offering both alkaline as well as PEM technologies. We will be looking into SOEC technologies in future. As far as distribution of hydrogen is concerned, we have, as Mr. Dr. G.D. Yadav sir said in the morning, we have got ammonia synthesis loop where hydrogen from the green electrolysis can be produced, and at the same time we have developed a flex ASU for generating the green nitrogen, mixing together in the ammonia synthesis loop and getting green ammonia. We are also looking into the technology which is currently being developed in our R&D, which is ammonia cracking. Hydrogen liquefations, that is what we have been offering. I am proud to say that we have supplied such unit to ISRO for their rocket technology. And we are upscaling it from, say, 50 TPD to 200 TPD. Transport as carrier, we have a fleet of almost 1,600 trucks, which we are running on the roads every day to carry the hydrogen. We know it. We have also a pipeline network. So we are aware of how to transport the hydrogen. It's located in Louisiana in USA. It's almost a 1,000-kilometer pipeline. Then coming the hydrogen refueling stations. We have a market share of more than 33%. And almost 200 hydrogen filling stations. Today we were proud that we have 2 in Gujarat. We have 200 worldwide, which is a good number. Other than that, we have carbon capture solutions, which was developed to address the problem. Flexible air separation units to cater as per the, I will say, supply of renewable power. Dry reforming, PSAs, membrane, cryogenic technology, amine wash, you name it, we have the technology in-house available for such units. So what we achieved after doing so much of portfolio, so much of target setting, what we got so far. As most of our panelists were saying, we have diverted more than 200 million pounds of waste from the landfills. Helped our customers to avoid almost 90 metric tons of equivalent of CO2. Saved almost 400 million gallons of water through sustainable initiatives. Apart from that, sourced more than 1/3 of the electricity from the low carbon and renewable sources. Apart from that, we have a target of having 30% of female employees within Linde world by 2030. I'm happy to share with you that last year, all 60 trainee were female employees which were joined Linde India. That is the commitment which we are showing towards the society. And the best is, what we are really proud of is our safety performance. That's in our blood.
Mr. Kaul, you have to conclude it.
That's it, sir. This was my last slide. Thank you very much. Linde does a part of it for the Mother Nature. We have to do a lot, and we expect you also do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaul. I'm sorry that the time was short and there's so many reminders from the organizer because they have to start the award ceremony function. But what I will request that anybody from audience, if they have any 1 or 2 questions, we can take up. Okay, otherwise you have to say 1 minute, 30 seconds, okay. You want to take 30 seconds?
Let me tell you with immense pleasure, our 2 village 100% garbage free announced by the government of India, that is Dumad village and Alwa, Vagodia. You can visit. Every citizen of that village, not a single garbage you can find in this village, Alwa and Dumad. This is our achievement. And we have started millet farming, natural farming, and we started Panchayat Development Index where 400 services and schemes covered. So let me congratulate Team Vadodara. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And from my side, I thank all the expert panelists here who have contributed and given their views. So in conclusion, what I will say that in this session, we have discussed the importance of social impact and equity issues we have discussed. We have discussed the regulation guidelines issued by Government of India and the state government on the social impact, how the MOEF is included this social impact assessment in the EC process. Then another two important issues have come up, that MSW management, how the segregation and composting and the biogas making will be very important. And one of the important issues was discussed was the public awareness about the MSW management is must. Then also we have discussed in length about the ESG principle in the promotion, ESG promotion in the urban local body. That is, I think, very important touching thing. Importance of ESR and BRSR reporting, accounting and verification issues. That is also very important. And finally, the Linde, they have given their experience about the hydrogen manufacturing and distribution, and then CCUS technology which they are going to discuss. All these things are very important. With this, I thank the organizer for giving this opportunity to us to give our views on the social impact assessment, and all the expert members, panelists here for giving their expert views on these issues. I'm sure that with this, in the proceedings which will come, all the important points will be highlighted, and in the ESG 2024, when we'll again discuss this point, what about the further movement, what we have taken, what the further steps we have taken, that we'll discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Following an enlightening discussion on social impact and equality, we have explored the intersectionality of environmental and social responsibility. The thoughts shared by our distinguished panelists have undoubtedly sparked ideas and initiatives for positive change. Now, as we move on to our next segment of the program, I would like to invite I would like to invite Dr. Ranjita Banerjee, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, to felicitate Dr. B. Sengupta, Chairperson of Panel 2. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jayesh Patel, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Sigma University, to felicitate Dr. Sudhir Joshi. Thank you, sir. Next, I would request Mr. Chetan Patil, member. Thank you, sir. I would invite Mr. Chetan Patil, member, Indian Institute of Chemical and Engineering, to felicitate Mr. Bhavesh Vora. Mr. Chetan Patil. Thank you, sir. Next, I would request Mr. Jaimin Patel, member, Indian Institute of Chemical and Engineering, Vadodara, to felicitate Mr. Sunil Kaul. Thank you, sir. I'd request Dr. Umesh Upadhyay, Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, Sigma University, to felicitate Ms. Nupur Tandon. Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite, thank you. Now I invite Mr. Dilip Desai, member ISTD, to felicitate Mr. Devang Prajapati. I request Mr. H.M. Desai to join the felicitation. I'm sorry, I forgot to announce that. Is he there? Okay. Sir, just a picture with Mr. H.M. Desai. Yeah, it's okay, but sir, we can have a picture with you. Next, I invite Mr. Shailesh Vasavda, Director, Industry Institution Interaction Cell, Sigma University, and Mr. Manish Bhatt, Placement Officer, Sigma University, to felicitate Mr. Chirayu Patel. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. I would request all the members to come forward for the group photograph. Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
sir, please.
I thank all the panelists, all the three panels, for sharing their insights and enhancing our knowledge on these three topics. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to embark on a unique and informative segment featuring our esteemed sponsors. Without them, this event wouldn't have been possible. So each of these companies enriches our discussion with profound expertise and groundbreaking innovations, contributing significantly to the continuous discourse on matters related to the environment. Hello. Yeah. And governance. To kick off this session, let's extend a warm welcome to our first sponsor, Rosev. Representing Rosev, please join me in welcoming their spokesperson to share the case studies.
Hello, yeah, that's better. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all of you for sitting through the whole day. Believe me, I am as tired giving this presentation as you are to listening to it. I'll not take too much of your time. I'll finish as fast as I can. We are a group of companies and we represent the companies like Rosev and Rochem, and we are operating and maintaining all the Rochem plants and the Rosev plants in Gujarat. In total, we have about 150 RO plants running on effluent water in Gujarat. And for the past 20 years, I have been running these RO plants. And believe me, running an RO plant on effluent water is one of the most difficult things to do because it does not have any quality. It is not coming from QC, QA and coming to your RO plant. You have to treat the effluent as it comes. The presentation. Are we done? Okay. So, if you go to anywhere in Gujarat, especially in GIDC of Ankleshwar, Jagadia and Bharuch, I have given a small pen drive. Just hold on a minute. I think the presentation is coming through. All across the world. I operate all the ROCAM RO plants in Gujarat. And we have a good 200 of them and running on effluent water. And you name a company anywhere in Ankleshwar, any company, any major company in Ankleshwar, they have our RO plant running and we are recycling the water for them. As I was saying, recycling effluent water is not an easy job because the parameters vary on a day-to-day front. Okay. That is not the presentation. ITM लिखा हुआ है. So on a typical day, we recycle about 20 mld of effluent water, and this is treated effluent water, but still it has enough high COD and high TDS, which is far above the normal GPCB parameters. And as I was saying, you can name any company, UPL, Zydus, Cadila, Sun Pharma, and practically all their units, They have our RO plants and we recycle the water. Now, and the most difficult part of recycling water with RO plants is that they don't last very long because RO membranes are very susceptible to any kind of contamination. And we have been doing this for many, many years, and nobody has that kind of experience as we have in recycling effluent water. Now, first thing that I wanted to ask you was, how do you define a developed country? Like we have been talking about ESG and COP2, 3 and whatever, but what is the basic definition of a developed country? We all, when we were small, we used to talk to each other and say that America is a very developed country because वहाँ पे झाड़ू मारने वाला भी गाड़ी में आता है. But the best definition of a developed country is this is a quote by a guy called Gustavo Petro. He is a Colombian politician. A developed country is not a place where the poor have cars. It is where the rich use public transport. Wherever you find rich people using public transport, that means you know that this is a developed country. Similarly, it is my definition that a country, city or town is a developed country when you know that they are recycling the wastewater. If they are recycling 100% of the wastewater, then it's a very developed country. If they are recycling a part of the wastewater, then they are a partially developed country. Now, these are the companies where we are recycling water. And you can see that practically you name the company in this region and we are there inside their plants. We are operating and maintaining these plants. I am personally in charge of operation maintenance of all ROCAM RO plants and ROSAV RO plants. And this is a 24/7 operation, no Dasera, no Diwali. We are running these plants on 24/7 operations. We have more than 400 people running these plants all over the state of Gujarat. And when I'm talking only from the Gujarat perspective. Otherwise, all over India, there are more than 2,000 RO plants running on effluent water. Now, another question. Which industries are the biggest polluters in terms of CO2 emission? Now, belonging to the chemical industry, our first impression comes to be the biggest chemical plants. But you will be surprised to know that the biggest polluters in terms of CO2 emission is the cement industry. For every ton of cement that you produce, you get 1 ton of CO2. The chemical industry doesn't even come second or third or fourth in terms of CO2 emissions. There is steel, there is iron and steel, and there are a host of other companies. The chemical industry in terms of CO2 emissions comes something like 5th or 6th and forms a very small percentage of CO2 emissions. Now, this is the water consumption of the nearby GIDCs. We had been talking about recycling sewage water, but the consumption of sewage water in the city of Baroda is very poor as compared to the generation. A single sewage treatment plant in Baroda generates something like 50 to 100 MLD, and all this thing put together is hardly anything. So if you want to recycle sewage water in Baroda, you have to either go through the Padra Jambusar road, which is very far from Baroda, or take the sewage to Dahej. I have done a pilot project with CII long back, and the feasibility is slightly dicey. Now, if you want to really know about CO2 emissions, this is the book you need to read. This is my recommendation to anybody who wants to have a layman's perspective on carbon dioxide emission and the pollution and how the earth is being heated because of CO2 emissions. This we have all seen number of times, and you know we are here at 400 ppm right now in the year 2022. So 400 ppm of the air you breathe is CO2. I'm sure most of you must have seen this graph. This is a NASA graph, and this is how it works. This is the average temperature of the whole planet from the year in the 1800s. And as you see, the circle will slowly expand when you come to the current year. So you are in 1990, 1920, you can see slowly it's expanding. As you reach the danger zone, this is on the NASA website in case anybody is interested. You'll see this graph as a part of the presentation for many presentations. This is a standard graph. It is used everywhere. And you can see how the planet is heating up. This is a global average temperature. And as you go to the end of the spectrum, you will see the red lines indicate the dangerous zone. So at 1992, you are already in the danger zone. Towards the end of the presentation, towards the end of this graph, it will be turned on its axis. So you'll get a cross-sectional view, and then you will realize how the planet is heating up. And this is because of CO2 emission. So this is up to 2021, and the global average temperatures you can see. We are very much in the danger zone from the year 2000 itself. A little more heating, and you know what happens after that. That's all with my presentation. I tried to keep it as short as possible, and I have deleted a lot of slides because by the end of the day, I think all of you would probably be more tired in listening to the presentation than I am in giving one. If you have any questions, please shoot. Otherwise, we can all go home, I guess. Any questions? I think I've got my answer. Everybody wants to go home. Thank you. Yes, please. Choking of the membranes. So you want to know what is the most frequent problem that comes when you recycle effluent water with RO. It is the damage to the membranes. It is called membrane fouling. It happens very quickly, or it can happen over a period of time. But typically RO membranes in wastewater don't even last for 1 year or 6 months unless they are designed in a different manner. Anything else? Yeah. The RO plant has to be designed for the TDS, and it has to be in a plate type RO. You can go up, the TDS in the feed is not that important. The TDS in the reject is more important. So we can concentrate the water up to 1 lakh ppm TDS in the reject. But that is subject to many other things like what are the scale forming salts and how they have been pre-treated. So operating cost is typically 28 to 30 rupees a meter cube. And that is without the power. So with the power, it will be 50 rupees a meter cube. Yes, ma'am. True. Most of the RO plants that we are running operate at very high recovery. So the amount of water that goes as rejects is very low. So we typically operate at 85 to 90% recovery. And the reject of the RO goes to a multiple effect evaporator. And from the multiple effect evaporator, it goes to an equipment called ATFD, or agitated thin film dryer, where it is turned into powder and disposed of to a landfill. That is a typical ZLD unit or zero discharge unit. That's what is the standard practice being followed with the given available technology at this current point of time. In our terminology, we call it BAT, best available technology. Currently for recycling wastewater is ETP treated water, followed by an RO plant, followed by a multiple effect evaporator, followed by an agitated thin film dryer. It's used in the cooling towers and the boilers. Any further questions? There'll always be a salt percentage, there'll be always a salt content. It's normally measured in ppm, and the salts are classified in different things like calcium salts. Typically, the water that we get into our RO plants contains about 10,000 ppm of salts, or that is the TDS. And we generally concentrate it up to 40,000 ppm or 60,000 ppm. We can go up to 1 lakh ppm subject to the condition of the solubility of the salts, which is normally, if you have a sodium sulfate salt, we can go up till 1 lakh ppm in the TDS. Are we done? Thank you so much for listening to me at this end of the day.
Thank you, sir. So I request Dr. Poongundran Paranthaman, Controller of Examinations, Sigma University. Sir, please stay on the stage to felicitate the spokesperson of Reserve. Yes, come. Go that side. Go that side. Go that side, please. Thank you, sir. So now let's transition to our next sponsor, Samkiti. We are privileged to have them with us today. Please welcome the representative to the stage.
Good evening all. I know we all are much tired. So I am from Samkiti Environment and Engineering Solutions Private Limited. This is Kunal Karkare, co-founder, director for this company. So I'll not go with my more details in my products and what technology we provide. I'll just brief it. But I'll just connect because of the whole event is on ESG. So I'll just connect some one story, small story, and I'll try to connect that with the ESG. And I'll tell you this story in Hindi, so everyone should connect. और थोड़ा हार्ड से भी आएगा. So environment के बहुत सारे देवता है. तो उसमें से एक बार वरुण देवता, मतलब जो एयर के देवता है, और सूर्य देवता, दोनों में बहस चल रही थी कि यार मैं ज़्यादा ताकतवर हूँ या तू ज़्यादा ताकतवर है. बहुत बहस चली. तो दोनों ने डिसाइड किया चलो एक डेमो करते हैं. तो डेमो में सामने से एक आदमी आ रहा था, उसने एक शॉल ओढ़ के रखी थी और चल के आ रहा था. तो वरुण देवता बोला चलो मेरा पहला, एयर देवता बोला कि मेरा पहला टर्न है, मैं उसकी ये शॉल जो है ना वो उड़ा के दिखाता हूँ. तो उसने एकदम ज़ोर से अपने आप को एक्टिवेट किया, तो बहुत ज़्यादा फ्लो में एयर चली, तो जो शॉल थी वो एकदम उड़ने लगी. तो उस आदमी ने शॉल को एकदम टाइटली पकड़ लिया. देन उसने वापस थोड़ा ज़ोर से एयर को और घुमाया, शॉल और थोड़ी अनकंफर्टेबल हो गई, उसने एकदम से टाइट पकड़ लिया, और लास्ट में उसने अपना फुल पावर यूज़ किया तो शॉल उड़ के चली गई. सो यहाँ पे पवन देवता का जो डेमो था वो कंप्लीट हो गया. उसके बाद बारी थी सूर्य देवता की. सूर्य देवता ने कुछ नहीं किया. सूर्य देवता ने वैसे वो आदमी वापस चलने लगा क्योंकि पवन रुक गया था, तो वो आदमी वापस चलने लगा और सूर्य देवता ने सिर्फ स्माइल किया तो हीट बढ़ गई, तो थोड़ा अनकंफर्टेबल हुआ, तो उसे थोड़ा सा ढीला किया. फिर वापस उसे थोड़ा सा अपने आप को स्माइल दी तो और ज़्यादा हीट बढ़ गई, उस और ज़रा अनकंफर्टेबल हो गया. लास्ट में अपना फुल पावर उसने भी यूज़ किया, तो उस बंदे ने ऑटोमेटिकली अपने आप शॉल उठा के बाहर रख दी. सो दोनों ने बाद में बात की, बोला कि यार देखो कुछ काम ऐसे होंगे जो ज़बरदस्ती करने पड़ेंगे, कुछ काम होंगे ऐसे होंगे जो शायद स्माइल से भी हो जाएंगे. सो आई थिंक ESG के साथ भी ऐसा ही होगा, कुछ काम स्माइल से करने पड़ेंगे, कहीं पे कुछ ज़बरदस्ती भी करनी पड़ेगी. सो आई जस्ट गो थ्रू ब्रीफ इन माई स्लाइड्स. So we provide various technology on the solid waste management. The first is the fully automatic waste composting machine, which converts all type of organic waste like food waste, garden waste into the compost within 24 hours. जो normally market में available machines है उसके थोड़ा सा difference अपने में ऐसा है कि we are using the indirect heating system, this oil bathing heating system, जो 55 डिग्री पे ही मशीन काम करेगा, और जो compost का जो quality है that you can directly use in your garden, plantation, in your farming, everywhere. And it is come with the inbuilt shader part also, so you can shade the garden waste also in that machine. These are our few clients. We have supplied 350 machines across India. So this is the clients of Gujarat. This is the photograph of Eden Garden Stadium. This is a photograph of Goa Municipal Corporation. This is a Wankhede Stadium. It's a 2-ton machine. It can process 2 tons of waste on the per day basis. The another technology that we provide, that is a biomethanation biogas plant. So this is the plant. These are some features of this plant. We use the bark technology, that is a Narsunga technology, and many of other technology as well. Another environment protection that we provide, that is acoustic enclosures. So we reduce the noise level of the plant. If there is a big machineries who producing the 120, 125 decimal of noise, that we reduce with this. Thank you so much.
I request Dr. Sanjay Gandhi to felicitate the spokesperson from Samkiti. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Aura. Let's hear from Aura's representative as they present their case study. Aura.
Hello everyone. समानिव आकृति समाना यदि अनिवह समानमस्तु वो मन यथा वह सुसाहसति. हमारे उद्देश्य एक हो, हमारे हृदय की भावनाएं एक हो, हमारे विचार एकत्रित हो. जिस तरह इस ब्रह्मांड में विभिन्न पहलू हैं, उसमें तारतम्यता और एकता है. और ये एकता बनानी रखेगी, क्योंकि चाय अभी आपने ली नहीं है. Myself, Mahesh Mardia from Aura Environmental Services Private Limited. I am working as Managing Director. I would like to thank Mr. Sanjay Gandhi sir, the university, the backbone of university, the students, especially the elder experts. Yeah, we have learned so much things. I wouldn't take more time because the time is pressing. And yes, Mr. Krunal, आपने goosebump ला दिए. BNI की लैंग्वेज में आपको लाइव रेफर मिलेगा. Yeah. So I am working in this field from last 10 years. This company we have founded before 5 years, and I am also associated with LJ Institute of Engineering and Technology as environmental auditor, cum assistant professor. Yeah. So माता भूमि पुत्रम पृथिव्या. ये सारी बातें हो गई, तो मैं बेसिक नहीं लूँगा कि हमारे पास दूसरा प्लेनेट नहीं है. मंगल पे भी रिसर्च चल रहा है, वहाँ पर पहुँच गए, लेकिन अभी नहीं है. सो वाटर स्कैरसिटी, पोल्यूशन की इम्पैक्ट जो भी है, हमारा जो मिशन है, ध्येय है, वो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट है. सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट कैसे करेंगे, उसके लिए हमारी जो कर्तव्य परायणता है, मोरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज, वी विल कनेक्ट द इंडस्ट्रीज, बिल्डर्स, हॉस्पिटल्स एंड होटल्स to National Green Tribunal, Ministry of Environment and Forest, GPCB, CPCB, and the statutory bodies. We will educate them to comply the regulations. So how we can be thankful? By solving the problems of industries. So there are many problems the industry might face. if they have not followed the regulatory statutory bodies laws, then they can have notice and very many things. And there are the solutions. So we are doing the legal compliance services, monitoring and laboratory analysis of environmental pollutants. And we are doing these solutions by research and engineering services like pollution control by wastewater treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, air pollution control equipments, designing, installing, commissioning, and turnkey projects. Yeah, so we are taking the consistency by doing these things like sampling of land and soil samples, air samples from stack air, ambient air, noise pollution, water and wastewater samples from sewage treatment plant and ETPs. We are doing the analysis in our own laboratory. We are NABL accredited laboratory, and we have more than 200 plus parameters accredited under the NABL, and also we are scheduled to environmental auditors. And we have more than 200 in NABL, and उसके अलावा भी 200 से ज़्यादा पैरामीटर्स है जो हमारी लैब में होते हैं जो अभी NABL में हम अपग्रेड करेंगे. And how we do upgradation? By Gatistam, like our Shastra says, right? So we are doing many trainings from experts from our statutory bodies, right? So we are doing visit. Our team is also doing the visit to different plants. If other consultants have worked there, then also we do visit and we research that which type of problem were there and how they resolve that problem. And we met that consultant and we learned from that. So upgradation by doing the CETP's upgradation, please don't go through my figure. It is 10-year-old picture. So our ultimate goal is प्रकृति को अर्पण. और yes, हमारी जो सिद्धियाँ हैं recognized by NABL accredited laboratory, pollution control board के हिसाब से scheduled to environmental auditor हैं. और यस हम प्लास्टिक वेस्ट के लिए GSPA में गुजरात स्टेट प्लास्टिक एसोसिएशन जो है मैन्युफैक्चरर्स उसके साथ हमारा MOU है. 200 प्लस EPRs अभी ला चुके हैं. उसके अलावा प्लास्टिक इंडस्ट्रीज़ को 24/7 हम हेल्पलाइन दे रहे हैं जिसमें वो कभी भी फ़ोन करके हमसे जानकारी ले सकते हैं कि उनको क्या करना है. काफ़ी सारे प्लास्टिक यूनिट्स छोटे छोटे ऐसे हैं जिनको एजुकेट ही नहीं किया गया या फिर उनको पता नहीं है कि रेगुलेशंस क्या है. तो वहाँ पे 3-4 वर्कर काम कर रहे हैं और इतना छोटा प्लास्टिक इंडस्ट्री है कि उनको पता ही नहीं है. तो उनको हम हेल्पलाइन के द्वारा 24/7 वो MOU हुआ है कि हम उनको हेल्पलाइन देते हैं. और प्लास्टिक इंडस्ट्री ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हमारे पास PWM और EPR भी करवाती है. एंड CTE एंड CTO में 150 प्लस केसेस लास्ट 3 मंथ्स में हमने एप्लीकेशन की है. या सो स्पेसिफिक कास्ट को नहीं बताऊँगा, क्लाइंट्स भी काफ़ी सारे. धन्यवाद, थैंक यू. एंड आई कैन नॉट ओनली बी द अर्जुन इन दिस कुरुक्षेत्र, यू हैव टू बी विथ मी. थैंक यू.
I request Dr. Jayesh Patel, Dean Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Sigma University, to felicitate the spokesperson from Aura. Moving forward, we have GEPS. Let's welcome the representative to the stage.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks to Sigma University and thanks to dignitaries and speakers who have delivered to us best knowledge and best information for living betterly and for our betterment of life in next futures. And thanks to all the students who have worked from beginning of the day until now they are stand-uply and working hard. And my special thanks to Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, who has given me opportunity to stay here. In behalf of GPS, Gujarat Environment Protection Services is delivering different types of services in the industrial sectors. We have different types of 4 sectors in industrial works. One is our NABL laboratories, which is performing more than 400 parameters. And the second one is our sector is technical services. We are provided technical manpower for operations of effluent treatment plant, multi-fact production plant, RO plant, STP plant, MVI plant, MBI plant, etc. And then after we have also technical team for monitoring in the industry, for ambient air monitoring, work area monitoring, process stack monitoring, fuel stack monitoring. And another our team is working for technical support to different sectors in legal compliances for industry as guided by GPCB, CPCB, MOEF, and many others to run the industry smoothly. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Shailesh Bhai Shah, Patron Sigma University, and Srimati Josna Ben Shah, Principal Advisor and Mentor, Sigma University, to the stage to felicitate the representative from GEPS. Sanjay sir. Sanjay sir. Sanjay sir.
मैं आपको गाइड करता
मैं
रहूँगा।
हाँ
हाँ।
मैंने कर दिया है।
मैं गाइड करता हूँ।
I request sir and ma'am to stay on the stage. Yes, sir. We have, ma'am, please stay on the stage. I request Mr. Jay Shah from GFL to come to the stage. applause. They've earned this. Yes. Please encourage the person who is coming here to the stage for receiving this memento. Now I request Dr. Madhur Saxena from Deepak Nitrite to the stage. Deepak Nitrite. Please keep encouraging the people. Next, I welcome to the stage Mrs. Swapnil Bombewala and Ashish Mehta from Luthra. The audience to keep encouraging the people on the stage and enhance their happiness. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Sanjay Gandhi to felicitate Kusa Chemicals, a representative from Kusa Chemicals.
Now I request Imtiaz ma'am to present a Momento to Square Petrofield Private Limited, Kausik Patel, Ravi Patel and Sukesh Gandhi. Please come forward, sir. Thank you, sponsors. As this is a ESG theme, and ESG always talking about the renewable type. Next year we are coming with the connecting green hydrogen, and few months back, in almost October to December, we are also coming with the ESG 2024 second edition. I need this all sponsor as a second year renewable also. Thank you. Imtiaz ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. And now we all can have a well-deserved 5 minutes bio break, and we'll start with the award ceremony. So I request everyone to be back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you for your cooperation.